launch, brand new for 2024. Lovely Cat is here. That's going to be a busy show with all the bits and pieces that go alongside the fantastic little books. Then we've got back in stock, we've got the Twin Cup Gouache sets from Hemi. Lovely Sharon Curtis is here to show you that. That's going to be a busy hour as well. Then Hunky Dory with the die cutting special. We've actually got Mylar that you can die cut yourself and make your own stencils. That's going to be really, really busy as well because we haven't had that in stock for a good few months. Then at 5 o'clock, Hayley's here to take over with our second look at the August medley collection from the Crafty Witches. Second look again at the Christmas little books from Hunky Dory and Cat. Then we've got the brand new Versifying Claire, new colours for 2024 with Sharon at 7. That's going to be good. And then Hayley for an hour of unmissable savings. It's a sale show to end our day at 8 o'clock tonight. So that is Sunday afternoon into the evening. Stay with us for as much of it as you can. Now, how on earth, Hells, explain to me, how on earth can we get 12 collections with 12 pages in each collection? So that's 240 pages.
144.
144 in total.
12 by 12, 144.
You're right. My calculator said 240.
And I'm rubbish at maths.
I know.
I got something right.
144 pages. I'm going to sack my calculator.
Yeah, 144 pages, A4 pages to download.
Butterfly Blooms,
Yes.
Deepest Delight, Floral Romance, Frosted Elegance, Home for Christmas, Mermaid Lovelies, Nativity Joy, Poppy Meadow, Precious Prickles, Snuggle Buddies, Tea for Two, Whimsical Wild. So there's a little bit of everything, something for everybody. If you were to buy the kits on their own, they're £3.49 direct from the Crafty Witches. So don't do that, because if you buy the bundle today, you're going to be absolutely amazed. Details are coming up on the screen for you fairly soon. Now, it works in a different way to normal purchases, okay? Now, we've already got people already checking out. It's on the screen now. Look, $14.99 for 12 collections with 12 pages in each collection. That is insane. Absolutely amazing. We'll look at the artwork soon, but if you want to order it, remember it's an instant purchase. You don't put it in your basket because there's no physical product as such. It's a download. So if you want it, just go onto our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. It says purchase now. So click it just once, not 5 or 6 times, because you end up with 5 or 6 of them. Just click it once. Your debit or credit card will be charged with $14.99, and then instantly your download will be available on the HobbyMaker page, your account page, okay? And you can do with it then what you wish. If you want to put it into the memory of your PC or put it on an external hard drive or something like that, it's entirely up to you. But it will always be, from today, forever, on your HobbyMaker account page with all the other downloads, okay? So 12 collections, 12 sheets per collection. This is what you're going to get. That's just the front sheet of all the 12 collections for an incredible £14.99. So don't put it in your basket. There's nothing physically to put in your basket. You just click where it says purchase now. It's instantly bought. It will then be downloaded automatically onto your HobbyMaker account. That's the way the instant purchases work. And the benefits of digital downloads, I mean, there's just so much variety and so much for your money.
Yeah, and the thing is, because you can download what you want when you want, it's also helpful for storage.
You know about that.
Oh, we know about that, yeah. I was saying to Dave earlier, my old craft room, when I emptied everything out of it, the floor has risen back up again, and there's cracks all the way around the top
So
of
the
the
weight of the
ceiling.
paper and everything.
Yeah, because of the sheer weight.
Well, there's no weight to this.
There's no weight to this, and because it is digital, there's no packaging either.
No.
And if you're crafting and your other half, or the person who likes to whinge at you for the amount of stash you've got, says, "Oh, you're ordering more stuff," they need not to know. Because it stays on your HobbyMaker account. You can literally download it to whatever device you want, use it.
I never knew you had that side to you.
No.
You need never know.
It was not me that came up with that idea, I hasten to add. Somebody had said, "Oh, I don't need to tell anyone." It's like, "Oh, no, you don't."
If you're new to this, let me just kind of put it into context. I mean, how do you get your music now? Have you got your music on your tablet, on your phone? Have you got an app that's got your music? It's the same way, but for your crafting. So, you know, we're used to getting on our music and maybe watching TV and downloading episodes of this, that, and the other that we're used to doing. There's nothing different than this. You're downloading artwork that you can then print off as you want it, when you want it. Each sheet you can print off one sheet 500 times if you want to. It'll always be there.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because when you're downloading, all you're going to need is something really good to print onto. So we've got some cardstock for you to have a look at
Paper
later.
Emporium.
And a printer. That's all you're going to need. You don't even need a computer anymore for this, because these are PDF files. They're compressed. So that means that, you know, when you go on holiday and you're using those vacuum bags, you suck all the air out of it. That's basically what compressed means. So when it arrives to you, you just unzip it and it goes poof, and then you've got all a poof.
Oh.
You know when it gets the air back in it?
Oh, yeah. I could do one of those for my waistline.
Well, I could as well. I could do one of those.
But you know what? It's the easiest and the most cost-effective way. I mean, they're £3.49 per kit from the Crafty Witches. So that would be just nearly £42, wouldn't it, if you bought them individually?
It would be, yes.
So to get all 12 collections for
Yeah.
$14.99 is just too good to miss out on. And what we're finding is every Crafty Witches show we do, we're getting more and more and more people that are buying it for the first time to try it. Because if you download music and listen to music and download TV shows and listen and watch episodes or podcasts, there's nothing any different than this. But this is artwork for you to craft with. And we're going to have a little look through the boards, aren't we?
We are, yeah. I think originally digital crafting was... It was a little bit clunky. It was using a lot of ink, whereas nowadays your printers are
more efficient.
Yeah, they're more efficient. And for me, it's also the other things you can print onto. So it's not just card, you can print onto fabric.
And just to let you know, we have got the Paper Emporium, Linda Chapman's Paper Emporium cardstock in the show as well. So if you want to stock up on quality card and paper to print your images onto, that's in the show. It'll be on the website. We'll get to that a bit later, though.
Yeah. Okay, so the first kit we've got is Snuggle Buddies. And all we've got here are just the web images, just for you to have a look at, because if we'd done it how we normally do the boards, it'd be up here, it'd take us all day. You've got 12 of the same in each of the kits.
Right.
So you've got 2 sets of toppers, you've got an insert, you've got a set of sentiments, then you've got 4 decorative papers, and then you've got your solid colours, and you've also got your essentials.
Fab.
So that means that there's pretty much everything that you're going to need in there. It's really comprehensive.
Just looking at the first 6, there's your Snuggle Buddies, Precious Prickles, Gorgeous Hedgehogs.
Poppy Meadow, you've got these beautiful poppies and cornflowers. We've got Mermaid Lovelies, and in here you've got your mermaids, but you've also got, it's like an under the sea theme. Then you've got Take It Easy with these delightful sloths. I mean, he's doing the lotus position.
Yeah.
He's so cool.
That's me when I finish work.
Well, I used to be able to do that. Before I got old. And then we've got Floral Romance, and this one, the colours in this are absolutely delightful. You've got a little teddy there, you've got those beautiful roses.
That's the first 6.
That's your first 6, and the next 6, you've got Whimsical Wild.
Favourite.
Absolutely beautiful. So you've got owls, you've got stags, you've got puppies, kittens, horses, and these are all your animals.
Baby lambs.
I know, you've got your little lamb. Then with Christmas, so we've got this lovely, it's a very Scandi style with these houses, but you've also got these gorgeous backing papers. These in themselves are amazing just for any of your Christmas. You've also got your colourful backing papers and your solids. We've got Nativity Joy, which is a delight again because you've got these beautiful images. It's very... it's cute, this one, very cute. We've got Frosted Elegance, another owl there. You've got your snowy owl.
Another stag, my favourite.
Yeah, so this is a blue Christmas here, very frosty, as the name would suggest. Tea for 2. Now, in this collection, you've got a vintage and a contemporary style right the way through. So it's a bit of everything there for you. And Deepest Delights, here we've got the nautical theme. So there you'll see you've got the crab and the octopus. You've got the seashells, you've got the yacht, and you've also got the lighthouse.
Now, just looking at my screen of everyone that's actually purchasing this, remember there is nothing to actually physically post. It's a download. So you just purchase it once. If you go to our website, it doesn't say add to basket, which it normally would do for an item that you're buying. It says purchase now. There you go. Just literally click that, and a debit or credit card, choose which one you want to use, will be charged with $14.99, and it then goes straight into your orders on your HobbyMaker account, okay? And it's there for you to do with whatever you wish after that. You can access it via your tablet, via your phone, via your PC. You can put it onto the memory of your PC. You can put it onto an external hard drive if you want to. Do bear with it if it takes a few minutes to actually download, because there's a lot of information that's being downloaded at one time and a lot of people doing it at the same time. So later this afternoon, you could be crafting with this artwork. That's the lovely thing. But click on it only once. If you click on it twice, you'll get 2, and there's no need for you to have 2 or want to, because there's no physical product. It's the download, okay? So just click it once. It's IX6323, £14.99 of your hard-earned money is all it's going to cost, and you'll get 12 12-page collections, 144 sheets. And seeing one name in particular on there, I've just seen a lady from New York, Lisa from New York, I think, one of our regulars in America. You can buy this anywhere. Whether you're in Europe, whether you're in UK, whether you're in America, it's a physical download. It's not a product that's coming through the post. So there's no P&P, there's no returns policy on it because it's an instant purchase, but you will have that artwork to print off and to craft with basically today, which is, for my way, instant.
Exactly. So when it does come through the download for you, just give it a little bit of a chance, because sometimes it can be a little bit busy on the website, and that does slow it down. And it also depends on the speed of your internet as well. So give it a chance to download, and then you can go and unzip and have a play.
And I love the fact that I can use my tablet and my phone to retrieve the artwork and print it off via Bluetooth at home. I've got a Bluetooth-enabled printer at home, but I don't have a PC at home. I've got no need for one, and I don't need to have one.
You see, what I've done is I've brought my laptop, but I've also brought my tablet in as well. So let's just have a quick look at this so you can actually see how easy it is to access. So I've popped mine onto my SD card, and it's here, the Crafty Witches August Medley 2024. So if I tap on that, it's just going to open it up, and then can you see I've got all of these. Now, when they come through, it's got a little zip on it.
Yeah.
So I haven't unzipped this one yet, so all you need to do is tap on it, and then it'll say cancel or extract. If I tap on extract, you can change the name of the file if you want to, but there's no point, keep it what it's called, extract, and that will extract what's in there.
Yep.
So it's like unzipping it, which means then you can then access it. And then if I tap on that one, you'll see you've got a list here. Now, this is for Windows, XP and above. It's Mac compatible, Chromebook, Android, Apple, whatever. When you use Windows, we have got an interface for you. Everybody else, this is how you're going to access it. So if you're on your tablet or you're on your phone, then it's autoplay. So tap on that, you'll see there's lots of information there. You want docs, because you want to have a look at the docs. So open that up. Now in here, we've got a contact us, so there's a way to get hold of Crafty Witches. There's also the terms of use. So we have got a very, very generous angel policy, which means that whatever you print out, make into something you can then sell for your own personal profit, or indeed if you want to gift to charity, we're happy for you to do that as well. What we ask you not to do is to print out the collections and then sell them.
No, sure. As long as it's something you've made, it's fine.
Yeah, and don't take any of them into another programme to manipulate them, because we haven't got the licence for that.
Right.
So you will need a PDF reader. The free Adobe is the one that I use. You don't have to buy a PDF reader.
No.
You literally just get the free one.
And am I right in saying that most PCs have got that installed anyway? And
most of them come with it, yeah. But if you, whatever device you're using, go into your App Store and then just download it, which is what I've done on this tablet here. This is an Android. So then you can see you've got your papers there. While this is just opening up, I want to show you the toppers. So I'm going to tap on that one. It's now going to give me an option to open it up. Adobe Acrobat, that's going to open this up for me now.
And the artwork will be there before your eyes.
And there is the artwork for you. So this is going to be A4 in size.
Yep.
But you've got circles and square toppers there. So if I want to print it, I'm just going to come up here to my three little dots, and it's going to give me options. And then I'll scroll down to print, and then it goes into my print. So most home printers now have an app that you can actually connect it.
Sure.
I've got a Wi-Fi printer, which means that it says it's not available, which is really rude, because it's only 70 miles away. So I mean, really, the Wi-Fi is rubbish. But what you'd normally get is this print page with that on. You press print, and it does it for you.
Okay, now, just to show you what is in each kit, we've actually got some boards printed out, because you'll get the same quantity, obviously different artwork in each kit, but you're going to get all of this in each of the 12 kits that you're going to be getting. So you've got letters of the alphabet.
Right, this is actually the junk journal.
Okay, oh right,
Okay. So if I just come back here, these are the 6 first So you've got Snuggle Buddies, Precious Prickles, Poppy Meadow, Mermaid Lovelies, Take It Easy, and then Floral Romance. So as I said, you have got your 2 sets of toppers.
Yep.
Now, each of the topper sets are going to be slightly different. The ones that I've just shown you, you've got circles and squares, but you've also got, in some of them, if I highlight this one, you've got one of our concept toppers.
Oh,
so
wow.
You've got the different shapes in there. So each one has got something different. And then, like I said, you've also got your decorative papers there. What I tend to do when I've got decorative papers, where's that Deepest Delights? That one there. You'll see here, it's got little, there's a whale and a starfish and a shell. When you print it, if you print it larger than 100%, you can actually use those as embellishments.
Oh, wow.
So in the print options on Adobe, it'll say print to fit or actual, which is your actual size, or custom. Now, your custom scale is where you can actually resize these.
Right.
So you can't resize them in any other program, but within the print page of your PDF reader, you can.
Okay.
You can also, in your PDF reader, take a snapshot. So if there was a certain element that you wanted to enlarge, you can do that, which is what we've got here, like this Nativity Joy here with this angel. You could make that larger, you could make it smaller.
And remember, each kit is going to give you what you can see here. So if you look at Whimsical Wild just for a second, you're going to get 2 sheets of your toppers. You've got your background papers, you've got your block colour, you've also got your pattern papers as well.
You've got an insert, and you've also got your strip sentiments.
Okay, and all of that would be through Crafty Witch's £3.49, which I think you'd agree is amazing value for money. Each of these at £3.49 is great. But if you were to buy all 12 of them, that would be just under £42 if you bought direct. With us, we've got the deal today, and this is exclusive to us at HobbyMaker. You cannot get this deal anywhere else. All 12 collections are for £14.99. The July medley was massively popular. This is the one for August. And I love the fact it's not just one theme. It's a little bit of everything.
Exactly. So there's something for everyone there. You've got your classic ones. So you've got like your Floral Romance with these beautiful colours here. You've got the cute Take It Easy, Precious Prickles. Something for the little ones. You've got Mermaid Lovelies. Snuggle Buddies is my absolute favourite. I love the colours within this one. It is definitely. Well, it's got puppies and kittens on it as well.
Always a winner.
Anything that's got the puppies and the kittens. Then Whimsical Wild, there's a little bit of everything on there as well. You've got that really classic watercolour effect. Home for Christmas, quite a contemporary Christmas style there. Nativity Joy, which I think your little ones are going to love playing with this and making their Christmas cards. Also, school holidays, perfect time to get them crafty. And the other thing as well is that when you're crafting with little ones, you don't necessarily want them to be using your best stuff.
No.
So you could print these maybe just on standard, so you're using a bit less ink, on thinner paper, so it's not your real top-notch, but they're still getting all that beautiful artwork, and they're going to be creative.
Absolutely. So the way to order, because this is slightly different to normal shopping with us, is that it is a download. It's not a physical product that's going to be sent to you, okay? So don't expect something to come through the post. It literally will be downloaded from the Crafty Witches direct to your HobbyMaker account, and it will always stay on there, okay? So if ever you accidentally damage your PC, or you lose your tablet, or you change it, or you upgrade it, or whatever, if you're putting it onto the memory of your device, you can just download it again from your HobbyMaker account. It will always be there, active on your account, together with all your other downloads that you've bought from other people, maybe Debbie Moore, people like that. So for £14.99 to get £42 worth of collections, all 12 of them, and 12 pages per collection. That's 144 sheets for £14.99. That's basically about 10p a sheet. And you can print them off as many times as you want. There's no restrictions. It's not going to disappear after you've printed 100 of one sheet. It's always going to be there. And it's the most cost-effective way of having so much artwork at your fingertips, and you haven't got any storage issues. You know, if you've got 144 sheets, you might use 3 or 4 sheets when it first arrives, and then keep the rest of them for another day in a couple of months' time, by which time they could have gathered dust, the cat could have walked over them, they could have got faded in sunlight or whatever. This is basically on your account, and it's there for you. As and when you want it, you print that sheet off, or those 2 sheets off, or those 150 sheets off.
Yeah, and if you are running out of room on your device, I've got a little SD card on this that I've actually bought. It's only a tiny little one, costs about £6. So that's in there now, which means that I can then save my stuff onto the SD card. But I've also got an external hard drive, which I use for my laptop. And then our kits, you'll see, let me just open up one of these. Let's have a look at Floral Romance. Hold on a minute, why is it doing that? Come on. Right, so I want to go into the August Medley and then go to Floral Romance and open that up. Into autoplay, remember, and then into docs.
Yeah.
You'll see that you've got all these little thumbnails as well.
Yeah.
So what you could do is some of the collections, some of the kits have got an index, some of them haven't. If they haven't, do a screenshot and then just print that.
Okay.
So you've actually got a little, an idea.
Like a paper index of what
yeah,
you've got.
exactly. Yeah. So this one, if I just quickly open this one up, this is Floral Romance, and here is one of those beautiful stylised 16-side
Isn't that
card.
artwork great?
It's beautiful, isn't it? And this one, that's actually a card front. So you could increase the size of it if you want to. You can lower the size if you want to. Shall we have a look at the junk journal? Because I know that a lot of people were absolutely loving it, because I did a Facebook Live on Friday, which is now on YouTube.
Okay.
And it showed every single sample that our clever sample makers have made. So if you head over there, you can actually have a look at it if you want to.
Okay, we'll do that in a sec if that's all right. Could we just look at some finished cards and maybe
Yeah,
just
of
do a quick
course.
demo? With,
Yeah.
And then we'll go on to the junk journal, if that's
Sure.
all right. Now, are these finished samples for all of the kits?
They are. Look how many we've got.
I'll just grab a few at random,
yeah,
shall I? Okay,
there's
let's just grab a
so
few at random.
many.
I mean, the design team
Absolutely stunning.
obviously
aren't
love all the artwork. I'm just grabbing a few at random here. Just have a look. These are from the kits that you're going to be getting. This is T for 2. Sue has done that in the design team, just to give you some inspiration and some ideas as to how the artwork can work for you. This is also from T for 2.
They are. So you've got that contemporary, and you've also got the vintage style within this kit, within T for 2.
Yeah.
Can you see there? You've got both of them.
Yeah, and this is another vintage one, as you can see there, if you like the kind of shabby chic look. Beautiful. So T for 2 is this one just here. A few more. This is from the Take It Easy with the sloth. Look at that. How cute is he? And
Isn't it just adorable?
How do they do that? How do they fall asleep upside down? It always amazes me. I mean, for someone that's retiring or someone that's going part-time, taking it easy, getting a bit of an easier life, or is being told to kind of, take a few days off now and then. This is from the Deepest Delights. Beautiful. And the artwork is lovely. This is another one from Deepest Delights as well. Lovely, as you can see there, lighthouse. Here again, Deepest Delights. We've got the sandcastle too, with the kind of seashells and the starfish, all that sort of theme going on. The whales here as well. Look at the whales, again, from Deepest Delight. Let me grab a few more from some of the others. Let me just quickly grab some more from over here. Now, anyone that knows me will know my favourite animal is a stag. This is from Whimsical Wild. But look at that. You can make them bigger, as Hel said in the printer section. You can make them bigger and smaller if you want to. Again, from Whimsical Wild, a cute little cat. Look at the lamb here. Oh, so
look at those
adorable.
eyes.
Again, another Whimsical Wild. So you get the idea. The artwork is there for you to do with whatever you choose. Linda and the team and everyone at Crafty Witchy, give you the artwork at such an affordable price. Where else do you get 144 pages of artwork, including background papers, including toppers, that you can just have for life? It's never going to disappear. That's also Whimsical Wild as well. The horse and the cat, best of friends by the looks of it. You've got it, and it's always there. If you ever delete it by accident, if you ever damage your PC and you're thinking, oh no, all the artwork I've got on there, where is it? It's always going to be on your HobbyMaker account. So if ever you change a device and want to download it again, put it onto a new hard drive or storage or a dongle or something like that, or an SD card, you can do that just by going to your HobbyMaker account. All your downloads will be there. And remember, it is not a physical product that will be sent to you. It's a download. Like you download music from certain music providers, you download this by paying $14.99 on your debit or credit card today. It's an instant purchase. It doesn't appear in your basket because there's nothing to put in your basket, but it will start to download to your HobbyMaker account instantly for just $14.99. If a lot of people are doing it at once, please do bear with the systems because sometimes it does take a few minutes, maybe an hour or two to download properly. If thousands of people are doing it at the same time, you know what computer systems are like. Sometimes they get a little bit slow, but you will have the artwork here for later this afternoon, and you could be crafting, making cards with this, maybe even before the show's finished. That's how quick it could be.
Yeah, it could be that quick.
Amazing, huh?
I think we're ready.
Are we?
Yeah. We've had a gremlin.
Gremlins.
There's a gremlin. There's always a gremlin, isn't there?
I think there's a gremlin lives in the studio.
I think so as well. Okay, so as I've shown you what they look like when they arrive on your device.
Yes.
So what I've done is I've highlighted Deepest Delights because this is the one that I want to show you. So this is on Windows. So running on Windows, you've actually got an interface with each one of them.
Okay.
So if I double-click Deepest Delights, and then with this one, you need Auto Run. So Auto Play, you're just going to get exactly the same as you had before. So you need Auto Run to get to the interface. So here's the interface. It says Enter here. And then we've got the toppers. Let me open this one up. So this is Adobe that it's opened up in. Now, this is the one that I'm using for my demo, and I wanted to actually do some decoupage. So this is where you can really go to town and start to print out as many as you want.
I'm just thinking, Hals, that image, I would like that maybe in a frame on my bathroom wall.
Yeah.
I can use it for that, not just for card making.
Yeah, of course you can use it for whatever you want.
Brilliant.
So if you just wanted that image, Dave, what you can do is in Adobe, you go to Menu, and then drop down to Undo, Redo, and More. And it's the More bit that you want because you can take a snapshot. And what that does is it gives you, you see those little crosshairs there? You literally highlight what you want to print. So it's a drag the box. It says the selected area is then copied.
So it's
so
like
you
digital
click
scissors.
OK. It is.
Hey, clever.
And then if you go to your print page, it will actually bring that into print.
Brilliant.
If you wanted it then in an 8x8 frame, that will actually go as fit.
Brilliant, look at that.
So you can actually resize it. So like I was saying earlier, this is where you can take a snapshot and you can custom scale it.
And you could print it onto glossy card if you wanted to.
You could print it onto photo paper, anything like that. But you could also make them smaller as well. So if I go to 75, there, you can make them smaller. But you can also go larger. So if I go to 250%, I've got rid of the frame.
Right.
I've literally just cropped out that bit there.
And that will print on A4 just like that.
It will just print like that on A4.
Love it.
So, and if you wanted to do some decoupage on that, then number of copies, 3 or 4, and then you get your scissors out.
And the versatility of what you can do in your PC or on your tablet or on your phone is incredible. For £14.99, what does the £14.99 get you this day and age? Not very much. You've got 12 collections. You're only paying for 4 of them. If you bought 4 of those individual collections at $3.49, that's your $14.99 basically. The rest of them, 8 of them, are free. Yeah. Because they're $3.49 each, direct from Crafty Witches. And this bundle is unique and exclusive to us at HobbyMaker.
Super value. So as well as the 2 sets of toppers, you've also got your insert there. You've got an A4 of sentiment strips. Let me open this up. So you've got all of these beautiful colours in the background that match through. Yep. You've got your sentiment strips, happy birthday, birthday greetings, but you've also got your greetings there, hope your day is amazing, with a mixture of fonts there. And
do you see the lines just follow going across? So
yeah,
they're
straight
the
lines,
easiest thing to cut out.
Really easy to cut out.
Yep.
And of course you can isolate those and resize them as well if you want to. Then the little cauldron at the bottom that says next, click on that, and this is going to take you to your decorative papers. I absolutely love this one. Look at that gorgeous distressed background. That Beautiful. Is so lovely. Printed onto fabric, that's going to look awesome. And
of course, yeah, that's another thing. Think about what you can print onto these days. It's not just card or paper. You can get printable acetate. You can print onto vellum and parchment. You can print onto fabric. So many different things.
Then you've got your 2 solid colours. You've also got 2 of your essential papers. So these, you've got your spots and your stripes, you've got that gorgeous top, and you've got the Stormy. Now, once the cauldron goes greyed, that means that you've come to the end of the kit.
Okay.
And then you can navigate back, and you think, actually, no, I want a solid colour, you can go next, or you could go back again. Really, really easy to
the menus
navigate through.
are really user-friendly.
Yeah, they certainly are.
And don't be frightened about downloading. It's just like you're downloading a song from a particular company online, or ordering something. You know, if you order your groceries, or you do your banking, or you open emails and send emails, it's no different to that. All you're basically doing is physically clicking where it says purchase now on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. You'll see this item for $14.99. Click purchase now. Boom, you've bought it.
Yeah.
It doesn't go anywhere. It comes directly to your HobbyMaker account, not being sent in the post. It's literally a download that will be on your account, if not straight away within an hour or two, because it takes a little bit of time for all that artwork to go through if lots of people are downloading it at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's there for you from now, forever. And if you ever lose it off a device, because you sell the device, drop it, damage it, whatever, it's always on your HobbyMaker account to reinstall back onto a new device.
It is.
You don't have to buy it again.
OK, so I'm going to start off with my insert. Whenever I'm making a card, if I'm using an insert, I do that first.
Yeah.
Because then anything that goes on the front isn't going to get squished when I open the card to put the insert in. So what I've done with this one, it's A4 in size. I've chopped it down because I only want this bit.
OK.
And then I'm going to add some glue to the top, and then just layer that into the centre where I want that to go. And then I've got one of my sentiments. Now, this is from the topper sheet. It says, especially for you, friend. Again, just a little bit of sticky on the back, and I can pop that where I want it to go. There's nothing to stop you printing one of these out and then stamping on it or bob it through if you've got Word and you want to type your own sentiment. This is also from the topper sheet. This gorgeous seagull. I've finally made friends with seagulls after that one mugged me.
What paper and... What?
I got mugged by a seagull. It nicked my ice cream.
Oh, not your chips, your ice cream.
No, whole ice cream. I was standing there in Whitby like that, and the next thing, smack round the back of the head.
Aren't they vicious?
But it made me laugh because it got brain freeze. It was there on the quay like that, shaking its head, and I thought, it serves you right. £4.50 that cost me, that ice cream. Right then, so next up, I have got some of the solid colour, that lovely Stormy blue.
Let me ask you,
Yes.
what paper do you recommend printing onto from Linda Chapman's Paper Emporium? We've got bundles in the show.
Right, so it depends on the thickness, the GSM that you want.
Okay.
This one that I've printed here is 160 because I've got quite a few layers.
Well, we've got 200 sheets of 160 GSM A4 in the show if you want that. That's on our website right now.
It's got the most beautiful, smooth surface.
Good.
So it's not just for printing on, you could stamp on it, you can use your inks on it as well.
And you know if Linda has selected it, it's going to be great quality.
Yeah.
You're going to get great definition, great colour saturation on the
Well,
card.
you can see, it doesn't matter. The GSM is just the weight of it. All of the qualities are all the same.
Yes.
So the topper I've also done on 160.
OK.
But this topper, because I'm decoupaging it, I've done this on 250 because I wanted it to be a little bit more sturdy with it being lifted up.
So obviously, as the paper and card in the show is a physical product that will be sent to you directly, you have to purchase that in the conventional way. So add it into your basket, check out either at the call centre or indeed on our website, and that will physically be sent to you in the post, and there will be the P&P of $4.95, but it's capped per day, remember. Yeah. So once you've bought that and spent your P&P, any other orders until midnight tonight, completely free of postage, doesn't matter.
The other thing to remember as well is it's what you print onto. So if you're printing onto copy paper, that's really absorbent.
Yeah.
So you can use more ink.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know it sounds like, oh, does it really matter? Yes, it does. So I've got 160 here because I'm doing lots of layers. I don't want this card to be too heavy.
Well, we've actually got
But
160, 200 GSM, 200 sheets, and we've got 250 GSM as well in the white, all available in different GSM. So there's 250 sheets of 250 GSM, there's 200 sheets of 160 GSM, and 200 sheets of 200 GSM. Perfect for this collection and all collections on the website now for you.
It certainly is. And like I said, you don't need an all-singing, all-dancing printer.
No.
You just need a regular home office printer. OK, so what I've done here, this is that second one that I've printed, and I've layered up the lighthouse. And then, do you remember what I said about printing out some of the papers and actually enlarging for embellishments?
There's a little face on the
There are
shelf.
little faces on them as well. Look, they're just so cute. And again, you've got this beautiful watercolour style on there. So here are my little seashell buddies.
I'm just thinking, you know, if you are buying this right now, and hundreds of you are by the looks of it on my screen, literally it's full of names, make something with it this afternoon. Hels has got another show with this at 5 o'clock.
I am. I'm on at 5,
So
yeah.
make something with it this afternoon. What better way to spend a Sunday afternoon? Send it in, message it in to us, and then we'll enter you into Share Your Makes. You could win yourself £100 credit onto your account. We draw that on the last Saturday of every month, so in about 2-3 weeks' time.
Fab.
Show us what you've done with the download that you've just bought, and you could be £100 better off. How about that?
That sounds like a plan, doesn't it?
It gives you enough time to make something between now and 5.
It does, because once you've got it, just unzip it and print. Literally, select what you want to look at, click, print and craft.
Perfect Sunday afternoon pastime.
I know. Who could ask for more?
That is lovely.
Isn't it just the colours in this one? And I love that watercolour effect in the background. It looks so pretty. And this could be for absolutely anyone. My dad would like this because he likes the seaside.
Me too.
And
Absolutely
I
right
love
up my
that
street.
lighthouse. I
So-
just think it's so lovely.
12 complete 12-page kits, 144 pages for $14.99, 10p a page. I mean, if you bought a physical sheet of printed paper or card for 10 pence, you think that was a bargain. But this is actually artwork that you can print as many times as you want. If you've got a particular image that you love, and we all do in our collections have favourites, let's face it. Normally on a collection, you use your favourite first, and then you suddenly realise, oh, you've only got one of those. Oh, OK, so I'm going to make it once.
Yep.
If you've got a favourite image, if you've got a favourite little putty cat, you can print that 500 times if you want to.
Exactly.
It's up to you.
That's the thing. And the very fact that these are versatile, you don't have to worry about running out.
No.
You know, it could be middle of the night, can't sleep, what can I do? Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll shut the door and I'll print out some stuff and I'll sit and have a play.
Have you done that, middle of the night?
Never.
Don't believe you. OK, now the next one we've got for you, this is another download, OK? This is the junk journal that we're going to show you the boards for
Yes,
in a
we
second.
are.
These the junk journals here?
Yeah, there's a couple there. Now, what Yeda's done with this one is she's actually made the journal into a note card holder. Ooh. So this could be the most beautiful gift. Now, the Nouveau Suite Junk Journal is 74 pages, A4 downloadable pages. You've got covers, different sets of covers that you can choose from. You've also got loads and loads of embellishments. You've got pages, you've got duo pages, you've got fancy papers, essential papers. That one is from Ian. So what Ian's done there is used a different cover.
Is that Warlock Ian?
It's Warlock Ian, yeah. He's dead clever, is our Warlock Ian. all our sample makers are so clever. And the ideas that they come up with. And also, some of the girls have actually been making cards with this as well. So this isn't just to be made into a book. You can do lots and lots of things with this.
We've noticed at HobbyMaker a massive, massive surge in popularity for making books and journals.
Oh, yeah.
People who bought the thermal cinch. We did a show with Carla the other day where she had the punch board for journaling. We sold hundreds and hundreds of those. So lots of you are in the mood for making books and journals. Yeah. If you want to put content into them, this download is the perfect way to go. £12.99. It works exactly the same way as our August medley. So in other words, you just see it on our website. You click purchase now with a debit or credit card. It doesn't go into your basket. It doesn't go there at all. It goes straight onto your HobbyMaker account. OK, so don't click 1, 2, 3, 4. You just literally click it once, and then automatically it will then be downloaded to your HobbyMaker account. You can then, if you want to, put it onto the memory of your device, put it onto a hard drive, onto a little dongle or an SD card, or just leave it on your HobbyMaker account. It's entirely up to you. But it's £12.99 for how many pages again?
74.
74,
yeah.
Wow.
So this is the one that I've been working on. This is printed at 100%. This is the actual size of it.
Oh, the artwork's amazing.
But the other thing that you can do, Dave, is reduce the size. So this one is at 75%.
Right.
And then if you wanted to make a little diddy one, you could print down to 50%. So any size in between 100 and, it'd just be ridiculously small. But you know what I mean. This is 50%. I think you could probably go to easily 30 and it'll still look okay. Now, what this does is when you're reducing the size of it, it's actually reducing the size of all of them as well.
Yep.
So remember, when you print it, you're going to need to print your pages at 30% and your embellishments, because otherwise they won't fit.
I mean, it could be that you're just putting plain lined pages in there and you're selling notebooks, just blank notebooks. That's fine. Or if you're putting notelets inside it, that would be right up my mother's street. My mother loves like notelets by the side of the phone, for example. Or it could be that you're filling them with wonderful content from this collection. It's there for you to decide how you want to do your books and journals or albums, whatever you want to call them, and what size you want to do them.
Exactly. So what I've done with this is, you know how much I love my distress. So I've added distress inks to this.
Look at that. It's beautiful. What would you sell that for at a craft fair?
Oh, I don't know. A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot more than $12.99, that's for sure. And that's all it's costing you for all that artwork.
Exactly. And it's reusable as well. It's like you could buy a bookmaking kit for that much, and once you've used it, you have it no more. But this, you're actually buying the bookmaking kit, which is reprintable, reusable, and resizable. So if you've got an A3 printer... Oh. Hello. Yes, that is where things could get really exciting, because you could make massive books. You could. So I know a lot of our digital crafters are now buying A3 printers.
For that reason.
Yeah, exactly. And what I've done is, what I tend to do when I'm making these is I actually print out everything that I think I'm going to need, and then a couple of extras for embellishments. Okay. And I sit and have a happy afternoon cutting them all out. And have a little play. So shall we have a look at the board?
Yeah, the boards are going to show you what the download is going to actually be full of. So you've got letters of the alphabet to start off with. There's like little coins. Yeah, so you've got, these are your covers that you've got. So that's the one I've used, that's the one Yeda's used, that's the one Ian's used. You've got alphabets, you've got your essential papers, and you've also got solid colours, all matching. Beautiful colours and beautiful artwork.
Next, you've got your pages. Now, you'll see that you've got these little tabs. There are full written instructions that come with this. So what I would say is print out your instructions, you've then got them, and it actually shows you how to put these together. Very William Morris inspired. It is, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning, is this. Then you've got your duo pages. So what Becky's done here is, this is, if you're printing that onto your A4, it's A5 in size. Right. All you need to do is just score down the middle and fold it. Right. Now, you could have all of these and just stick the right and the left together, so it could actually be into a star book if you wanted to. But what you can also do is use your pages and envelop this within the pages. The Ladies' Home Journal. I know, look at that. October 1895. Oh, looking good on it. I know, I actually modelled for that one. The years have been kind. Right, next up, you've got all of these decorative papers. Aren't they just beautiful? Then you've got all your sentiments there. So and again, if you wanted that as a fabric, you could print fabric with it. Yeah, of course. It's whatever medium you wanted to print onto. So, and when you're making journals, you want different mediums in there. So print onto some fabric and tear it and make it fluffy on the edges. Yep. Or print onto your vellums, your different coloured cardstocks if you've got craft card. Then you've got sentiments, you've got postcard sizes, you've got extra alphabets, and then you've got all of these elements here. Like torn pages. Yeah. Yep. Let me just fold that one over there. You've got pockets. Good grief. You've got little envelopes. You've got tags. You've got little circle embellishments. Then you've got the flowers here. Now, you'll see you've got a bleed around the flowers, which means you can go in and cut. You're not going to get any white edges. I'm just wondering, you know, Hals, how many people have actually bought, say, the thermal cinch and have thought, right, I'm going to make some journals, I'm going to make some books, going to make some memory books. And then you thought, OK, I've made the book, but what do I put in it? This is the answer. There you go. All the elements, pockets, all sorts. And you've even got those little tabs as well. I love these ones. They're like little page tabs because, let me show you what I've done with mine. If I go like that, there we go, you can actually see that they line up on the book. But I've left room in my book. My top tip is, once you've done your pages, start at the back. Right. Because then you've still got room in the front. Because sometimes you don't ever want to finish it, you want to keep adding to it. So I've left faux paper clips. Yeah, and they do look really realistic. I thought it was a real one to start with. It's a faux one. What I've done with mine here is I've printed it out onto single 250 and then printed out decorative papers and just cut them down just so they fit, just so that's nice and sturdy.
So for those of you that are lovers of the idea of making your own books, your own journals, your own albums, whatever you want it to contain, this is going to give you so much content in such a stylish way with that kind of shabby chic vintage appearance. It's absolutely beautiful. It's only $12.99, and remember, it works in exactly the same way as our August medley. You basically click purchase now, use your debit or credit card, it then becomes an instant download on your HobbyMaker account, which you can put onto your PC, onto your tablet, onto your phone, or onto an external device, hard drive, anything like that. And then just print and craft. And yeah, I think an awful lot of people probably are in that quandary of, OK, I've got all I need to make the book covers, but I don't know what to put inside my journal. I don't know what to make my book into. Is it going to be a memory book? Is it going to be an album? Is it going to be a journal? Is it going to be whatever you want it to be? This is going to give you all the content. Now, we've got one more download that I know you're going to love. If you love teal as a colour.
Oh, yes.
And who doesn't? It's our colour. It's HobbyMaker colour, teal.
It's absolutely gorgeous, is this?
This is 90 pages, and it's only $8.99. Again, it is a download, OK? Brilliant value for money. Just literally click on it, purchase it, and then have it downloaded onto your account right now, this afternoon.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is what they call, it's the teal collection, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is Jade Jewel. And in each of the 3 colourways, you have got 30 pages.
Right.
So you've got positive and negatives here. So you've got your positive and negative in your large dots, your medium and your polka dots. You've got thick stripes, thin stripes. You've got your plaid and your gingham. You've got a solid. You've also got the checkerboard. Then you've got your flowers, your hearts, your stars and your swirls. Then you have got so many sentiments here. Now, you've got all of your relatives, mother, mummy, stepmom, father, nana, gran, step-grandfather, you literally, everybody that we've tried to think, stepbrother, stepsister, in your white background and your teal background.
Of course, these are all A4.
They
are
are all
down
A4.
For the boards, but
yeah, we've literally squeezed in as much as we can. Then you've got your sentiments on your special day, and again, you've got those with the teal background, with the white background. This looks beautiful if you add a little bit of distress ink around the edge, just to bring those colours in. Just for you on your birthday, especially for you, make memories. Now, this is what I would call a comprehensive library.
Yep.
And these are the colours that even the solid colour, you'll think, oh, I'd need that colour, and you know that you've got it. You've also got uppercase and lowercase alphabets and all your ordinals as well.
Beautiful.
So that one is your Jade Jewel.
Now a different, slightly different colour hue.
Yeah, different tone here. We've got the Iris Dawn. So this is a little bit brighter in your turquoise. This is like a proper true turquoise colour. And again, exactly the same. But in a different colour. So these will mix and match together perfectly. And then you have got, let me remind myself what this one's called, Cloudy Day. So this is more of a green blue.
Yep.
And if I bring these in so you can see them all together.
They all kind of work together well, don't they?
You can see how beautifully they work together as well.
So you've got a complete collection of every type of teal colour you could ever imagine.
Pretty much. Every colour.
Pattern papers, plain papers, sentiments, relations, letters of the alphabet.
Yeah. So you've got uppercase, lowercase, all your ordinals. You've also got every single relative that we can think of.
So that is only £8.99. How many sheets in total? 90.
90
sheets, so 30 on each one.
30 per each.
That is 90 pages for £8.99, so it's 10p per page.
Well, if you only ever printed it once.
Exactly. But you won't, will you? You'll be printing them hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
You'll print
of times.
it loads of times.
And, you know, if you were to buy all 3 of these collections we've got for you today as physical kits, imagine the storage that you'd need, the furniture you'd need, the damage maybe that could happen to them if they got accidentally walked on by the cat or too dusty or whatever, you knock a glass of water over them. With this, you only print them off when you need them. And you don't even have to have a computer. All you need to have is some device like a tablet or a mobile phone that's connected to a printer, and you can then just remotely, using Bluetooth, print off the sheets that you want. And look at the sort of cards that you can produce. Beautiful.
I know. So I've got a couple here just to show you. They use it with your dies. Just keep it really simple if you want to. What I like to use these for flower making. I absolutely love the fact that I can die cut these. I can print them out, die cut them and make loads of flowers.
Sure.
So that's another afternoon job that I do, I'll print a load of stuff out and then I'll just sit making flowers.
What we've noticed is that teal has become one of the most popular colours. It's our company colour at HobbyMaker. That's why our little banner up there is that colour. So it's a colour we're very fond of, and I know you are as well. So $8.99 for your 3 complete collections in the different shades of teal. It's called, actually, your Teal Collection. So that's a digital download from that.
Indeed.
OK, now the Paper Emporium. I
Yes.
mentioned that earlier on. Let's start with the 160. So if you want the lowest GSM, this is 200 sheets of 160. Would you recommend printing your toppers on this? Or?
Yeah, I mean, you could literally print whatever you want. It depends on the finish that you want. Now, I use 160. That's the one that I'll tend to print all my papers, the inserts, the base toppers. If I'm doing decoupage, then I usually go for a little bit sturdier.
OK.
A bit more heavyweight for the top of the topper for decoupage. But this is 160, so it's that generic weight.
200 sheets for
200
$17.99.
sheets,
I would have thought 100 for that price, but no, you get 200.
It's got the most beautiful finish to it.
Smooth.
It's really, really smooth. If you've got alcohol markers, this works perfectly on it because it doesn't drink the ink.
Right.
So also, when you're using this to print on, it's not going to suck the ink in there, so you're going to get a crisper finish.
It's working out to 8p a sheet, I think. SM6362 is your item number, delivered for that 1p&p per day of £4.95. Remember, this is a physical product, so order it in the conventional way, either at the call centre on the free phone number, or just by putting it into your basket and checking out and paying your P&P, which you only pay once. Now, going up then from 160 to the 200. 200 GSM, 200 sheets of it. Actually, if I just put the 160 next to it, you can see the difference. There's the same quantity. Let me put the 200 GSM there. I'll put the 160 next to it.
It's just the thickness, really.
Yeah, look.
You can see that difference.
Same quantity, but a lot thicker. That's the 160 200. That's the 200 GSM 200. See the difference in the thickness of the wad, because it's a much thicker card. And what would you use this for?
Right, 200, I would be using this for if I wanted to print some card. If I was going to do a clean and simple card and I wanted like a pattern paper or a solid card, that's what I'd use if I was only doing 1 or 2 layers.
Okay.
Also, printing toppers. This is perfect for die cutting, for flower making. So any of my classics, any of the spellbinding classics would probably go on 200. And then I could die cut them. These also work beautifully in your electronic cutting machines as well.
OK, $19.99 if you want 200 of the 200. And then we have the 250 GSM and 250 sheets of this.
Yeah.
Not 200, 250
This
sheets
is
of
my
250.
absolute favourite. This is my go-to card. And I know. Perfect.
This is delivered for $4.95. It weighs a lot, as you can probably imagine.
Perfect for book covers. Now, what I've done here, Dave, is I've used 250 on the outside of this book, and then I've used 200 on the inside, so it's nice and sturdy. So that's 450
in total,
altogether. And that wasn't something that I determined. I just thought, oh, I've just got some 200 there, I'll use that. But like I said, it's entirely up to you. But all of the qualities are identical.
It's just the weight of the card that's different.
It's just purely the weight of the card. So this one, I use this for distress ink, for stamping, because unusually when you've got a card, a card that's super smooth, if you introduce water to it, it usually pills and delaminates.
Right.
And that means it can look a little bit ugly when you dry it, whereas this doesn't. So you can use it for alcohol markers, but you can also use it for your distress, for your watercolour pencils, etc.
And just to kind of recap on why we are so popular at HobbyMaker with our P&P policy, basically. If you went for the 160, you went for the 200, and you went for the 250, all in one purchase, that's a lot of weight, that's a lot of size, delivered for 1p&p of $4.95, no matter how many things you buy from midnight one day to midnight the next, OK? Most companies, you know, ask you to put it on the scales, and then they measure it. Will it go through that little slot that the postman has?
I don't know how much that would be. It's going to be more than 2 kilos, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels more than 2 kilos.
So more than 2 kilos for a medium parcel. I know if you were just going to send it Royal Mail, it's going to cost you a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, probably double what $4.95 is. That's nearly a tenner, isn't it?
So around about £5 a kilo, usually. Don't quote me on that, but it's roughly about that. We've also got other cardstock in the show as well. I'll quickly run through those, and then we'll go back to the ultimate August medley. 5,200 GSM sheets in the cream.
And again, you can print on this. So I use this.
That journal would look fantastic.
The journal, yeah. Now I've printed using white card, and that's just because at the moment I've run out of cream. But yeah, anything that's vintagey would look great on that.
Yep.
Also, if you have got the August medley, something like your Tea for Two with that beautiful vintage looks absolutely gorgeous.
Well, again, you've got the Linda Chapman seal, so you know that it's going to be great quality. It'll print amazingly. $12.99 is all you're paying if you want the 50 sheets of 200 GSM cream. Now, another thing that will look great in the junk journal as well, or indeed any of the artwork we've shown you today, is this, because this is craft, but it's craft with a difference. It's not that kind of rough, fibrous craft that you're perhaps used to. This has got almost like a parchment look to it.
It has, hasn't it? It reminds me of, you know, when you get a very expensive box of chocolates.
Yes.
And it's that card that they use inside. That's what this reminds me of. And again, this is beautifully smooth, so your printer will love it.
But all the artwork we've shown you in both the August medley
yes.
and the junk journals would look amazing on this cardstock.
They would look
really
fabulous on there, wouldn't they?
50 sheets, 240 GSM as well, A4. That's only $15.99, so thank you, Linda and Crafty Witches, for that one. And then lastly, probably Linda's champion.
Yes.
Ever since I've known Linda many, many years now, it's been black card all the way for doing your matting and layering and that sort of thing. This is 200 GSM, 50 sheets of A4.
Yep.
With Linda's seal of approval. There we go, and it's black core too.
It is, yes. So every single fibre in this card is black. So that means that you're not going to get any little discoloured edges. Perfect for your die cutting. If you want to stamp in white, use your white marker pens, paint pens on it. Really makes those pop.
50 sheets for just £14.99 if you're running out or you want to try it, ZP6392. Now, the main focus has been, obviously, the August medley. Let's go back to that. Elsewhere, with the Crafty Witches on their website, each of these collections is £3.49, and each collection comprises of 12 sheets, OK? So that's really good value, very good value for money. But this is the only place you can get this bundle. They've done it exclusively for you and I at HobbyMaker. You can get 12 collections, £3.49 each. That works out to nearly £42 worth of value. You get £42 worth for £14.99. So you've got 12 12s, 144 sheets in 12 different collections. And they go all through the year. You've got a little bit of Christmas in there. 12 kits, you've got butterfly blooms. You've got Deepest Delight, Floral Romance, Frosted Elegance. There's 12 complete collections going through different seasons of the year for different eventualities. You've got Cute and Cuddly. You've got Remembrance with the poppies.
Yep, so you've got Snuggle Buddies, which is one of my favourites. And this is, it's Christmas, but with a different colour. So if you're not wanting to do your traditional Christmas colours, you've got these lovely autumnal, almost autumnal colours. You've got your little puppy and kitten, a jumper. You've got the little gingerbread house, gingerbread man. Then you've got Precious Prickles with your gorgeous hedgehog, Poppy Meadow, Mermaid Lovelies, Take It Easy, Floral Romance. And then you've got your Whimsical Wild, Home for Christmas, very Scandi-looking traditional Christmas, Nativity Joy, Frosted Elegance. You like that one, don't you, Dave?
Oh, yeah.
And then you've got Tea for Two and Deepest Delight.
They're amazing. All 12 kits. Download it today. And remember, don't put it in your basket because there's nothing physical to go into your basket. It's a download. So where it says on the website, purchase now, you could have this in minutes, literally in minutes. I mean, if there was an initial surge at the beginning of the show, probably that surge has died down a little bit now. It won't take you long for your computer or your device to download it, and it will then be on your HobbyMaker account, OK? £14.99. Choose whether you pay by debit or credit card, and it will be there for you this afternoon to craft with. And come back at 5, make something with it if you've downloaded it. And then email it into us in the show at 5 o'clock, and you could win yourself a £100 account credit because you've shared your makes with us at HobbyMaker. Great to see you.
And you, Dave. Thank you very much.
You're back with Hayley at 5.
I am,
Okay.
5 p.m.
Next, we've got another very busy show coming up. We've got Hunky Dory, a new books for Christmas launch with lovely cats. So we'll see you after a short break.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hi everyone, welcome back to HobbyMaker Sunday afternoon. What better way to spend a Sunday afternoon than being with us, doing a bit of crafting. Maybe you're doing some crafting at the moment, making some cards or whatever. One eye on what you're doing, one eye on the TV. When a bargain comes along, you just pick up the phone or go onto our app or go onto the website and order it. And that's what you're going to do, I know, with the first collection we got for you today, because there are hunky-dory Christmas releases that everybody eagerly awaits. And this is the next eagerly awaited launch. The little books, Cat's with me, by the way. Hiya. Oh, we got the same kind of top on, similar. Yeah, we got the memo. Good to see you, Cat. Now, this is the latest 3 little books from Hunky Dory, and they are amazing. The artwork is incredible. The quality is incredible. You can decoupage them if you want to. They're brand new today. We've got the launch of them just here. I'll show them to you which ones they are. You're going to get Festive Wonder. I'll flick through them in a second for you. So there's your Festive Wonder. That's all kind of myth and magic and quite magical, and there's dragons and ice fairies and all sorts in there. You've got Father Christmas, a whole little book packed full of Father Christmas images, even on his bike. There's a cartoon Father Christmas, the real Father Christmas. How brilliant is that? I'll flick through that in a second. And then this is a great one. All tangled up. Can you relate to this with your animal at home, always getting tangled up in the fairy lights? Shall I flick through them for you? Look at this. You've got 120 sheets in each pad, 360 sheets in all three pads. Look at them. You've got portrait, you've got landscape, the polar bear. Oh my word! A little pig. You gasped at the little pig. That's your favourite, isn't it, Kat?
The pig is really, really cute. But as we go through, I'll go, oh, that's my favourite, and that's my favourite, and that's my favourite.
Look at that hedgehog.
They're just so beautiful. So
But look at the quality of the paper. Can you see that wonderful shine? Now you're checking out straight away. We're going to do a deal. They should be $9.99 each. They should be $29.97 for all three pads. Think about the cards you can make and the projects you could make with all of these images. You get multiples of each image as well, so you can decoupage them if you want to as well. I mean, a dinosaur with festive lights on. How many kids just love their dinosaurs? Penguins. Adorable. Look at that little terrier, Yorkshire Terrier, I think. Yeah, adorable. You've got Santa's little helper, the gnomes are there as well, the teddy bear. It's just cute overload. Really, really is. There's Father Christmas. Even he gets tangled up in his lights.
Well, that's it, but we've got some more traditional images in there as well.
Absolutely.
Just everything can be tangled up with Christmas lights.
Totally. And then you've got a cute little horse there as well, or unicorn. Sorry, not a horse. How dare I say horse? Unicorn. And then you've got the abominable snowman, or Yeti. Even he looks cute. He looks a bit confused. He can't get out of it, I think. OK, so that's the first one, all tangled up. When you see what we can do with the price of this in a minute. This one is your Father Christmas. Look at this. You've got steampunk Father Christmas. You've got him with his little night light. I mean, look at the printing and look at the light coming off that lantern. There he is. He's on his way with his bag over his shoulder. Special delivery to Santa, little postage stamp on there. They're just gorgeous. There he is on his Harley. Santa on a Harley. Santa on a day off.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's Boxing Day in the Caribbean somewhere. Look at that traditional image on almost like a sepia background, which looks really, really lovely. Oh, wow. Look at him. Smiling, beaming, absolutely happy. And then you get the cartoon Santas as well. Really lovely. So all of this is yours. 120 sheets, so 360 sheets in total. Look at that for an image of Santa. Decoupage him, make his beard decoupaged if you want to. There he is as an elf or a gnome. There he is with the kids at Christmas. Absolutely beautiful. And there's the naughty and nice list that was being checked there. There he is, look. See if your name's on it. I know which list mine will be on. There we go. So that's your Father Christmas little book. And then we've got the first one that we were showing you is this one, which is your Festive Wonder. Now, this is myth and magic all the way. You've got cute little elves. Oh, look at that beautiful, beautiful robin in full flight. Love it. And then you go into the kind of fairy grotto with festive poinsettias. That, to me, reminds me of Frozen.
Yes.
The musical, absolutely.
Definitely.
Ice Queen, absolutely. Then you've got that lovely gazebo in the garden or the birdhouse. Carousel, old-fashioned carousels at the fun fair. Fabulous. Baubles, decoupage those, make them 3D. Again, a little elf. Elves and gnomes celebrate Christmas too, in the Toadstool house, of course. Then you've got little mouse helpers, army of helpers for Santa. Poinsettias and the high heel shoes. Polar bears, look at the colours in that.
Isn't it beautiful? The light that just arrays from that one is absolutely stunning. This book is so different. It's got such a variety of different themes you can use in there as well. And I think this one's just going to take you past Christmas. I think this one's great for winter birthdays, winter weddings. Mm-hmm. There's so many different occasions you could use this book for.
Absolutely right. There's the Santa Express. All aboard. Amazing. And the colours are fantastic. The artwork's incredible. And you can make and sell whatever you wish. Absolutely hunky-dory. Give you thumbs up on that. No problem. Look at that beautiful reindeer, again with the lights wrapped around his antlers. And there you go, a festive dragon. How about that? So all three pads, they're $9.99 each, $29.97. Kim, Ruby, Wendy, Sylvia, Jane in the channel lines have all checked out already. What about if I tell you one of those is free? $19.98. or $6.66 each instead of $9.99, whichever way you look at it. You've got 360 pages of absolute gorgeous, hunky-dory artwork that you can make into whatever you wish. Absolutely flying. Loads of you coming through. We'll go straight to demo with this to show you how you can use them. I know lots of people buy these to use, but also lots of people buy them to collect. So maybe you want to go for a couple of them. We've got stencils and masks in the hour. We've got brand new mirror mats as well that you can use with the pages that are slightly bigger than the pages in the books. Shop ahead on the website. It's all on the website now for you. So the mirror mats are there, the stencils are there. We've got mirror mats in gold, in silver, in rainbow. And we've also, of course, got the multicolour one, the set of 60, 20 colours, 3 of each. That's on there as well. And they're all just a little bit bigger than the pages. Now, nearly how much has gone? 20% of the stock of the little books has gone already. We've only just put the price on. That's how busy we are. QRHD96. OK, Kat, we knew you'd love these. Everyone loves them.
Yes. Oh, they're absolutely stunning. I am going straight in with one that jumped out at us all, is this lovely festive dinosaur. He is so different, but great for your kid. But a lot of grown-ups had liked this before. They have traditional images year after year after year. It's great. So we are...
Your kids love dinosaurs.
These. Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to keep this... Well, she says she's going to keep it. The simple technique. I'm just going to mat and layer this onto a gold mirror mat. I'm going to use my dry adhesives because we are going to cut into this. So you could use your construction glue, just make sure you give it plenty of time to dry. And we're going to bob that straight down, and we've got all the mirror mats coming up for you later because I am using a variety in this demonstration.
And look how the mirror mats are just a little bit bigger than the pages in the books. You get a perfect, in that case, gold frame.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And then I'm just going to cut, I think we're going to come an inch in each direction, just to cut like a little aperture window out of this, just to give it an interest. Okay. So I'm going to take this down here, and because we're doing it on the trimmer, we can see perfectly where we're cutting. I'm just going to line my cut lines.
And you know, sometimes some papers cut better than others. The papers in the little books just cut effortlessly, whether you're using a craft knife or a guillotine or a trimmer.
They do. I do like, when I'm doing this kind of technique, and I'll go into it a bit more in the show that we've got at 4 o'clock, I have learnt that when you're doing lots of die cuts or lots of cutting onto them, maybe back them onto your cardstock first, and then just for when you're sticking them down, it's a little bit more stable. Okay. But they cut beautifully.
Third of the stock gone of the little books. We're not even quarter of an hour into the show.
So we're just going to cut my little frame out of here. So we've got that. I've got another sheet here. Now, normally I'd trim this down, but I don't need to because we've already got that mirror mat. And then I've gone ahead with a third sheet. And as you can see, I've just gone in and I've started fussy cutting this. I'll just finish it off. Now, this one requires a little bit of patience. So I have started it off because there's quite a few bits to go around here. But these pages are just absolutely perfect for fussy cutting. They cut so beautifully. Just glide with your scissors and we'll come round.
So you're actually getting 6 of each image. So if you wanted to do 3 or 2 decoupage images of 3 layers, you could do that. Or if you wanted to do like 6 layers for 1 decoupage image, you could do that too. Or make them go further, just use 1 sheet at a time for maybe notelets or very simple basic cards.
And the next thing I'm going to do, I've delved into some of our colour mirror mats. Now, I think all 3 of these colours are in both the coloured selection and the festive selection. Okay. I think they're definitely in the festive, though. So I am going to take these. I'm going to cut them. Just going to cut them down a little bit to 5 3/4 inches. Okay. All of them. So you can just imagine I've done that with the green as well. And then we're just going to cut them all into 3/4 strips lengthways. So we end up with lots of pieces like this in all 3 colours, and do that across your whole sheet so you've got lots and lots of them. Then we are going to cut yourself, this is an 8x6 gold mirror mat for the finished size of our card. We are just going to pop this down. Now again, I am going to use my tape roller for this just for time and because I know where I'm placing these. When you're doing it again, you might find your construction glue easier just so you can get your spacings right as you're working your way along, so you can
Tell
get
you what,
all your...
Kat, we knew these would be popular, but at 2:15, quarter of an hour into the show, 40% of the stock of the little books have gone.
It's absolute madness.
We thought it'd be busy.
And so you just work all your way along like that, and you should end up with something that looks a little bit like this.
Lovely.
So I do apologise. I've done this slightly different on here. I don't know why. I've cut that one down smaller. Let me take these off. This was meant to go on here. I've put them directly on for some reason. But you can do it either way. It doesn't matter.
Because
you're
it's
gonna
mirror,
end up
it
with a
actually
piece.
allows you to take the adhesive off quite easily as well. So.
I think it was because when I was doing my original sample at home, I was still trying to work out my measurements, so I thought it's easy to put them on this size and then mat and layer it, but I figured out that it will work perfectly like that. So either way is up to you. So let's pop this on here now. And then I love these beautiful shiny mirror colours, but just to take it down a little bit, because they can be a little bit overwhelming on the card, I'm going to take a piece of parchment and we're just going to layer this over the top just to give this really different effect. Now we're going to do it a little bit smaller. So let's
kind of
take
mutes it a little bit, doesn't it?
Just a little, yeah. So I'm going to start by, let's do 7 by 5, and then that should leave us like a nice little mirror effect around the edge, but still give us room to pop our main topper on afterwards. Yeah, so it just, like you said, it just tones it down a little bit.
Like it.
And then we're just going to put a little bit of tape in the middle where we know it's going to be covered up by our top layer shortly. So we can just pop that on there. And then we're going to take that base that we did before, the one without the mirror mat, and we'll pop that again centrally in there. Let's do this one. We'll add a few foam pads.
See, there's so many ways you can use the little book, and that's why it's always worth tuning in for the demos to give you ideas. I wouldn't have thought of doing this with it, but it's going to look great.
There's so many fun things you can do.
Yeah.
I'm showing it hopefully at the end of this show. One of my favourite techniques, which is like burnishing back, scoring and burnishing back my little books. I was able to do it in a slightly different way with one of the new products that we've got coming up, so I can't wait to show you that one later. So let's just line this up now, leaning back on there, just so we've got that little bit of an image, and then we're going to take the one that we've cut out and we're going to do some double foam padding up here, just so he sticks out even further. I'm going to pop this directly onto the image so I can see. Because
the coloured strips of the mirror you've got there are picked up in the actual image of the dinosaur, with the lights and his colour of his skin and everything else.
And we know we can pop a little bit here. And we can just take them backings off and then layer him back over himself so he's really, really popping out of that image there. And then somewhere, if I can find it, I did have a little sentiment that I was going to... It's not a cat show if she doesn't lose what she was looking for originally. There it is.
Got it.
And we've just gone from Christmas cuddles, because who wouldn't want to cuddle off a dinosaur at Christmas?
Absolutely. There's our first card.
It is. Let's just pop it onto our card base.
I'll tell you what, I'll show you some other cards that the design team have made as well with these books to give you some more ideas. But the books are absolutely flying. 120 in each, 360 pages in total. You're only paying for 2 of the books. You're getting one of them free at $19.98. But there's our first card. There we go. Brilliant. Love it. So there's so many ways of using these little books. Let me show you some other cards that the design team have done. Who's done this one? Claire Alcock has done this with a gingerbread baby. And look, the lights in the background as well. Beautiful. We've got some stencils coming up in a minute, which is actually what Claire has used here to create that kind of ribbon of light effect in the background. We'll show you that in a minute. This is going to really make Kat's day.
So cute.
La, 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 la. Oh, isn't it lovely? No, its nose it's flat, but it does actually look decoupaged. You could decoupage it if you wanted to, give them a big hooter. Why not? Love it. Look at this one. This is one that's really unusual. Sam has made this. How on earth? That's 2 different sheets cut into strips. Yeah, that's kind of an optical illusion, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so good, and it's actually quite easy to do. All you do is you take your piece of cardstock and you score it. I don't know if I've got a piece of paper, but I'll bring my scoreboard on just so you've got an idea. So if you were to score at, say, every ½ an inch, and then just corrugate, fold it up, cut your little book pages, your 2 pages of your 2 different images into those ½ an inch strips, then stick one design all on one side and one side all on the other, and you would get that fabulous effect.
It's a great effect. Let me just show it to you again. So you walk in the room, it's on the mantelpiece, you see him on vacation. You walk across to where the telly is, look back, and he's actually got his sunglasses on. How cool's that?
So clever.
Yeah. This is another one. Claire Alcock's done this one using some snowfall acetate with the Polar Express, the Santa Express. That's a film I always have to watch every year. Yeah, one of my favourite Christmas movies. That and Home Alone 2. Lost in New York, love it. There's your vintage Santa. Here he is again on holiday. On Boxing Day, probably. Love it. Here again, another jolly Santa. Oh, there's so many Santa images in that one dedicated pad, purely for Father Christmas and Santa Claus. This is from the all tangled up one with the polar bear, using some snowflake acetate again. Look at that, all wrapped up. But he doesn't seem too bothered by it. Another one that's all wrapped up as well with a lovely stepper card. There's the little pixie or the elf. Isn't it beautiful? Well, that's just using one sheet from 360. So many of you are multi-buying because I think they are the most economical way of making Christmas cards or covering and decorating boxes. There's the Father Christmas elf. But again, look at this with no characters, just that beautiful kind of mandolin, or beautiful, isn't it? Snowflake, it could be. One more. Oh, yeah, look at that. So using the image of the Ice Queen and then the image of the castle in the background, very kind of Disney feel to that.
It really has, isn't it? Yeah.
1998 gets you all 3 pads. One of them is free. Now, what Hunky Dory are very good at doing is they bring out, like, the pads with the pages, and they say, OK, they do the mirror mats that are designed to go with the pages in the book. But then they also do dies, and they also do stencils that are the same size and can act as a frame for the images in the pad. So you've got this one here. Now, you can use the images in the middle, Believe in the Magic of Christmas, or you can use the frame, or you can use elements of it if you want to. But if you look at the middle, one sheet from the book will fit into that frame if you're using the stencil as a way of decorating, whether you're embossing it, putting texture paste through it, adding ink through it. We've got some here to show you. So you can use it just as a stencil, very effectively, or you can use it with one of the pages from the little books equally effectively. So it's a frame, it's a stencil, it's all sorts of things in one. So that's the first one. So that says Believe in the Magic of Christmas. The next stencil is this one, which is the one with lights on. Now that's the one that I showed you that finished card earlier on that had the fairy lights all the way around the outside edge. This one from Claire, is using that stencil to carry on the fairy light theme from the sheet onto the edge of the card, and that works really, really well. So this is May Your Days Be Merry and Bright, with a fantastic, and you can actually use those lights out of Christmas. They could be barbecue lights.
Definitely, yes,
Yeah, summer lights. So that's that one. And then the last one is Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, and this has got the kind of candy cane stripes around the outside as a frame. I've got one here to show you how that looks. Whether you're using the whole stencil, putting a nice little image from the pad on top, or whether you're just using the frame itself. And actually, that's been done really effectively, made it into like a chevron. You could do that quite cleverly. So lots of ways of using the stencil. Here's another one. Oh, hang on, look at this. I didn't think of that. Do it both directions, flip it over. You've then got like a plaid. So that makes it kind of a plaid or a gingham look, and that could be a summer effect, couldn't it?
So many different ways to use them. They're so fun.
So, should be £5.50 each, which is £16.50 for these stencils. You're going to get all 3 for how much? I wonder. £12.50, £4 saved. So that makes them only £4.16 per stencil, and they're big size stencils, but they're not a stencil that does one thing. They do multiple jobs. Emboss with them, use them for your texture paste, ink them, just use the outside frame, just use the sentiment. They're absolutely flying in for these, and remember, they're designed to be, if I just tear one page out of the book, Anne-Marie will kill me if she sees me do that. But just one page out, look, it fits in the frame of each of the stencils beautifully, as it fits onto your mirror mats as well. So everything's produced with other things that they've produced in mind.
Absolutely. And remember, if you get these masks today, they are going to work with all your little books that have come before. Yep. They're not just for this collection.
No.
We've launched several little books now through the Christmas collections that we've done this year. So you can backdate them almost.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you,
so many uses.
You could just take the star elements. Okay, the icicles are probably winter and Christmas, yes, but the star elements you can isolate and use those separately. The stripes you could use all year round. It doesn't have to be candy cane. It can be made to look like a plaid. We showed you chevrons and how you can crisscross the pattern. And of course, the lights. Lots of people have lights up in the garden for, you know, barbecue evenings and that
Definitely.
sort of thing. So
it's just how you choose to colour them. You can use them so many different occasions.
And have you got any of that spray snow? You could actually put the verse on windows, couldn't you?
Wow.
Maybe you've got a conservatory, you've got sliding doors, anything like that, then you can actually put Believe in the Magic of Christmas on the inside of a glass sliding door or the front door, or maybe you've got little panes of glass in the front door.
Yes.
Why not? Use them for
I'm
anything.
going to try that.
Yeah. £12.50 gets you all three of them, and that's PWHD 45. Now, this is going to fly. It always does. You've got 20 colours, 3 of each for your mirror mats. Now, these started life because Anne-Marie at Hunky Dory Towers was getting fed up chopping up A4 mirror card to make mats for the pages. So she went to the guillotine man and said, hey, can you make me some mats, please, that are just a bit bigger than the pages in the little books? And he said, yeah, I can do that. So he did it for her, and then suddenly the penny dropped, and she thought, well, if I want that, maybe everyone at home wants that as well. So then the mirror mats were born. If I just show you with one sheet from the pad. Look. Now, we've not been able to bring these for 2 months. We sold out of them. Look, you map the page from the little book onto your mirror mat. You've got a perfect 2mm border of gold in this case. But remember, with this particular bundle, the 60 are 20 colours, 3 of each. And look, you've got black, you've got blue, you've got teal, gold, red, olive green, purple, fuchsia, copper, light blue, all those colours. So look at the actual image that you've got, and then what colour jumps out? Oh, okay, gold works, because gold's the colour of the lights. But what about the red for the Father Christmas jacket? Okay, let's get the red. Let's get the red. And then you've got a perfect mirror mat to go with his outfit. It just makes all the difference. It gives the sheet rigidity as well, doesn't it? Strength.
It does, absolutely.
So £7.99, honestly, that's a steal. That should be more than that. £7.99 for 60 sheets of pre-cut mirror to be exactly, I say exactly, just slightly bigger than the size of the pages. Nearly a third of the stock of this has gone. If you've already bought something today, remember the phone call is free. The P&P is just £4.95 for your whole day's orders. So don't think, oh no, I'm going to pay P&P again. If you've paid it once, you won't pay it again until tomorrow, because it's all your orders from midnight last night through to midnight tonight. That's what we love about HobbyMaker. We've got other options of the mirror as well. The gold, silver and rainbow. Now, this is the biggest bundle that I think we've ever done. Now, these are, we do it with the pocket pads, but I don't think we've ever done it with the little book before until today. So here you've got 60, 60, 60, is that right? No. Oh, you get 30, right, okay. 30 sheets of gold, 30 sheets of silver, and 40 sheets of rainbow, okay? So you're going to get 100 in total. The Miri, obviously, has got every colour under the sun in there, so it doesn't really matter what sheet you take. I mean, I'm just taking the front page of the book, but you can see it doesn't matter what colours are on your sheet, because basically the rainbow is going to pick up the colours from somewhere. There we go. Yeah, I just took the front cover off. You know what I'm like. I could take this one, which is the beautiful Dreamland Castle. There we go. Look at that. The frosty ones will look great because that splash of colour comes from literally nowhere. We've also got the silver, And you're going to get, remember, what was it again? 30 of the gold, 30 of the silver, and 40 of the rainbow. Hang on, put the wrong one down. There's the silver one. That's got no mirror on it at all, or no rainbow on it at all. But you've got that perfect edge in silver, nice and frosty. And then you've got, of course, the gold as well. So rainbow you've got 40 of, gold you've got 30, and silver you've got 30, all for just £9.99. And they're going to go with literally everything. They're kind of chameleon colours, aren't they, really? 20% of the stock of that has gone, SFHD62. £9.99 gets you all of that. OK, Kat, back to you. Another demo, if that's all right.
Let's have a play with these beautiful masks. So I am going to take the Believe in the Magic of Christmas, but we're just going to use the frame for this one. I'll show you what to do with the middles later. And even though your message, your sentiment is landscape, you can, portrait, you can just twist these round and use your frame's landscape as well. So I'm just going to secure this down with some masking tape. I'm going to secure it to my mat as well, just so I've got some stability. And for this one, we are going to use our classic way of colouring with our mask, which is using our inks. So I'll show you the little book page I've chose to use with this one, so you can understand where my colour theory is coming from. So I have picked out, I've got Prussian blue, I've got blueberry, and I've got our beautiful lavender, lovely lilac, and we're going to do a lovely kind of ombre effect coming down here. So we're just going to start with our darkest one, our Prussian blue at the top, and I'm just going to come down. So we're just going to gently rub that over.
And Kat, just to give everyone a heads up, you and I at 4 o'clock have got make your own stencils. We've got mylar.
Yes, we have.
Uncut mylar. We've got it back. It's been 4 months waiting for it to come back in. You can use your dies now to make your own stencils. We've got that at 4. That's going to be a busy show too.
Then we are going to move to our blueberry. And that's just, it's still a darker blue, but it's just a little bit softer. We'll just blend that up into what we've already done, but we want to leave some space for our lavender at the bottom. And you can see I'm doing this in real time, you can just see how quick it's all coming together. It doesn't matter if you go off the edges a bit for this one, because we are going to trim it down to size. But if you were wanting to do it perfect, just mask off your edges and then you're not going to have to worry about making that mess. So that is all our details coloured. And then I'm just going to peel this off here, and you can just see this lovely ombre effect that we're getting there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another shade. I'm going to take our Air Force Blue. Like, this looks quite dark, but as long as you go in with a light touch, don't over ink your blending sponge.
You can do so much with those stencils though, can't you, Kat?
Lightly, oh, absolutely.
So versatile.
Yeah, I've got a few different techniques. I hope they stay in for the second show, because between the 2 shows, I've got a few different techniques to show you. And we're just going to go all the way around that, lightly colour it up. I'm not going to do the whole thing because there's quite a few bits to do on this card. But once it's done, cut it down then so it fits on a mirror mat. I'm using the rainbow mirror of 8 by 6 inches. This is A5, so it doesn't take very much to cut it down at all.
Yeah.
Can't quite show you the finished project yet because, no, I'm going to have to because I've got things to show you.
Now, both sets of mirror mats, the multicoloured one and also the silver, gold and rainbow, half the stock has gone on both. Very, very busy and very popular. I believe that's all the stock we can get as well. It's the weekend, so if you want them, put them in your basket and check out. To go with your perfect little books, they are the best thing. They really, really are. They give strength and also just, I don't know, just kind of sets it off, makes it look even more impressive, having that little border of shine around the edge.
So we're going to trim that down there. I'm just going to add a little bit more colour to this now then, because I need to show you what we're going to do next. Now, to make this pop even more, I want to add some gemstones to all those sparkly bits that are around the outside. But we have 2 kind of issues here. First of all, you get my OCD that kicks in, that doesn't like using my too matte a surface when I'm then bringing in something with a coated surface. So what I like to do is get a piece of acetate, and we can place that over the top. I have got one that should be cut to the right size, so it fits perfectly. And again, we'll just pop that down in the middle. So that, by popping that over, it just gives it a bit more of that coated finish, like the little book page that's going to go on top shortly. It's also going to work much more efficiently for sticking your gemstones down, because even though our gemstones are double-sided, then they don't like sticking once you've got ink on there. So you can just go and add a little bit of wet glue to the back of them. But if you pop that acetate down, they're then going to stick to that much easier. So I've started at the top. I've gone with some of our Aurora Borealis. I can't say it, gems.
That's one of the hardest words to say.
It is.
Aurora Borealis, yeah.
And then I've got some of our lovely like navy blue ones from our blue set, and then I'm just finishing down the bottom, just following that pattern of the ombre with some of our lovely lilac lavender purple ones that come down here. And we'll just fill in some of those gaps, so we'll just add in to that background. So that's our background done. But then we're going to take our little book page again. We're going to take two, and we're just leaving that one as is, and I've just cut out the centre star here. But again, to add a little bit more detail, I've taken some parchment. We're just going to cut like a 2-inch belly band.
And that sheet, by the way, is from the Festive Wonder Pad as well, if you're wondering which one it is.
And then I'm bringing in my score tool. And we're just going to add some score lines down the middle, just to add a little bit detail in. I'm going to start at the 1/2 inch mark, and we'll go up to the 1.5 inch mark, but just carry it on all the way like that, and you should end up with something like this. And then if I can find where I've buried everything, we are going to bring this on to one of our rainbow mirror mats. Pop that down on there, just line up our mat and layer. And then I'm going to take this belly band across the middle, again just adding that texture in there.
Again, techniques that maybe you wouldn't have thought of using. I would not have thought of wrapping a strip of vellum around the middle, but why not?
Lots of different ways you can do just to make them look different from how you've used them before. Or if you're being like really frugal and you're literally going to make 180 cards, doing your 120 cards out of your book, this is just a way of doing it and making it look like there's more to it.
Yeah, and that actually is almost like a cross between a mandala and a snowflake, isn't it? It could be both, to be honest.
And we'll just pop a foam pad on there.
And that doesn't have to be Christmas, I don't think, really.
No, this could definitely be like a Christmas birthday. And then let's get some of our foam pads, and we'll just lift this up against the background just to give it some dimension. One in the middle.
Foam pads and that sort of thing you'll find on the website with a Hunky Dory brand page on our website.
And then just line that up with the edges of that there. I think this is screaming for a gem in the middle.
That's looking amazing, Kat.
But it just shows you how beautifully they work together. And the beauty of the masks is that you can colour them whatever way or colours you want, so they're going to work with so many things.
Well, the first things first, the size of them complement the sizes of the pages in the little books, but also the designs work so well as well. So you don't necessarily have to use the words in the middle of the masks or the stencils every time, just use them as frames. So you've got at least 2 to 3 uses, different ways of using those stencils on each one, and they're only £12.50. Look at that. And that's one sheet.
It's
out.
2 because we cut that out.
Cut the middle out.
But you could do it, if you were very careful, you could go in with your craft knife and fussy cut that bit out of the middle and then pop it back on top. So you could do it out of one sheet if you wanted to.
Okay, now the stencils or the masks, I know Hunky Dory call them masks, lots of other people call them stencils, they're basically the same thing. You're going to get all three of them for $12.50, and you've got the lovely verses, Believe in the Magic of Christmas, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, and May Your Days Be Merry and Bright. But you've got the stripe, which could be all year round, you've got the lights, which could be all year round, and you've also got the stars there. Okay, the snowflakes are definitely winter and Christmas, but the stars, if you just isolated those, could be all year round as well. And then you've got the lovely verses, which you could use on cards, you could use on boxes for presents, you could use them on windows if you've got the spray snow, if that's still such a thing. I don't know if they still make it.
Yes, it is,
sure.
yeah.
£12.50 for all three of them. They're absolutely flying. Well done, Wendy in Hampshire, Teresa in Cheltenham, Margaret in Cumbria, Anne in Lancashire, Carol in Wales, Carol in Leicestershire have checked out their baskets already. Loads more of you coming through for that. Now, we have got a pick and mix with stencils as well, where you can choose any two for £9 and 2p. Now, these are in the any two, so you can choose two of these, or you could choose the other ones from the previous collection. So we've got basically 6 for you to choose from. These 3 that I've just shown you, and then we've got the others, which we can show you as well on a little picture. So we've got Antique Elegance. So this is not Christmas related at all, but you could go for that one. That's Antique Elegance, for the love of masks. The next one is Pretty Lace. That one's available as well. They're 7x7, by the way. And then you've got your stained glass. Oh, I love that one. I love them all. Okay. Any two for £9 and 2p, because they should be £11 for two. So you're saving nearly £2 by buying two. And these are also in the any two for £9 and 2p as well. So the 3 that I just held up. Select, just go, put in BFHD80, you'll search for that on the website. You'll see the options, and it's a drop down. If you'd rather call the call centre and get the call centre guys to do it for you, and ladies, they will obviously do that. Free phone 0800 001 4433. You'll get through to the call centre. It's in this building upstairs, UK based, and they will process your order. Any two for £9 and 2p. Or you can go for more if you want to, of course, as well. Now, we've also got a pick and mix of the little books. Now, the only drawback with the little books pick and mix is that there are 33 of them available. Now, they will be on the website, and they'll be listed, and they'll be photographed. So you can see all the little books, and you can choose. What's the pick and mix on this one? Any 3? Any 3 for £19.78. So it's similar to the deal we've got on today with the first 3, but you can choose whichever 3 you want. You can have 3 the same if you wanted to. I've got a few here that are available. I won't flick through all of them, it'll take too long. But Winter Birds, as you can see, is a beautiful one. We've got this one here, which is your snow globes. Just a few of those. There we are, look at that stag. Look at the beautiful. So that's your snow globe one. All the same quality of paper, top quality paper. Winter Friends. You've got some cute kind of comical characters in there. Lovely, aren't they? So that's Winter Friends. Twas the Night Before Christmas. This has been, until today, one of my favourites, and it still very much is one of my favourites. It's kind of complements the Father Christmas classic one that's in the bundle of 3 that we had. You actually get in the back lovely verses for the song, The 12 Days of Christmas. So you can actually put together a little book if you're into journaling, that sort of thing. And then you've got the characters that relate to, and the scenes that relate to the images in the song and the words in the song. So there we are. It was the night before Christmas, all of that. This one's kind of disintegrated, but yours will be completely intact. Again, 120 sheets in there. Yes, because I get hold of it. Festive florals is this one. So you've got your poinsettias, Christmas roses, all the sort of winter flowers that we know and love. Some stained glass in there as well. Baubles and berries. Beautiful. There we go, $9.99, mistletoe in there too. Polar animals is another one. So you've got obviously your polar bears, you've got your foxes and your wolves, your cheetahs. Very monochrome this and very striking. The wolf, that looks like Andy's dog, Dallas, very much like that. They look watercolour to me, watercolour art, love it. So there's that one, polar animals, and then the last one I've got here in front of me is your Twilight Kingdom. Now, if you love your silhouettes, look. Every one of these is a silhouette. You've got fairies at Christmas. You've got the silhouette of the owl at sunrise or sunset, probably. The unicorn. Isn't that lovely? Very striking. So loads of you are selecting which 3 you'd like. Remember, the deal is any 3 for £19.78. I've only got about 7 or 8 here, but there are 33 that you can choose from. There's a lot in stock. There's all of them photographed actually on the website. If you go and have a little look or tap the app, you'll be able to see them. Any three for 1978, you've got, they're scrolling on the screen there, you can see them. So if you want two the same, one different, that's fine. You can have three the same, three completely different, doesn't matter. And of course, the Father Christmas, the Frosted Wonder, and also the All Tangled Up, the three brand new ones we showed you, they're also in the pick and mix for you as well. So any three, Patricia in Merseyside's coming in. Hello, Amy, Leanne in West Midlands, you've checked three. We've got Animal Alphabet, Festive Floral, Snow Globes, Winter Friends, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, Pressed Flowers, Festive Gnomes, Polar Express. It just goes off the screen then. But there are 33 books that you can have a little look at. Not all of them are Christmas. Lots of them are kind of everyday, but you can choose whatever you want. Maybe you've got one that you've run out of. Maybe you've got a favourite. Go back and see if it's in stock. If it's in stock, you can have as many of them as you like. £9.99 each, or any three for £19.78. Now, I'm really excited about these die sets as well. These are really cool. You'll know, if you've watched me over the years, that I love a jigsaw. You can make any picture into a jigsaw when you've got this die set. Look. How cool is this? And it's actually the one that has got the missing piece. They've actually just basically, they just basically took it off there. So you can have it. So it's like it's the last piece to fit. You know, turn upside down, Dave. There we go. I love you to pieces. So you've got that lovely verse, I love you to pieces. But look, any picture that you've got, whether it's a picture that you've taken on your phone and you've printed off, any image at all that you want to make into a jigsaw. So actually you could send your Christmas card as a jigsaw puzzle that the person, when they receive it, have to put together. And this die is designed to work with your little book pages perfectly. Right. So you could be turning all of these into little jigsaws. Look. And the technique I'm going to show you on the next card that I demo is a great way for doing your jigsaw pieces as well to make them a little bit thicker. Okay, so look, there's a sheet from one of the pads. Perfect. So you've got the die that will give you the frame, and then you've got the main die that will cut that sheet into all those pieces. And then you've got your sentiment as well. So that's the first one. So that should be $19.99. And then you've got these, which are basically these wonderful decorative strips that you've got. These are the festive dainty borders, okay? Now, to be honest with you, yes, some of them are. You've got the snowflakes, you've got the Christmas trees, candy canes, but a couple of them, you've got the stars. Yeah, I mean, the candy canes could be walking sticks if it's a retirement card. Mm-hmm. Not that everyone needs a walking stick if they're retiring. But look, yeah, these are really lovely, aren't they? And you can make them really the focal point of the card. They go off in different kind of wiggly lines and wiggly angles, but really lovely. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Again, they're $19.99. But if you buy them both together, we'll give you a saving, like we always do. How about we pay your postage? We'll give you £5 off. So that's covering your P&P for the whole day's orders just by buying this. EVHD13, $34.98, down from $39.98. But any of those little book pages or anything else that you've taken a picture of that you want to make into a fantastic puzzle, you can do that. I love the fact that you can just send the pieces in the post in an envelope and make the person that gets it. Make your own Christmas card. Yeah, love it. You can make anything into a puzzle now, okay? $34.98 for both of those. Right, Kat? Okay. So this time we are going to use our Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. We're going to go to our Father Christmas little book, and I just love this guy here. He's so cute, and I think he matches this style really well. And my idea with this one is I want to try and emboss through my mask, which is a technique you can do, the sentiment onto my little book. I would never have thought of doing Everybody that. Pray for me. So the first thing I'm going to use to make this easier for me, and I know the very, very limited stock, is our A4 foam sheets, our double-sided A4 adhesive sheets. And this is just going to, it's going to give you that stability. It's going to give you that extra thickness so we can emboss into it alongside that squidginess. Right. And again, this is good if you're using the jigsaw die because it's automatically going to stick one side and it's going to give you that kind of jigsaw texture to it as well. Perfect, okay. So I'm going to, I've got a bit that I've just cut down. We put those in the show, actually. I know we haven't got masses of stock of them, but if you want the double-sided sheets, we'll pop them up on the screen for you soon. Right, perfect to use with the jigsaw die. I'm not going to take my full backing off because I'm going to pop this down. I'm going to try and get it as close to two edges as possible.
pop that on there, and then if you fold this back over for when you trim it to size, it's not going to gum up all your scissors.
Right.
Whereas if you try and cut through that bit, it will. So trust me, I've learnt through experience.
Years of experience.
It will do it on your guillotine as well, which is another easier way to do it. I was going to bring mine, but I just forgot. And we'll just trim there. I'm just going to make it stick back to itself.
So what we've got on the screen at the moment for you are the details of the 3 books, OK? Festive Wonder, Father Christmas, and All Tangled Up. Over half the stock has gone. They're brand new books today, all 3 for the price of 2. One of them's free, $19.98, QR HD 96. They're the 3 you're going to get, OK?
So we've just made him a little bit thicker and squidgier to work with this.
Okay.
So we are going to pop this down so you're reading it kind of back to front, and we're going to pop this on the back.
We're all intrigued.
I'm hoping so much it works, because it's been a bit hit and miss, and we're just going to secure that with some masking tape.
It's all about trying new things, new techniques though, isn't it? Giving things a go.
It is, absolutely. So plate formation is key. So for this one, I've got a normal clear plate. I've got the etched one. We're going to use a rubber mat, so it's got something soft to push down in. And then I'm going to take another one of these. Now, sometimes it goes through, sometimes it doesn't, but I just want more squishiness as possible. And because these squish down, so everybody put your hands together.
Good luck, Kat. We're rooting for you.
And we will run this through.
Oh, it's like the Olympics.
I know.
Will it work?
Now, this is coming out this end, but I think it should be hitting what I want it to. Oh.
No pressure.
I have got one I've done earlier, if it doesn't, but
I've got faith.
we'll take this through.
It's a cat a day, I've got
That
faith.
sheet for me a little bit. So we'll take that off there. Let's peel it back. And we
Very
will
brave
see.
to do it on live TV.
And it has, I can see it is
Yes.
embossed onto there for me. Just be careful with this bit because I don't want it sticking to my mat. Let me just place that back on.
Let's have a look.
And so it's going to be hard to pick up on camera, but what we're going to do then is go in with either, I've got a sanding back tool here, and once you go over, then words are going to come
Oh, this is magic.
to life. They're going to pop out there for you, and you just keep going, and you will end up
It looks like the verse is snowing.
It does, yeah. And you can just go in.
genius.
If you've got something a little bit more precise, a little bit of sandpaper, and you can just really hit those spots.
That's the demo of the year, Kat.
Bring that to life and make it pop. And I hope it's showing up on camera. It's really...
It worked a treat.
But you can read it, I promise, in real life.
You can?
So that is going to be the main feature of our card. We're now going to use this.
You relieved?
I am. The only problem is I think I might have put too much through because I've made my my stencil a little bit wibbly. So maybe you don't put this one through as well.
Okay.
I was just trying to be extra careful for the telly, but
The machine took it, though. It did it.
so again, I really apologise. I didn't realise I'd put 3 8x6 cards together for this show when I was picking out which ones to do before, but some are portrait, some are landscape. So I've cut an 8x6 piece of Matastic, and this time I'm going to use a white gel pen, and we're just going to go all the way around, filling in these boxes. And again, this is a little bit of a labour of love, but I did it when I was doing my prep the other morning. I woke up super early on Monday, was it Monday? No, Thursday morning. I woke up at like 4 o'clock and couldn't go back to sleep, so I started work at 4:30 in the morning. So I did take the time to time myself as I was doing this prep, and it took me about 20 minutes from start to finish
Not too
to
long.
go around, colour them in, and then once you're all done, line them up, and you will end up, it's worth it.
Oh, wow. That is impressive.
Just go along with the ruler and join everything up.
20 minutes well spent, I'd
It
say.
is. I think it's worth the 20 minutes.
Yeah.
If you've got like a good white ink pad, you could do it with that. But I really like that kind of distressed kind of look that you get with the...
Maybe you've got one of the white paint markers that I know we do.
Yes.
And they're on our website. They'll do a good job too.
So we'll just pop that in there. And I know... Oh, I've put the wrong one on. Let's just double it up. Yep, let's make it really bulky. Let's peel this back.
That technique of embossing the sentiment over the top, that is really impressive. Because it's subtle, it's not in your face, but you can read it, you can see what it says.
You can, and it gets a little bit lost at the bottom because we've got white areas there, but if you've got images that are darker all over, it is going to show up more afterwards. I have got a demo in the next hour where we're going to like heat emboss through it as well onto a little book. Okay. So that's another way of doing it.
That's when we've got, at 4 o'clock, we've got the new plain Mylar sheets back in after 4 months of waiting. They are actually available on our website if you want to order them before the show. If you've got to go out at 4 o'clock or whatever, lots of you are buying them already. Basically, they're plain Mylar that you can use your dies to cut into to make stencils. And you can use your cutting machines to cut into to make stencils as well. So that's later. I love that. That's such a clever, different... In all the years I've been doing this job, I've never seen a demo like that. Using a stencil to emboss it onto one of the sheets of the little books, use a nail file or a sand block to sand it back. Yeah. You can see it. OK, well, we've got literally a couple of minutes left on the show, so let me just remind you of what we started the show with. And for those of you that have just come back from Sunday lunch, I'll finish at 5. Still time to have Sunday lunch today. OK, look at these. They're brand new. They're the little books. You get 120 sheets in each, so you've got 360 sheets in the 3 books together. Father Christmas, traditional Christmas and quirky, cute, cartoony Christmas Santas. And then you've got that wonderful festive wonders. You've got here the Snow Queen. She's one of the most prominent images in there. She's stunning. You've got some dragons in there, some gingerbread people. Then over here, you've got All Tangled Up. And, of course, the All Tangled Up is basically what most animals at Christmas manage to do, get tangled up in the fairy lights. So here we go. Let me flick through some of them. Aren't they lovely? Each sheet is designed to work with the dies that we had in the show. Each sheet is designed to work with the stencils we've had in the show as well. And, of course, the Miri mats are the perfect board to put your sheet on because it gives you then a couple of mil frame all the way around the outside edge without you needing to cut into your A4 or anything like that. We've got gold, silver and rainbow, and we've also got the 60 sheets of the multicoloured Miri as well. So that one is your All Tangled Up. This one is your Frosted Wonders. So here, again, you've got, look at that beautiful robin. Magical. Decoupage that looks stunning. There's the Ice Queen. There she is. Let it go. That's what it makes me think of. Then you've got your birdhouse, your carousel, baubles, and more. Gorgeous. And look at that is probably my favourite image with the colours. The colours are spectacular, like the Aurora Borealis. Beautiful. There's the one that Kat used. There's swans mating for life, of course, giving each other presents at Christmas. Love it. Wonderful castle. And then, lastly, the most traditional Father Christmas ever. And there's so many variations. You've got portrait and landscape, a mixture of both. There he is by the fire, either before or after. I think it's before. He's just kind of plucking up the energy. There he is, getting in his sleigh. A bit of a steampunk Santa there, I think, that one. Look at that. Beautiful. There he is on a little amble, probably going to get the reindeer. There he is on his Harley Davidson. There he is after Christmas, on vacation, sepia for vintage looks. Beautiful, absolutely magical, these pads. All 3 of them, there should be $9.99 each. You've got all 3 for $19.98, saving you $9.99. Keep checking out on all the Miri mats as well. We're limited on the mixed colours. So if you want the 60 of the mixed colours, we've got about 20 of those left. So that's, I think, limited stock now on those. So thank you, Kat. See you with the Mylar at 4 then.
Yes.
Coming up next, we've got Sharon, one of her favourite shows, I know, one of mine as well, Hemi. We've got the Hemi Gouache paints, the twin pots, which we'll show you at an amazing price, and a brand new price on the Brights, which we've never done before. So that's after a short break. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. I'm still just wondering, I wonder how many of you are at home at the moment with us on in the background, maybe on your tablet in your craft room, or maybe sitting outside on the patio with the telly on indoors, listening to what we're saying, and you're sitting there and you're doing a bit of a painting. Maybe you're painting a flower that's in the garden, or you're painting something, maybe you're painting your cat. Well, not literally, you know what I mean, painting an animal that you've got in the house. Because Sunday afternoon, what better pastime than sitting down doing a bit of painting?
It is nice when the weather's nice. I must admit, I've done it a few times with these, actually. I've sat in the garden just painting some of the flowers.
Yeah. But the thing is, what paint do you buy and what are you going to be happiest using? Now, what we're bringing you today is what they call gouache. Now, I didn't really know what gouache was. The only time I saw gouache until I met Sharon and did these shows was lovely Sheena Douglas used to bring in a gouache tube of white, which we used to use in techniques. And that's the only time I'd seen it. I didn't know much about it. Now you've told me what gouache is. This is like the best of both worlds. If you can't make your mind up between watercolour and acrylic, this is kind of halfway house.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
It's got the best of both worlds, really.
I think that's why so many people love this.
I think so, because actually we're all quite used to watercolours. We all know how to use watercolours pretty much, even if it's just colouring in a simple image. You can do that with these, but you can also paint from scratch with them if you want to have a little dabble at doing some painting.
And do you know what? I was talking to Sharon in the break there. This makes me want to have a go. The way that they've designed them, the quality of them, the quality of the packaging and everything about it makes me want to just go outside, put this on the table outside, sit down and just paint something that's in the garden. It's an incredible value for money product. And this is the one, I think, out of all of them that's been the most popular recently, because this is the 112 colour double tub. So what you've basically got, rather than just having one pot of so many mil of gouache in one colour, 12 mil, you've actually got twin cups in each. And they're the same colour family, but different colours. So you've got a lighter green, different shades of that colour.
You really don't need to mix colours with this set, really. With 112 colours, it's all been done for you. So if, like me, you're kind of a bit lazy about mixing colours, this is great, because you've pretty much got any colour you're ever going to need in here.
Now, we're showing you the back. The reason we're doing that is if I turned it round, basically all of the pots have got seals on them, white seals. So all you see is a sea of white. But these are the colours you've got in this gouache. Now, this has been, in previous shows, one of our most popular sets to do. Its consistency is fantastic. It's velvety smooth. It's like thick cream in its consistency, which is a joy to actually paint with and craft with. $129.99 is the price this should be. And you can see why. As soon as you see it being used and demonstrated, you'll realise why that price is a very, very good price for what you're going to get. KS8448. Now, previously, we've done a set of 56 twin cups, and that was $49.99. So, yeah, this should be at least £100 or $129.99 if it was a deal. You'd be happy with £100, yeah? We are going nowhere near $129.99. We're going nowhere near $120, or we're going nowhere near £100 for all of this top quality gouache paint. By our own maths, we should be doing £100 to do that half size, that 64 cup for nearly 50 quid. It should be £100 for 112, shouldn't it?
Yes.
It's going to be nowhere near 100. It's going to be way below that. And when you see what you can do when Sharon demonstrates it, 3, 2, 1, let's get the price down for Sunday afternoon. This could be the start of a whole new craft and a whole new hobby for you. Look at that price. It is $69.99 for 112 fantastic twin pots. Well, it's 50, it's 112 colours in basically. So basically you've got there 56 colours, that's right. So you've got 56 pots, but they're twin pots. So you get 112 colours in total for $69.99. That's about 60p a pot.
Which is ridiculous. You know, and I urge you, go and look on the internet how much, because gouache normally comes in a tube. Decent quality, ranging between £5 and £15 for one colour, one tube.
I think the tube that I saw that Sheena had was about $6.99.
Yeah.
I think we were doing it for. I don't know the mill of that, but it wasn't big. So here you're going to get 112 colours, 12 mil in each, and so many of you are coming through for this. The stock we have of this is the stock we have, that's it. This gets imported by us through HEMI. We met HEMI in the Frankfurt trade show a couple of years ago now, and the bond was formed, and since then we've been able to bring you amazing deals. I mean, Sharon, open up yours just to show everybody what they can see.
Because the packaging is just beautiful. Very sleek. It's quite slimline, actually. If I turn this up to the side, you can see it's not really bulky. And then even the handle folds flat. This is your handle at the top here, so you can lift it up, take it out and about with you.
Yeah.
Quite, you know, there's a bit of a weight to it because there's a lot of paint in here, but it is quite portable if you want to go out and about, even if you just want to take it out into the garden and paint. And then the handle just tucks right back in.
And when you're finished, you don't have to put the seals back on the paints.
No.
Basically, the lid then becomes an overall seal for all the paints that you've already opened.
It does. It's really quite airtight. On all 4 sides, you've got a little clip that you unclip to open, a bit like a sort of Tupperware container. And then you lift the lid up. Now you can see on mine it's quite messy. There's like a foam insert in here. This is to keep it nice and airtight. So don't worry about the fact that this gets paint on it, because obviously it goes back in exactly the same spot each time.
Have you ever seen an artist, a professional artist, that's got a clean palette?
No,
doesn't happen.
exactly.
No. Oh, look at
now,
this.
how beautiful are they?
I just want to dive in.
I think it definitely wants, like you said, this just makes me want to have a go at painting. It really does. And the one thing I will say about Himi is you would expect, knowing that you're paying between £5 and £10, say, for a tube, knowing the difference in price, you would kind of think, well, maybe these are cheap quality. They're not.
No.
They're artist quality.
I've got to let everyone know, sorry to interrupt you, Sharon, a quarter of the stock's already gone in literally the last, 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because I think we've only had these on once before. This is the new
You and I did it.
set. Yeah. And it was crazy busy then, wasn't it? So,
I mean, it looks like cream cheese or clotted cream. It's a lovely, wonderful, rich consistency.
it is. And I love the colours. You do get a swatch with it. I would recommend making your own, because when it's printed, it's never that true to the colours. I mean, it gives you an idea, but you can't beat having your own swatch. So I'd say do your own. But when you look at the colours, you can instantly see you've got them in family. So on this side, you've got your kind of warm colours, your reds, your oranges, your pinks. This side is your cool colours, your blues and greens. You've got all the neutrals you're going to need. Look how many greys you've got. You know, just when you think of any colour, you've got all the different shades there. So you're not really going to need to mix. I like to do florals a lot. I've got all my pinks here, these lovely corals, peaches.
Now, do you use it neat or do you water it down? What's the best way of using gouache?
Both, really.
Okay.
Depends what you want to do. Let me move this to the side and I'll just kind of explain a little bit. I've got my book here. Now, I hadn't used gouache before we started doing shows here. And I went out and bought this book. I'd watched some YouTube videos. I saw someone had done, these particularly appealed to me. Someone had painted some lemons on craft.
I'm a lemon fan too.
And I don't know what,
I don't know
was
what it is
just
about
obsessed
lemons,
with it, and I wanted to paint them. So this is my very, very first attempt at this.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And I'm not particularly great at painting, or, you know, it's not something I do. I'm very much a crafter that uses dies and stamps.
Right.
So this is my first attempt, and I would say this is achievable by anyone, really. Just watch a YouTube video like I did and have a go. Because the beauty of gouache is that it can be opaque. And that means that you can layer the colour. With watercolours, you're going to see through. They're translucent. So if you put sort of a blue down and you want to go over it with a lighter colour, it's not going to work. With these, you can. So you can go in at the end and put your white highlights in.
Right.
Whereas when you're watercolouring, you have to leave that area white and sort of work around it, which is a bit fiddly. So they're very easy to use. And you were asking about consistency. It kind of depends what you're doing. So if I show you, this is my practice page, really. I was just practising some petals. So if I grab a
Do you
brush...
need to use... I know you've got brown card there. We've had messages from viewers wondering where you got your pad from. I know that. So this isn't watercolour card, is it?
This isn't watercolour card. This is a cheap... This is actually, I think it's meant for photographs. I bought it in just a hobby store.
Okay, right.
Because basically, I saw this video and I really wanted a craft book.
Right.
And I didn't want to wait to order one online, so I went straight out, bought it.
Okay.
It's not particularly... like watercolour cardstock.
Ideally, would you say watercolour cardstock is the best to use?
Yes, it is.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it is. I bought this one just because I wanted the craft colour. We do have, I don't know if we've got it on today's show, but we do have for sale a gouache pad, which is perfect for it because it's got a nice smooth texture.
I think we may have sold out of it last time. We're going to look and see if there's any in stock at the moment. But
yeah. Any watercolour card will do, though.
Yeah, it's not in stock at the moment. Sorry, the gouache pad that has sold out.
I think we sold out on the last time.
We do have lots of watercolour card books and sheets available if you're interested in that on the website. So,
but I'll talk to you about the different consistencies because this is where the versatility of gouache comes in, really. If you add a lot of water, you're going to get the same sort of effect as watercolours.
okay.
So let's just take...
If you don't water it down, do you end up with, like, texture? Like acrylic paints would, or
Yes,
oil
yeah.
paints would?
Yes,
Right.
exactly that. So if you want to colour in a stamped image, you're going to add a lot of water like this to get the sort of watercolour effect. So if you're going for this set just because you like, perhaps you've got some nice Tracy Hay stamps, something like that, you want to colour them in, these paints are going to last you forever because you are just going to use one tiny little dot of paint and then this much water. So I'll just do a little square on here. So if you're using them as watercolours, that's the kind of consistency you're going to be using them.
Okay.
Adding white to any colour will make it more opaque.
Yep.
So if I get a little bit of white, add it to that very watered down pink. So I've still got the same amount of water, but you can instantly see it's more opaque.
So although you've got 112 colours in total, potentially you've got hundreds and hundreds
and hundreds.
mixing them together.
If you're wanting to paint with it, so layer the colours, then you're going to do something in the middle. So let's do a different colour. Let's pick this nice coral. Then you're going to just add kind of enough water just to make it manoeuvrable.
Okay. But you can go straight on with the gouache without water if you want.
You can. I would say if you're going to do that, at least have your brush damp.
Right.
Otherwise you'll find it. Let's do it with a dry brush. If I go straight in with, say, this blue, it's kind of hard to move it. If you don't, my brush is still a little bit damp actually. So
It's very vibrant though, isn't
but
it?
yeah.
Depends if you want more of a block colour or you
Yeah.
really want something more subtle, softer.
Yeah, exactly that. So you've got the best of both worlds because if you go in with it pretty opaque, just with almost like a sort of damp brush like this, you're going to get nice solid colour.
Gorgeous colour that is.
And of course this is showing up really lovely on craft cards. Watercolour paint just wouldn't really show on craft.
Would it look good on black cardstock as well?
Yeah, it would.
Right.
Because you would want to be putting it on quite thickly, but because it's opaque, it will show on any colour card.
Let me just say hi to all of you that have taken the plunge and bought this hour. Already checked out Suzanne in Hertfordshire. Good choice, Suzanne. Gloria, nice one. In the northeast of Lincolnshire. Carol, Yvonne, Rachel, Dorothy, Carol in Wales. Coming through to get this is Leslie, Suzanne and a brand new crafter as well. Many more, though, are also coming through getting this on our website and on the phone lines too to our call centre. A quarter of the entire stock is checked out. More people are putting it in their basket. It's the most comprehensive combination of colours that we've ever done from Himi and the gouache. And if gouache is new to you, honestly, take the plunge and just delve in and enjoy it. It's amazing. Message coming through from Janet. Hi, Janet. Good afternoon. Janet says, hi, Dave and Sharon. Yes, I'm painting. Entirely the wrong sort of painting. The ceiling.
That's a bit of a boring job.
OK. Only made bearable by having HobbyMaker on in the background. Oh, that's good to know, Janet. Thank you. Well, good luck with the ceiling. Yeah, in this heat.
And that's the worst because it's just white.
Yeah.
You can't see where you painted and where you haven't.
Treat yourself to this and you'll be
to cheer you
doing
up
the
when
more
you've
enjoyable
finished-
painting.
when you've finished
Yeah.
your painting.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of the different consistencies. Now, with gouache, when you're using light colours, they will dry darker. When you're using dark colours, they will dry a little bit lighter.
Okay.
So if you look at that blue, it's already drying. That's a little bit lighter than it went on. Let's grab another bit of it
Hang on
so
a
you can
minute.
see there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 shades of blue alone.
Yeah. Yes. You're
Probably the same for green, if not more, actually.
Yes. You've got all these lovely mint greens, sort of
There's
teals.
22 shades of green I've counted. 22 shades. And when you bear in mind, blue and green are probably going to be some of the most popular colours you'll use for grass and for
grass,
sea, sky. And
yeah, and it's going to save you so much time not having to mix colours.
Yeah.
I'm not that great at mixing colours. I love the fact that I can just play.
Can I just add something into the mix? If you're buying the paints, that's only half of what you need. You need a decent set of paint brushes.
You do.
And we've got these in the show for you today at a cracking price. Now, colours will vary, but they're Himi official brushes, OK? So you know you've got not only the finest gouache paints, but you've also got a fantastic trio of brushes for all your painting needs. These have sold out before. We've been able to get them back. You've got, obviously, a fine brush, a straight brush, and a slightly, I don't know if they've got technical names.
That's a filbert, that one.
That's a filbert, is it?
A filbert brush, yes. It is, with the rounded top.
Sounds like an insulting term, doesn't it, you filbert?
Filbert, yeah.
There you go. So you get all three of them. Should be $12.99. We can do a deal on these this afternoon for you as well. We're taking them to under £5, $4.99. So if you bought the paints, or maybe bought them before, and you've got brushes that are just not up to, they're not cutting the mustard. I mean, you rave about these. They're great quality, aren't they?
These are great quality, and the price is ridiculous. I'm not joking. I've paid £20 for one paintbrush.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I use these every day because actually they're great. I save my... Well, I tend to just look at my expensive brushes now because I kind of think, well, I'm not going to use those really expensive ones.
Well,
these do the job, and I don't have to worry about them because they're so inexpensive.
They are not going to produce brushes that don't do justice to their paints, are they?
No.
So these are the brushes that kind of work alongside the Go Ash paints from Hemi. We'll get them to you for under £5, and if you bought the paints already, you've paid your P&P today of $4.95. They are delivered for $4.99 for you. So don't worry if you've already phoned up or made your order on the app or the phone or on the website, because it doesn't cost anything to order on the app, doesn't cost anything to order on the phone, and it doesn't cost anything to order on the website either. So put as many orders in as you like. You'll only be charged that one P&P of $4.95 for the whole day. So yeah, just thought I'd throw those into the mix because they're really good brushes.
They're absolutely worth, for that price, I'd be multiplying because they're just ridiculously cheap.
Well,
they
Dorothy,
really are.
Dorothy in Manchester has bought 4. Nice one,
Yeah,
Dorothy.
I'm
Maybe
not
the whole
surprised.
family getting involved or friends getting involved.
And you've got a great starter kit there because you've got the 3 different types of brush that you're going to need, really. I would say the round brush is probably the one you're going to use most. This is my sort of go-to because it's got a really fine point on it. It's going to be great for sort of fine detail, but also for techniques.
I'm just thinking as well, how many of you use paint or use, pens to colour in what you've stamped, for example? Maybe you've been doing that for years. Maybe you use water-based pens or alcohol-based pens, but you've never really even thought of painting. That's always been off your radar. You've never been a painter. This is perfect for colouring in all sorts of things, whether it's colouring in books,
Yes.
whether it's stamps with great outlines, whether it's Sheena's stamps, whether any stamp, it doesn't matter.
No, exactly. Now, the colours do vary on these. You'll notice some of mine are yellow, some of mine are turquoise. But the different types of brush you're going to use for different things and for different techniques. As I say, the round one is the one I use most because, for me, I do quite like drawing a lot of flowers. So the round, let's just grab a bit of paint. The round is great for doing leaves. So let's grab let's go for this really nice dark olive green. Pop a bit on my palette.
Beautiful.
So for leaves, the round brush is great because what you can do is start with the point, move it along a little bit, then push down, carry on and lift. And there's your leaf.
Perfect.
You can then do different techniques. Do the same thing, down, shuffle it a little bit, and you'll get more like a variegated leaf where it's got the edges.
Wavy edge.
The wavy edge. Great for petals. Let's grab a bit of a coral. So
you're taking hardly anything out of the
I'm
pot.
literally touching it, aren't I? C shape is another one. If you want to do roses, because you've got the fine point and you just work that out and press harder as you move outwards. So you're getting like the inside of a rose. And these are all things that just grab a scrap piece of watercolour card and practice these, because really then when you want to paint flowers, that's the technique.
Also, I'm pretty sure if you look on our website and maybe look under Sheena Douglas, lovely guest that we have here.
Yes.
She did paint.
It was like
paint
folk
fusion,
art painting, wasn't it? Yeah.
with laminated sheets that you could actually paint on top of. So check those out if you're interested in those. They'll be on our website under the brand page, either Crafter's Companion or Sheena Douglas, whichever's there. You'll find them there, I'm sure, because that's a great kind of tutorial from a master.
Yeah, for all these basic. Once you've got a couple of these sort of little hints and tips, you're good to go, really. And then I would say just practice. Get a cheap pad or some leftover bits of card. Practice.
But what I've found over the years is that what people find intimidating and a bit daunting is when you've got a blank page.
Yes.
When you're looking at just a blank sheet of A4 or A3 or A2, whatever it is, you kind of think, what do I do first? If you've got a stamped image or you've got a colouring book or something like that, it's no longer a white page. It's got that there, and then you can just have fun colouring it in.
Yeah, and should we do a bit of that? Because I have stamped an image, and if you are completely new to it and you do find the idea of actually painting something from scratch intimidating, have a practice with your stamped images. This is a lovely stamp. I've got it on a show later today, actually, 7 o'clock. This is a Tim Holtz image, but it's great for practicing. Now, I've done one already because I know we're not going to have time to colour all of this. But if I bring my paints across, you can kind of see the colours. The range I've got here is ridiculous. So
It's like a carnival.
it is, isn't it?
In front of you.
So to colour in my flowers, what I tend to do is start with the lightest shade. So I'm going to start with this really, really light. It's almost like a sort of...
salmon.
Yeah, salmon. That's a good description. Now, I'm adding quite a lot of water to this. I can't quite fit everything in the camera shot. And what I tend to do is I will go all over, say we'll do one flower.
It's important to use a certain type of ink pad, isn't it, as well, that won't react with the
Yes,
water, so.
yeah, and the exact one I've got on later. VersaFine is my
VersaFine.
go-to. Yeah. Now, when you're using gouache as a watercolour, as I'm doing now, because obviously if I put this on too thick, you're not going to see any of the lines because it will be opaque. So you really want to make sure you're adding a lot of water. So if you are buying these for colouring in images, they're going to last you forever because you are literally taking a tiny little dot. Now, while that's still wet, I've gone in with that light pink. Well, in the same pot next to it, I've got my next shade up. So I can just add a bit of water to that, and this is going to be kind of like the centre where the colour comes out a little bit darker.
This is making all the crew here at HobbyMaker want to pick up a brush and start to paint. I feel exactly. I know what you mean. I feel exactly. The
It
same
does,
way.
doesn't it? And you know, anyone can do this. Absolutely anyone. So I'm just following where there would be shade with this colour. So coming out from the centre.
Why should art be intimidating? Because for years it has been for many of us, I think.
It has. It really has.
But not anymore.
Then
You've got all your colours there.
yeah, and next to each other. So
Do you have to be
straight away
careful
see-
not for these to dry out? I mean, bearing in mind I'm going to have a very hot day tomorrow. If you're out in the garden, have you got to make sure that it's covered or...?
Well, the container itself is pretty airtight.
Right.
But if you're not using them for, say, a month, 6 weeks, open them up, spritz them with water,
Right.
just to keep them moist. They are water reactive, so if you put them away and didn't use them for a year, got them out and they were all dried up, you would just have to give them a good spritz with water and let that sink in maybe
Right.
overnight.
Okay.
We've also got the spray on the show,
Yeah.
which prevents mildew. Now, obviously, because I'm here every month with these, mine get pulled out every month and I use them. So I'm kind of regularly spritzing them. But I will say, actually, after saying on several shows, oh, I haven't needed the mildew spray because mine, you know, I'm using them a lot. When I got my white original set out the other day, there were some little specks of black mould on one of the paints. So what you do with the mildew spray is it prevents fungus and mildew. Don't use it to moisten your paints before you use them because you're going to use this up quite quickly if you do that.
Right.
And don't waste it. What I do is when I get them out, I spritz them with water. I do my painting. Then before I put them away, because they might be away for 4 weeks, give them all a spritz with this.
Right.
Then put the lid on, and this will just prevent any mould
Okay.
forming.
And don't expect it to be English, by the way. It's actually
No,
in
there's
Chinese.
nothing on there that tells you what
But
it
just
is or how it works.
A little spritz, and that should do the job if you're worried
Yeah.
about that. $6.99, and just kind of, it's like an insurance purchase, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Kind of make sure that you're...
I think it's worth having, particularly if you're storing your paint somewhere like a conservatory or somewhere where it might be a little bit more damp.
With extreme temperatures.
Yeah, and also if you're not going to be using them for a while, it's probably a good insurance just to
Okay.
give them a
It's only
spritz.
$6.99, and it's going to keep your paints in tip-top conditions. That's MI8450. MI8450 is the product code. Limited stock on that. That's probably going to sell out at just $6.99, okay? But it is all in Chinese.
Yes.
No English on there.
No, but it is handy to have just in case because you want to look after your paints, don't you?
Now, these paints, nearly half the stock has now gone. Zoe, check out your basket. Zoe's in Warwickshire. Hello, Leslie in Inverclyde. Suzanne in Hertfordshire. Brand new crafters coming through in East Riding of Yorkshire as well. It's something I think an awful lot of us have thought about doing at one stage or another. But if you ever walk into an artist's supply shop or something, it's
intimidating.
It is intimidating, and it's mind-boggling and expensive.
Very expensive when you're looking at tubes of paint that sometimes are like £10 each. And you think in your head, well, I'm going to need at least a rainbow. Suddenly that's £80, £90 just for one of each sort of colour. Then you've got to mix the colours from there.
Well, here today you've got 112 12mm 2-cup gouache paint sets here, which is crazy. And you heard Sharon say, and myself, I've seen gouache tubes of white gouache for about $6.99, but they vary depending on the manufacturer and the quality from $6.99 up to like £15, some of them. This is 112 different colours for $69.99, and it's on 2 interest-free split pays too, and it's of the finest quality. I mean, obviously, I know Sharon inside out. She would not do a show with a product that wasn't up to her standards, basically.
No, you're right, Dave. You know, I love what I do, and
you'd rather not do the show, you'd rather not get the job than endorse something that's inferior.
Exactly that. And, you know, I'm here every month doing Himmy. That just tells you how much I love it. And I really enjoy these shows, actually, because as a crafter, obviously doing this as a job, I'm always prepping for shows. I'm always card making, getting stuff ready for shows. This gives me an excuse to go and sit in the garden and do a little bit of painting.
And also, to put this into perspective, how much would you pay for pens? How much would you pay for alcohol pens or water-based pens? 112 pens would probably be 120 quid. Even that would be classed as good value for money. So you've got 112 colours in gouache, top quality professional gouache paints here for probably nearly half that price. And it's a paint rather than a pen. And it may well be that you've never really thought of it in that way, but you'd like to use your stamps and then colour them in with gouache as something new and different for you to do. And I think there's something more relaxing and more real about using paints over pens, I think. I love pens too, don't get me wrong, and pencils. But
yeah, you get a different look. I use a lot of pens as well, but I do like the more arty look you get with paints.
And the process.
Pens, you get a very smooth, very professional finish. Sometimes maybe too professional. It doesn't look like you've done it by hand sometimes, because the way that, particularly with alcohol pens, they blend so well. Whereas when you're using watercolours or gouache, you get that loose kind of feel.
Rather than a hard nib or a hard wax in a crayon or a pencil, you've got the lightest of brushes. And it's just so, I think that's what makes it relaxing.
It is. And it's very forgiving. Now, this card I painted about a week ago. I could come back in now and move that colour around. If I decided, that shading there is a little bit harsh, you can come in with a damp brush
and wake it up
and blend that out now, you know, a week later. So, which is great if you are someone that's kind of doing this in your spare time. You might not finish something. You can put it down, come back to it. It's lovely.
You are so right. That has got a very, very different look to it. It's more arty.
It is. It is. And, you know, if you give someone that card, they'll think, wow, you've painted that. And it doesn't take long.
So if you would never, ever entertain painting a white piece of cardstock because you just think, I don't know where to start, I haven't got a clue, either sketch something with a pencil to give you something on the page or use a stamp. And if you've only ever stamped before and then used pens to colour it in or pencils to colour it in, try gouache. It's something different, something new, but it looks more hand-done.
It does. It really does. And, you know, if like me, you've got a lot of stamps, you want to have as much life out of your stamps as possible. And the way to do that is to use different colouring mediums on them.
Now, we had a question from Sandra. Hello, Sandra. Good afternoon. Sandra in Kent. Oh, not our Sandra, a different Sandra. Sandra says, hi, Sharon. Could I use the paints on air dry clay, please? Also on hubby's plastic train set models.
Air dry clay, yes, because it's got the same sort of qualities as an acrylic paint. You'd probably want to put it on with not too much water. Air dry clay is quite porous, so yes, they'd work on that. Plastic, no. No. Because plastic is non-porous.
Okay, so it needs to be a porous surface.
Yeah, it needs to be a porous surface. So clay, yes. Train set, no.
Okay. Now, while we're talking about gouache, we've got another set that we have in the show, which we've done previously. Now, this is not a twin. This is an individual pot. So if I just open the lid and show you, you're going to get a palette in there as well with this one.
Oh, I've got mine here, Dave. I can open mine if you like.
Okay. That's how they come, just to show you. So they're all sealed, and they're all labelled, so you know what colour's what, okay? And each of these can come out. So if you want to change the order of where they are, you can see how much paint you get in each one. Look, that's a huge amount. but these are called the Brights. Now, for $34.99, you get 24 of the Brights, okay? These are Sharon's. Now, our deal price on this, since we brought this to you and launched it, has been $29.99. We've never done anything more than $29.99 with this. Look at the colours.
Lovely bright colours here, really vivid. You've got a white there, you've got a black there, so of course you can lighten or darken those colours if you want to. You can make them into pastels by mixing them with white. You get a little palette in there as well. And of course these are bigger pots of paint, so these are going to last for a long time. Yeah.
Okay. They're each 30 mil, okay? Each one of these is 30 mil. And there are 24 in there, so that's a lot of gouache paint.
Yeah.
And it also comes with the airtight, lockable,
yes,
like a Tupperware style lid.
Yep, you've even got a little space to put your brushes in this one as well, which is quite nice.
So get your brushes at the same time.
So yeah, add your brushes in.
In all the months that we've been doing gouache and doing Himi, we've never ever gone below $29.99. Today, we're already giving you a £5 off. It's Liam's 30 before 30, his 30th birthday's in August. This is another deal that we've been able to do to tie in with that event. $24.99, £5 off. It's £10 lower than it should be. It's never, ever, ever been $24.99 before. We've paid your P&P, basically, by going for that, if it's the first thing you bought from us today. ZJ8419. If you want your 30ml pots, then they are there, all 24 of them, for $24.99. That's £1 a pot, just over. £1 per pot for 30ml gouache, when a tube of gouache can be anywhere between $6.99 and 15 quid for probably...
And a tube's less than 30ml.
Less than 30ml, yeah.
Yeah.
Do the maths. And Himi are a brilliant brand. They really, really are. Safe, completely non-toxic as well, if that's a worry for you. No smell to it whatsoever.
No, and being water-based, they're great, you know, to use with the kids and things like that, because you can wash them out if the paint gets everywhere.
And everything you need. If you're going away maybe for a weekend, how many of you are maybe watching us away for a weekend on the coast somewhere? Because it's a lovely weekend. We've heard in the weather forecast for last week it was going to be a nice weekend. So the roads on Friday when I drove to work, it was chaos. Everyone was moving around the country on Friday. So you've probably got to where you're going. Are you looking out maybe from a cottage out to a lovely seaside scene? You're thinking, oh, I wish I had some paint to be able to sit there and paint this. With this is all you need to take. You put your brushes in there, fill up a jar of water when you get wherever you're going, and away you go. Take this out with you and just paint. If you're not confident about painting from scratch, stamp something with your stamps that you've had for years and paint them and colour them in a different way using gouache.
Yeah.
I mean, do the maths. If you go online and Google gouache, you'll see
look at the tubes
for $6.99 up to £15 for one colour, one tube. So for what you could pay for one tube, you get... Well, no, if you bought two tubes, you'd probably be paying around the £24 pound price.
You would.
You've got 24 30ml pots of gouache in here, and you can see the quality.
Yes, you can. You really can. It's and you've got the versatility. You've got that ability to use them just with your stamped images. You've got the ability to get a bit more adventurous and do some painting with them.
We've never done it at $24.99. It's a brand new price. We've paid your P&P and some, actually, because it should be $34.99. So we're down to $24.99. Michelle in Kent is coming in. Jennifer in Pembrokeshire's coming in. Samantha in Kent's coming in. So if you bought any of the other gouache offers we've had in the past, but maybe the Brights are your favourite, then you get lots of shades of blue in there, a good 2 or 3 shades of green. But, of course, the big deal today is the big baby. 112. Now, these are the same size pots as I've just shown you, but they're split into two.
Yes.
So you've got basically 12ml each side. Obviously, the full size is 30ml, but each side, because there's a barrier in the middle separating the two colours, you've got 12ml in each side of the twin cups. And you get 112 colours in this selection. We're showing you the back. Because obviously the front is just like I showed you with the earlier on. They've got the sealed tops.
Yes.
Half the stock now, approaching half the stock gone. Jacqueline's in, Samantha, crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire, Leslie, Suzanne. We don't know when we'll be restocking these. We've got a great relationship with Himi, but they do have to be imported. These are all in our warehouse next door to the studio here, so they will be on their way first thing Monday. That's when the order will go through. You'll get an overnight confirmation email tonight telling you what you bought, showing all the breakdowns of split pay if you've opted for that, and also the fact you're paying one P&P of just $4.95. But what a tray of delight is going to be coming your way.
It just makes me smile when I open it up and look at all the colours. I mean, if I lift it up so you can see the colours, they're just beautiful. As a crafter and a card maker, these are the colours I want to be using.
Yeah.
You know, they're quite often when you buy watercolour palettes, they're very much the sort of primary colours, so that you're then mixing your more subdued sort of hues. This has got all the colours you're going to be mixing too, so they're beautiful.
And also, going forward, as you use these up, which eventually you will do, probably not for a long, long time, you can take these out and put the full-size 30mm ones in, replacing
mix and
the chambers, because they're the same size pot, just split into two.
They are, yeah. And of course, if you were going out and about, you could sort of decant some of these.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to take this whole great big thing.
Yeah, if you wanted to mix your colours around a little bit.
You could just take some of the pots out and take them with you, and even put them in a little Tupperware pot and take them with you.
So gouache, again, for those of you that have just tuned in, just joined us, gouache is like a hybrid. It's in between an acrylic and watercolour.
Acrylic
Lots
is
of people are fans
opaque.
of that.
Yeah, acrylic is lovely to paint with because it's opaque. You can do your layering techniques. The problem with acrylic is it's not very forgiving, because once it's dry,
You can't do much with it.
You can't do anything with it. You can't move that colour. I can come back into this pad, as I just showed you, and reactivate something I painted 3 weeks ago, a year ago, because they're always going to be reactive. So that does mean they're a lot more forgiving. You can do the same sort of bright, sort of quite dramatic painting with them, but you've got that ability to reactivate the colour, which makes them much more...
And of course, on the other scale, watercolour is incredibly beautiful, very light, usually quite soft. Well, this is the combination of the two.
You can do that, yeah. Add more water, and you can use them as a watercolour.
Yeah.
So
Why don't we know more about gouache? Why isn't that the kind of driving force?
I don't know, because I didn't know about gouache before we started doing these shows.
You think because it's so versatile and it does so much, it would be the number one?
We should all be just using it instead of watercolour,
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
because you can do either. But I don't know. But I would say this set is my absolute favourite, because the colours in here...
It's nice to have the choice, and
Are
this is
just
giving you the
gorgeous.
best variety and best choice. 112 colours. Each pot is 12mm in size. So 24mm in each of the pots here. There's a lot in baskets. I've got a screen full of names, actually, of people with it in their baskets. One of you's gone for 3, a crafter. I don't know your name, so you're a brand new viewer, has gone for 3 of these, maybe for other members of the family.
Maybe.
Yeah, or it could be that you're buying them for a group.
Yes.
Where you've got an artist group that get together in your local town or village or something, and you've texted your friends saying, this is on HobbyMaker, do you want me to get you one? Yeah, great. If you've all got these, happy days.
Yeah, absolutely.
60% of the stock now gone. We've got 18 minutes left on the show or thereabouts, so put it in your basket and check out if you'd like to start experimenting and playing. I can't think of a more relaxing hobby to have.
No. And I thought what I'd do next is show you, if you do want to have a go at painting something, a good place to start is your stamps, actually. So we've just painted this.
Yeah.
This is a Tim Holtz design. Now, it's quite hard when you take a photo of some flowers in your garden, or you sit looking at flowers in your garden to paint them.
Yeah.
Find a stamp you love and use that as your guide. So what I've done here is I've used this as my inspiration, and I've just gone in with pencil. I've already coloured one. So this is very loosely based on this flower. I've just gone in and sketched an outline. This one here is kind of a bit like this one, but I've gone a slightly different angle.
Do you know another thing that's really handy with modern technology is we've got phones, most of us,
Yes.
that take brilliant pictures. So you could be out and about going,
Yeah.
I don't know, for a pub lunch with your family or something, and you see a wonderful image of a bird or a plant or a flower. You can just take a picture of it with your phone and then
Yes.
go back to that later the next day when you've got some time and paint it from your phone. That's
And the
what
brilliant
I did with...
thing about doing that is you can zoom in for the detail.
Yeah, yeah.
To get the detail of, you know, like the bits on the leaves. And so, yeah, do exactly that. I haven't got the notebook with me, but last time I was at my caravan, I took a photo of a seagull sitting just on a wooden post, and I'm going to be colouring that
Yeah.
in. So,
That's what I did when I did the picture of Highclere Castle a couple of years back now.
Yeah, that was a beauty.
It was a picture that I took when I visited there, and that's what made me think, I wonder if I could draw this. And that gave me the inspiration, just having
Yeah.
it on my tablet.
It really is just about having a go.
Yeah.
And with gouache, all you've got to do is a rough pencil line. You haven't got to worry about your pencil lines because this is opaque. You can't see my
can't see
pencil
the lines,
lines
no.
once you've done your painting. So what I do is I did one flower. This isn't quite finished. The centrepiece is where I've got those stamens. are a bit woolly, I will go in with a detail brush and sharpen those up a bit. But I kind of wanted to show you from scratch where I start. So I've got this very loose idea. Now keep your reference image close as well, because you can kind of use that as well. And what I do for the first coat is I come in with the very lightest colour, which is this really light pink.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pop this kind of here so we can see. So I've got this really light pink, and I add quite a lot of water to it, because once you cover your pencil lines, you won't see them. So I'm going in with quite a watered down first coat. First of all, it just gives me my shape, and I do each petal individually so that I'm thinking of the shape.
Another thing I love is that if you do something like this and you think, oh, actually that didn't look the way I thought it would, it's not the end of the world, because you can go back over it.
You can just go back over it.
Make it darker.
Yeah, you can play around with it till you get it how you want it. It's very forgiving.
Which you can't do with acrylics.
No.
Not to the same degree, anyway.
Not to the same degree, no. And also with acrylics, they're going to cover your pencil line straight away. You've got no reference point. Whereas with this, until I get to probably about the third coat, I'll still be able to see my pencil lines to give me a guide. So I kind of do the outline and then fill it in with the lightest colour.
Could I be cheeky and ask a favour of you at home? If you've got gouache, if you bought Hemi from us in the past, have you used it yet? Are you doing something this weekend? Did you do something yesterday with it? Have you got an image you want to share with us that you've painted or you're in the middle of painting? It doesn't have to be a finished item. Send it in. We can show everybody at home what you're doing, which is going to inspire everybody. But also, importantly, you can go into the Share Your Makes draw. We do it every month. One person at random who shares their makes with us during the month gets selected to win a £100 account credit with us at HobbyMaker. And that's the last Saturday of the month we do that. So the next one will be 31st of August, last day of August. We'll announce the winner at 7 o'clock. But we can, in the shows, show other people what you've been doing, not what just Sharon does here, what you've done with gouache and Hemi since we've had the shows. Because we've done them now for, what, 5 months, 6 months?
Yeah, since January.
January, so yes, 7 months.
7 months.
Yeah, we'd love to see what you're doing with them.
So that's my first coat, and you can see very clearly, I can still see my pencil lines. I have gone over them though, because the whole point of this is when I've finished, I don't want to see the pencil lines. So make sure, you know, it's normal, it's your instinct to sort of stay within the lines. I can see there, I can still see the outline. Make sure you cover your pencil lines, because then by the time you get to the last sort of layer, you won't see them at all. And it will look like you've just painted that flower from just with paint. No guidance.
You've chilled me out so much this hour.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's the first colour. I'm going to pop to the colour in the same twin. I know you can't see because I can't fit it all under the camera. Now for this coat, I'm going in slightly thicker, so I'm not adding quite so much water.
Right.
And I'm thinking about the sort of shape of the leaves here, petals rather. And I'm going to leave the top part with that light colour.
Do you think about where the light would hit the flower? Which direction?
Only vaguely.
Right, okay.
I don't get too caught up in that, but I do always have my light in my head coming from the top right corner.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking along the top here is where it's going to be lighter.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to work my way around with another coat.
Have you noticed, you're not in the studio when Sandra's here, but when we do Santago shows with Sandra, everybody goes really quiet. Same thing's happening with this show.
Yes, I mean, I
Everybody's
don't
just
have
sat
talk back,
watching
but
you.
I know I can kind of sense that it's quiet.
It's busy on the phones, but it's quiet in the gallery because everyone's watching and thinking,
it's
I'll give
relaxing,
this a
isn't
go.
it?
Yeah.
So my light's coming in here, so I'm going to do the bottom half of this petal and the same with this one. And don't panic, because you do get to a point with this where it really looks like nothing. That just looks like a blob.
The more we're watching, the more you're calling in for it. So much so that with everyone that's coming in and putting it in the baskets, 3/4 of the entire stock of this has gone. I think what it is, have you ever been in that situation where you've gone for a walk, maybe walking the dog, and you've seen someone down on a riverbank and they've got an easel there or they've got a board on their lap and they're painting?
Yes.
You kind of think, oh, I wish I could do that. And there's that element of, I wish I'd had the opportunity, I wish I knew how I could paint. This is giving you that opportunity of doing just that.
It really is. And this is as difficult as it is. And lots of us crafters know these techniques, because if you're colouring in stamped images with your alcohol pens, this is how your brain works. You're thinking, well, where's the dark, where's the light?
I mean, pens are convenient, don't get me wrong, and they're lovely. They're brilliant quality and you get great results with them. But there's something very romantic and relaxing about a paintbrush.
There is, and I don't know, it just gives you...
It comes across on the finished page as well.
It does, and your finished flower just looks that much more, I don't know, like you've spent hours on it, I guess.
And it's bit by bit.
Bit by bit.
You're building up the colours layer by layer, so rather than going bullet a gate and you do one layer, boom, it all looks too much, it's too vivid, it's too in your face, it doesn't look natural.
Yes.
You're doing it a colour at a time.
Colour at a time. The one thing with gouache is you do need, if I go in now with another colour, it's going to mix in with that, because you can see that's still wet. So you do need to let each layer dry. Obviously, the first layer, because it was very light, that took, by the time I'd finished talking about it, it was dry. This one, you can see, is still a bit wet.
But if you're sitting outside in the sun,
if you're outside in the garden, that'll be dry already. If you feel like I do now, I'm looking at that thinking, if I go in now with another colour, I'm just going to merge them. Move on to something else. So we'll go on to the leaf. So I'm going to do the same thing with the leaf. I'm going to go in with a very light, like a lime green.
I mean, maybe it's not flowers that you're doing at all. Maybe you've got some of Josh's amazing character stamps that he brought. That they were fantastic. Where you have, a stamp for the head, a stamp for the body, a stamp for the lower part of the body, so you can make characters in your family and friends. And maybe you want these paints to colour in those.
These would be perfect for that, because the whole concept of Josh's stamps is that they look like you've hand painted.
Yeah, exactly.
So to go in with these would be absolutely perfect.
So it could be that you've got the stamps, but you haven't thought about how you're going to colour in the characters yet.
These would be ideal. So I've gone on, as I did with the flower, a very, very light wash, so that you can still see the pencil marks through, but it's given me the shape.
So you can see the difference from the last coat to this coat.
You can, and you can see that will dry a little bit lighter. If you look at the first coat on that flower, it's almost white, isn't it? It's so light. So that all still looks a little bit wet. So I'll show you what I would do with this one, actually. Okay. This isn't finished. I can still see I've got the odd pencil mark. I've kind of done a rough outline where the stamens are going to be, but I feel you can't quite see enough shade with that. So I would come in with a really dark colour now on this one.
If you wanted to, probably, I don't know what your answer is going to be, but could you come in with like a fine liner pen?
You could, yes, if you wanted
black
to.
stamens in the middle.
If you wanted to give them, and you'd end up very much with like the look of the stamped image if you did that. You absolutely could. So what I tend to do at this point is come in and darken my real sort of shadow areas.
Which part of the flower would be in the shadow?
Yeah.
Light's coming top
if
right.
My light's coming here, this is all going to be light. Where the petals overlap, like here, you're going to get a little bit dark. Now, when you are coming in with the final details like this, don't scrub at it, because of course you can reactivate all of that paint underneath, and all that detail will get lost because it'll all start mixing. So don't go in like that,
If you are a novice and you're kind of just doing things trial and error, if you do something that doesn't look right, you can correct it. This is the thing. That's why gouache is so forgiving, that what instantly you think, that's not right, I've done that wrong. It's not, oh crikey, all is lost.
No,
you
not
can
at
go in
all.
and rescue it and reverse it.
You really can, and you can, if you don't like the look of something, if you think, oh, that's a bit too dark, go over it. And that's the beauty, which you can't do with sort of other things, is go over something quite dark with a light colour. You can with this.
And don't forget, we do have the amazing Hemi brushes, which we've got a cracking price. You're going to get 3 of them, 3 different sizes, including your precision one. Only $4.99 for all 3. I know, and they're Hemi brushes. They're actually manufactured. The colours will vary. You may get a blue one, you may get a yellow one, you may get a pink one.
Yeah.
But they're all going to be the same type of brush. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. But they are $4.99 for all 3 brushes to use with your gouache paints.
So I'm just going to do a little bit more shading on that leaf.
Do you save all these for the shows, or do you kind of have a little go when you're not here and at home, or have you got time?
I haven't got a lot of time, but because I know I'm going to be doing a show and I want to show you something new each time.
Yeah.
You know, like the other day I sat down and thought, right, well, and I'd been doing this for another show, and I thought, actually, that would look quite good painting. So that kind of prompted me. So, yeah, I kind of like to do a little bit for each show.
I think an awful lot of crafters think of pens and pencils when it comes to colouring, but not many think of paints. That's like a step too far towards being a professional artist, which maybe you don't consider yourself to be. But this is another way of colouring that is so relaxing, so rewarding, and so easy to do because it's gradual. It's bit by bit.
Very much so, yeah, very much so. And there are so many tutorials online as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the internet's a wonderful thing. I mean, I know we complain about it sometimes, but it's a wonderful thing. If you just do a search for watercolour techniques or gouache techniques, you'll be inundated with lots and lots of videos that you can watch. But let's just show you again. This is the box of joy, if I can call it that. And that sounds a bit corny to say that, but it is. Loads of you checking out. Loads of you multi-buying, actually. Angela in Bucks has gone for 2. Julie in Wirrell's gone for 2. Pauline in Warwickshire's gone for 2. A crafter, don't know your name, but you've gone for 3. So a lot of people are buying them maybe for couples to paint together, or maybe groups, friends to paint together.
I've got to say, if you receive something like this for Christmas, you would be overwhelmed, wouldn't you? Because the packaging is just beautiful. It looks like such a... You know, the presentation's lovely.
Well, yeah, the quality of the paint that's inside it equals the quality of the presentation and the way it's been designed as well. The only thing that you don't get with it is the pack of 3 brushes. So think about those, $4.99 for those. That's the icing on the cake. Then you've got the top quality paints, you've got the top quality brushes. All you need then is maybe some watercolour card or whatever. KS8448 is the item number for the gouache. This, remember, is what's inside, but it's the back. Because if I just turn it around, I'll show you the front quickly. Basically, oh no, I won't.
Oh no, you won't, because they'll all slide out.
The front has got all the seals on. Okay, so Jimmy, yeah. So $69.99 gets you all of those.
See, they're all sliding out.
112 colours, and that's $69.99 divided by 2 on split pay. If you don't want split pay, feel free. You don't have to use it, but it's there if you want it. Okay, KS8448 is your item number. Okay, are we out of time?
Jimmy's going to kill you.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon. You're back later on with...
I'm back later with some VersaFine ink pads in the new colours.
Ooh, brand new. That's 7 o'clock tonight. And we've got the return of the Mylar, the sheets of Mylar that mean you can actually make your own stencils coming up next with Kat. We'll take a short break and I'll sort this lot out. See you in a minute.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with Split Pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hi everyone, weather report from those who've been out in the car park. It's getting hot out there. Jimmy, our weatherman, just told me, stay indoors, keep you cool, put the fan on, draw the curtains. We'll keep you cool on HobbyMaker. Hayley's here at 5 to see you through until 9 o'clock. I'm with you for the next hour. And we've got something that I was just saying to Kat, actually. I've never done a show where this has been a thing, where it's been an option. I think Natalie, maybe from Hunky Dory, did a show like this previously, but I didn't do the show. But I've never, ever, ever... I've always done shows with stencils that have been pre-cut by the company to make lovely shapes and words and that sort of thing. And it's always Mylar that stencils are made from, or mostly. And I've never actually seen Mylar that you can cut yourself to make your own stencils. So think about all the dies you've got at home. Not really intricate ones, I mean, that wouldn't be appropriate, but certainly basic shapes, maybe letters of the alphabet, stuff like that. You can turn those dies now into stencils by cutting and die cutting your Mylar. Now, we've not had this in... When was the last time we had this? April. April was the last time. April, May, June, July, August. 4 months. 4 months it's been to get Mylar. This is Mylar. We're used to it. You buy stencils all the time from lots and lots of companies, lots of brands here do stencils. You've got 10 sheets of Mylar. Size-wise, you're looking at 250 micron, and they're A5. A5, slightly bigger than A5, and they're 250 micron. A die can die cut Mylar. A cutting machine can die cut or cut Mylar. So think if you've got a Cricut, if you've got a Brother Scan and Cut, if you've got a Silhouette, if you've got a Caesar, any of those machines that cut cardstock, you can actually use it to cut Mylar as well if you want to. So you can make your own stencils from those SVG images. 10% of the stock's already gone. It's $7.99 for 10 sheets of top quality mylar. This is different, isn't it, Kat?
It is, and it's giving you the ability to create your own stencils and so much more. There's lots of other uses for it as well. But we're going to bring you a range of nesting dies today, which it works perfectly with. But think about all the dies that you've got in your stash. It's just jumped up to me now. Remember the little cats and dogs that we did? Think about making your own really cute masks and stencils with them. Yep. And once you've got it forever. You can make it and do it again. You can build up your own backgrounds. I'm going to try and show you a demonstration where you can make your own scenes with your inks and stuff like that. A very simplified one, but you can do it much more detailed as you go along. I also think, now I've not actually tried this, but we had a conversation in the office on Friday, it would be absolutely great for, you know, when we do smooshy backgrounds with our inks and things like that, and we'll put it on like a plastic bag or an A4 plastic wallet, and I said, wouldn't this be the perfect surface for it? But you can also wash it and keep it clean, and instead of having lots of like little bags and stuff that are just throwawayable, you can have a dedicated piece that you can use for that and doing your inky backgrounds on.
So these could be your craft mats as well?
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, maybe die cut into 9 of them and keep one of them as a little crafting blending surface as well. Now, we're going to see it in action in a second, but we're getting loads of you coming through. £7.99 SX HD 10. Now, another item that we've got back in stock is this. Now, if you are new to die cutting, if you're a new crafter, the Hunky Dory handbooks are brilliant because what they do is they look at every crafting technique that you will possibly want to do, and they not only go back to basics and explain the basics of die cutting, but they also give you lots of other ways of using your die cutting techniques that probably you never thought of. They give you different techniques, different things, different ways of using your dies that maybe you would never even crossed your mind. So this is, for $9.99, a really good buy. It's all beautifully photographed. It's wonderfully set out, very easy to follow, very easy to do, and you've actually got lots of projects in there as well, Kat, haven't you?
Yes, so for every technique there is at least one project that you can do, and it's just a basic idea, and then you can create that with lots and lots of other different dies throughout, and I'm sure there's lots of ways you can bring your mylar into that as well.
Absolutely. So if you want the book, it's back in stock today after selling out before. Your complete hunky-dory guide to die cutting, $9.99. You might say, well, I know how to die cut. Yeah, but this book is going to show you lots of other ways of using your dies, full of ideas, full of inspiration. It will make you go, oh, I didn't realise I could do that with that.
Yeah, it includes things like your back to basics, obviously, but how to use your die cutting to make your own stamps, how to reverse die cut, how to use them as embossing folders. So there's lots of different things you can do.
Okay, and it's beautifully illustrated. It will basically make you get more out of your die cutting at the end of the day. $9.99, QZ HD 15, not just for beginners, but also great for everybody. Now, when we show you what you can do with this mylar, I think you're going to be absolutely amazed and gobsmacked.
Yeah. So we're keeping our demonstrations for this one very technique-y based. I'm not making any full like cards because I want to show you as much as I can with what you can do with your mylar and nesting dies today. So the first thing I'm going to do is how to make your own stencil. I'm just going to take a very basic hexagon die, and we are going to make like a little hexagon background, like a little honeycomb background, because I think that's one that's like really, really popular. So the first thing we're going to do, I've just cut this down so it's a little bit more square. Let's go to about that size.
We've actually got the hexagon dies in the show, which we'll give you after the demo for you, if you like the idea of making your own honeycomb. I think you get a total of 12 dies in the hexagon one. And the dies, by the way, today, for this show, because they work so well with the mylar, are special deal prices that are unheard of. They're all on the web now. You can shop ahead if you want. You'll see nesting dies for $12.49. And the ones that are slightly different with kind of designer edges are $17.49, I think they are, but we'll get to those a bit later on. But look on the website, you'll see them. Amazing deals to use with your mylar. Perfect.
Definitely. So this is a process you're going to have to repeat a few times to build up that pattern. But I'll just show you the first basic ones until I go to one that I've already done earlier. Yeah. So that's run through. I've made sure it's up facing my metal plate, so that should just pop out of there easily. Now, so we've got that little hexagon there. You can see I've not put it right up to the edge because this pattern that I'm going to build is, we're going to use it so we can tile it up multiple times on different places. I've not gone right up to the edge because that gives us the ability to do this. And we can do this as well. I'm sure you can see it down on the mat there, that even though it's kind of got this thick, opaque finish to it, you can still see through. So this makes it perfect when you are wanting to tile up your mass and stuff. So then we're just going to line it up again. Come down to the next one. You get a gap that you're happy with. Don't leave it too thin because you don't want it to cut into each other. But as you can see, we're just going to work along and make up this beautiful hexagon pattern.
Die cutting mylar never really crossed my mind. I always thought it was like a factory done thing that, you know, people have to get factories to make the stencils, and I suppose, yeah, cutting machines I thought probably could cut through mylar, but to die cut through them.
But that's it. So if you're somebody that makes a lot of cards and you make them to sell and you like creating your own like kind of artwork to go on your stalls and stuff, you can then make your own bespoke kind of mylar stencils that you can use in your backgrounds and things like that. There's so many different things.
So you're being kind of the manufacturer now, aren't you?
You absolutely are. So you can see the basis that's coming to now. So we're just going to carry on till you end up with something.
It's blockbusters.
That looks, that's what I was thinking of as well. Thought I was going to date myself. So you're going to just do the shape. You don't need to go any further because, like I said, once you've got a few, you can tile it up. And then I've just taken one of the smaller hexagons onto another piece. It's really hard to show, isn't it, on the thing because it's see-through. Let's see if we do it on a bit of white. Just a smaller hexagon there that we're going to use to really get the 3D effect of these this stencil. So let's just pop this on. So if I bring this down the bottom here, and we can just put that in place. I'm going to go in with our inks. I've got my warm honey here. And we can just go over.
Perfect colour for a honeycomb.
It is absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
What's the name of that colour then?
This is warm honey.
Warm honey, right.
So, yes, it is the
From
right
the Prism
name.
Ink pad range on the website.
Yep. And then, like I said, we can just move it up. And because you can see through it, you can place it absolutely perfectly. So you can be able to repeat and tile the pattern. Just pop that down in place and get it somewhere so it's holding both.
I don't know what it is about bees and honeycombs. It's ever so popular. We all love bees, don't we? I know wasps, there aren't that many of them around this year, which I'm not too bothered about. But
no, I don't think anyone's complaining about that too much, are they?
But the bees we love. I know they're important for the ecosystem and all that sort of thing, but...
So that's really pretty in itself.
It is,
but the beauty of like having your nesting dies is that you can then bring in your smaller ones. And if we pop this in the middle, and again, we can line that up so it is in the middle because we can still see through it. Go in with our slightly darker colour. Now this time, don't shout at me, I don't know if these are in stock, but...
They were last week. Oh, we've restocked them
fabulous.
last week. I think we have, unless we sold out of them last week. The Daubers.
Just lightly go in and add that in there just to get your basic one. And then you can just blend that a little bit more out. And then just work your way around doing all these.
Good use, Kat.
And it just gives you that really cool...
The Daubers, you were away last week, weren't you?
I was,
We've got more stock of the Daubers. We've got a healthy stock of them. They were out of stock for such a long time. You get 40, I think, don't you? 40 in an acrylic box. We didn't have them for 4 months. These are Daubers, finger Daubers, but you can hold them with your finger and your thumb if you want to, rather than put them on your finger. $19.99, so you can have a Dauber for each different colour for your ink pads. UV HD 47. Could you just show them to us for a minute, Kat?
The Daubers?
Yeah, if you could.
So they all come lovely and clean and white. Mine are...
Well loved.
Mine are lovely use.
There you go. You get 40, and Hunky Dory Prism ink pads do 40.
Yes.
So you could have one Dauber per ink pad.
You can, yeah.
Love it. And it comes in a branded acrylic box. So $19.99, we've got thousands of them back in stock for you, which is really good news. UV HD 47.
So you can imagine that all kind of like finished off, you've got that thing, and it just gives you that ability to give you that 3D effect and stuff. Do you want another technique, or are we coming back to something else?
I tell you what, shall I show you the hexagon dies and also the star dies? Because we've got two categories of moonstone dies in the show. We've got the nesting dies that are one price and nesting dies that are a slightly higher price, but they're all the most incredible value for money. So if you want the hexagon, which is what Kat's been using, and there are 12 dies in here. Look at this. Look at this, 12 dies. You get 12 of them for £12.49. Unbelievable. All the nesting dies, all the different shapes and sizes are on the website right now for you. They are all £12.49, apart from another selection that are £17.49. These are your kind of everyday shapes. So you've got here your hexagons. Now, this is always a very, very popular one. Imagine cutting your stencils from star dies. Now, this one we don't have many of at all, OK? This is always a firm favourite and a popular one. Should be $14.99. We're going to match that price. All of these nesting dies are £12.49, WHHD 17. And you've got, obviously, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dies. 9 star dies. You can have a lot of fun with those. And you can make star frames, star apertures, star card blanks if you want to. And, of course, now star stencils using Mylar as well. Do you want me to quickly run through the ones we've got? OK, I'll run through a few more. They're all on the website listed right now, so you'll see all of them. You've got your traditional shapes, and you've also got some more, not unusual, but some more slightly different shapes. So here you've got, do you want them in order? It doesn't matter. OK, hearts. Now, look, that's a very, very beautiful and different heart nesting die set, isn't it? This one's going to be very, very popular. Yes, you can have the hearts for just £12.49. Think about ornaments that you can make, mobiles that you can make with hearts that just blow and twiddle and twist in the breeze, maybe. We very rarely show you the nesting dies. They're always on the website, but we very rarely kind of spend time just showing them to you. So that's EAHD 80, £12.49. These are £2.50 off each one. Absolutely incredible. I mean, even at £15 are amazing value. You've got your rectangles. So again, these can make inverted cards, pyramid-style cards, apertures. Yeah. You can make little signs as well, using the smallest ones if you want to. Rectangular frames, rectangular card blanks. Make your own card blanks with these. There's so many uses for them. £12.49, that's BTHD 25. I'll do a couple more, but there's a load of them on the website. Squares. We'll do them as chunks as we go. So £14.99 for the squares, down to £12.49, which can also be a diamond if you want it to be, remember. There we go, £12.49, PGHD 49, that one. I bet you a lot of you, if you haven't got nesting dies, are going to go for all of them. Get as many of them as you can. The circles, can't go wrong with the circles. Again, the circular aperture, a circular frame, a circular card blank. To get a perfect circle is not easy.
No.
It's one of the hardest shapes to get perfect, but a die will make sure that it is perfect for you. One more. Then you've got your archway. Now, that could be an arch window, it could be an arch door, it could be a door to a castle, stately home, a window in a ballroom, all those sort of things. And again, you can make cards that go in like a tunnel and go out to a point. I think we're touching on that a bit later, aren't we? Possibly. Invitage cards?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Sorry. The arches threw me.
JKHD 27, £12.49 for your arches. We'll come back to a few more, though. They're all listed on the website. We've got diamonds, we've got rectangled with curved edges, all sorts. There's loads. They're in two categories. There's a £12.49 section of nesting dies and a £17.49 section of nesting dies that have got like the distressed edges, that sort of thing. All right, Kat, back to you.
Okay, so let's see how we can make a little scene with one. So I have, this is just a 7x5 piece of white cardstock. I'm going to try and build a scene. All I'm going to use is my circle nesting die and my craft knife. And we'll see how we get on. So let's pop this down here. So this one is showing you how, like when we took the midlight, the hexagons, make sure you keep them because then you can use them and ink around them and you have the negative as well, which is what we'll show you with this one here.
There is no waste when you die cut a stencil.
Absolutely. So I'm going to start. This is going to be like a moon or a sun or whatever you want in the sky there. I'll put that in there. So again, always handy to have your metal shims because we're going through that nice mylar.
Perfect.
Pop that out.
It doesn't crack like I thought it would. I thought it would make more of a kind of a cracking noise.
No, it's nice and
Yeah.
smooth, isn't it?
Lots of interest coming through for the nesting guys. I'm not surprised at £12.49. They're a virtual giveaway. They're amazing value.
So let's take that out of there. And the first thing we are going to do with this is we're going to use this in the opposite way this time. And this is going to be like, this is going to keep our cardstock white when we want the rest of it white. So we're going to pop that on there. And I am going to use just our dotty tape runner to secure it in place. Now, I really advise that you look at our eraser as well, because it should come off absolutely fine, but if there is any glue residue, that'll take it off.
Yeah, the glue eraser is genius. Brilliant.
Perfectly. And then we're going to come back to this piece. And we're going to be really technical. We're going to get our craft knife and we're going to cut a wiggly line.
Okay.
Just like a horizon line. And we might need to go through a few times, but it will. Might just need a little bit more pressure.
Okay. And of course, the hunky-dory craft knife is what I use at home. I love it. Total control with it. And I've got a thing about blades. So
finish that off with my scissors.
And Mylar is a thick material to cut through. So.
It is, yeah. Might work slightly better on like your rubber mat. But you can see we've just got a few hills going on there. We might use that again later. So this is going to be the base there. So we can just secure that in place with a little bit of tape. And let's go over to our ink pads again. And I've got two blues here. I've not thought out my colours too much on this one, so we will get what we get. And we will just start. So that will keep that nice kind of horizon line there for us. And again, we're just kind of going to ombre this up. Let me use another piece just to tack that in place as well, so it's not going to go walkies, which it's wanting to do. And then I'm going to bring in the dark blue, just so we've got a bit of effect. I'm sure you've got more time to put your colours and everything together.
Because we were talking earlier on, Kat, about what sort of dies you can use to die cut your Mylar, and you said not really intricate ones, that wouldn't work, but basic shapes and letters of the alphabet, things like that, things that aren't too fiddly, would be fine.
Yeah, and you can always try, just don't put too much pressure on them. If you know it's not going to work, don't keep doing it, because you're just going to end up damaging your dies. But you do that. And then when we take that away now, we should have a nice little horizon scene, and then a white space that we can go in. Like I said, if you've got anything left in there, just go in with your eraser and that'll take that out for you. And then if you were wanting to put some highlight in this moon, you could pop this back over the top, pop that one in, and then just do that space there.
Yeah, do a man of the moon or whatever.
In fact, I think I've got a bit of greige, so let's, or dove grey, so let's do that in. If I've got a clean pad. Let's just use this, let's just be... So I'm just going to hold this in place, and if you just wanted to get a little bit of definition on that moon there, you could move that, and it just gives you that echo. And then you can use this piece to go back in, pop that over the top, secure that down, and then we're going to get that nice line to meet the line that we've got on there when it comes to doing our
hillsides.
grassy bank.
And you could do clouds out of the Mylar if you wanted to, rolling hills, waves, whatever you want to do. But of course, it will die cut. Not the most intricate of dies, but certainly, you know, most of your dies will be able to be used as now stencils by buying the plain Mylar today that we've had in first time since April, so 4 months we've not been able to get this. And you get 10 sheets of it, all A5 in size or oversize A5, and 250 GSM. So, yeah, it's £7.99. And you can pay £7.99 for one stencil.
You certainly can. And then if we finish off and go in with one more darker colour, like I said, this is very, very basic because I'm just trying to show you as many things as possible. But I'm sure when you've got this, you can be so creative and come round so you can add depth and definition.
How many of you have got
like
letters of the alphabet or number dies? Now you can make those into stencils from those letters and numbers.
Just keep going on and building up your layers. And you can see just how you can get those nice definitions and play around.
I like it. Okay, do you want to see a few more of the nesting dies? Because I've got another, probably 10 or more, in the £12.49 camp, okay? All of these, have they ever been £12.49 before? Oh, okay, they have. I've not seen them at £12.49 before until today. Should be £14.99. I've shown you the archways and a few others as well. Let me flick through these quickly of all the other shapes. Ovals, another essential shape. You've got, is it 10? 10 metal dies, yeah, 10 different dies, all equally spaced, so you can make pyramid style, inverted styles, frames, apertures, card shapes, card blanks. £12.49 for your oval, PSHD 21. I'll go through these quite quickly because there are a lot. This one is a very popular shape indeed, with that beautiful curved corner. It's calling the scalloped corner rectangles. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 of those. Beautiful. That's the size of them. £12.49. I remember when these would have been £35, £40.
Oh, yeah.
A few years ago, they would have easily been that, £35, £40 for a nesting die set. Then another fancy one. This one's called the bracket label. Again, it's different. You've got lots of curves, lots of points as well. And again, many, many possibilities. Frames, just for making your frames. Thin frames, thicker, chunkier frames. You choose which of these you use together to make the frames, up to you. Little apertures, card blanks. £12.49 for your nesting bracket label, they call it. Then you've got your fancy label. Now, this one gets an awful lot of use. It's a very popular shape in card making, horizontal and vertical as well. There we go. That one is called the fancy label, and it's £12.49 for that one. This one hasn't been on since last year, evidently, but it's here. Now, this reminds me of an Asher cut diamond when I looked at that. Charlie, my director, saying the same thing. He knows his gems. But yeah, it looks like an Asher cut diamond, but it's actually an octagon. How amazing are they? Aren't they beautiful? £12.49. MDHD 12. That's probably a different shape to what you've got already. So that's your octagon. Then we go to ornate label. 5 or 6 more, I'll be as quick as I can. So there's your ornate label. Similar but different. There we go. Easy HD 90. Actually, that would be lovely for a little nameplate or a name card. If you wanted it a bit bigger, you can make your own tags, gift tags out of those as well if you wanted to. Really lovely shape. They're all available on the website, so you can see them if you go to the website. Just check out £12.49 each. Again, this is a scallop circle. This could be a flower, couldn't it? It could be a daisy. It could be anything you wanted it to be. I think they are probably the most versatile dies you can ever have in your collection. And, of course, they're all going to work with the mylar. So make them into stencils. Buy them as dies, buy the mylar, and then convert that shape into a stencil as well, making them even more versatile. Then we've got the vintage label. Different item number for the vintage label. Again, very beautiful. £14.99 down to £12.49. MBHD 26. And Hunky Dory's dies are gorgeous quality. They really are. They go through any machine. Really good quality. So that's your vintage label. I think we've got 4 more. This one's your inverted corner square. So we saw the rectangle like it earlier on. Now you've got the square to kind of marry up with that, which is rather lovely. And again, you can make tags out of them if you want to. I remember when you'd be paying probably 3 times this price for one set, or you'd be getting, you can today get 3 sets for what you used to actually pay for one. Decorative label again, long decorative label. So we've done the decorative label earlier. This is a slightly elongated one, more of a rectangle. £12.49 for that one. There we go. Isn't it lovely? TDHD 32, £12.49. Pays your money and takes your choice. All of these are proving massively popular because they're such an affordable price. Then you've got your rounded corner square. So we've probably all got square nesting dies, but a rounded corner one's just softer, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, beautiful. Maybe make your own coasters, that sort of thing.
Ooh, lovely.
So that's your rounded corner, FIHD 56. Two more. Rounded rectangles. There's your rounded corner rectangles. They're all available, all in stock. Some have got more quantities available than others. SBHD 86. That's $12.49. And the last one in the $12.49 camp is this one, which is your straight edge nesting diamond. There you go. Look at those. I mean, the star dies I showed you earlier on, they are the ones that are most limited stock. So if you do want the stars, please be quick and get those. They're all $12.49, just to make it nice and simple for everybody. But yeah, your classic everyday shapes and some new unusual ones in there for you as well. RLHD 67. Okie dokie. I'll do the $17.49 ones before 5 o'clock, OK? We'll go back to another demo to show you how you can get the most out of your mylar. That's what it's all about.
Well, with this one, I'm showing you your dies. We're having a little break
Okay,
for mylar.
all right.
I'm just showing you how easy it is to make your own shaped card blanks with your nesting dies.
Okay.
And how versatile. I have got our scallop circle and it's one of the bracket ones. I always forget the name. There's bracket label. Yeah, bracket label.
OK, bracket label and
We'll do it
scallop circle.
So if you I've taken the largest one from each set here, and they work perfectly with 6x6 card blanks. If you're using a smaller one, use a smaller card blank.
Okay.
And all you have to do is place them onto your card blank and just make sure that you overhang the top bit. So you're keeping that score line.
So that keeps the back and front attached?
It does, yeah. It's going to make sure that it's not going to cut in and you're just going to end up with two separate pieces. So we pop them on like that, and then let's pop them onto our over here.
Well, by the way, if you are watching in the States, we do ship to America. So Hunky Dory do ship to USA. If you want to order anything in our Hunky Dory shows, please feel free. Cap shipping and handling for you in America of $14.95. And you can convert our website if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. I know it sounds strange saying .co.uk. Go there, change the Union Jack to your stars and stripes. That will convert the website into American dollars and cents.
So we're just taking that through there. And then even once you've done this, there's lots of different things you can do with them. So I'm just going to remove these dies off the front because, as you've seen, because we've overhung those dies, you're not going to get the full shape on that card blank there. You're going to have this flat edge. So all you have to do is take another piece of cardstock. I'm going to do a coloured one just so it shows up a bit more on here today. Get rid of my rubbish. But take your coloured cardstock, pop them back in, run these through again. And then once we've got our fronts cut, I will show you the different things you can do with these.
As a crafter, do you find nesting dies are the dies you use more than anything else?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
because they're so versatile. From, like I said, making your own card blanks, making your own frames. A lot of our nesting dies work with the shapes of our toppers and our decoupage and stuff like that as well. So that's really useful.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
Your smaller ones are great for stamping your own sentiments onto and things like that as well. So there's loads and loads of different uses for them. So by cutting the fronts again, and you would stick them on there, and you've now got that perfect finish to your card. So it's the full shape again there. So we've got this one. So you could just pop your fronts on, and you could have these fab-like little cards like this. But you can take it further. If you cut another one of these, you could pop one over there and have like a tri-fold card, so it'd fold in. I love making easels with them. So all you've got to do is fold them down. So,
and it will
save
you a lot of money. If you normally buy your easel cards or whatever card blanks pre-made, you know, this will save you a lot of money making them yourself from your nesting dies.
So you could just keep it as half an easel like that, stick a topper on or anything, or you can go back with your front and you've got this perfect kind of easel finish there. You could take this one, again, let's fold these both into the middle, making sure that you're lining the shapes up with the one underneath. And you could be fancier and score it, but I do find that it's easier to do this by hand, because then you're matching your scallops up. And remember, these techniques are going to be different for whichever shapes that you're using, but you can just make really different kind of shapes.
That's cool.
And ideas.
Like a saloon door card.
Yeah, and that's it. And you could pop one over the top and have one coming forward. There's lots and lots of different things you can do.
Without a shadow of a doubt, nesting dies are the hero die of all, to be honest with you. And remember, we've got all sorts of different shapes. We've got the classic shapes of circles, squares, ovals, rectangles, and we've got some fancy shapes as well. They're all pictured on the website for you now. They're all only £12.49 for all of the ones I've shown you so far. The other ones that we've got for you are a little bit more money. Let's just show you those quickly as well, because these are still amazing value for money, but they're a little bit bigger and a little bit more decorative. I mean, this has been a firm favourite of mine ever since I first saw it. This is your torn edge nesting die circles. So we talked about how difficult it is to get a perfect circle normally. A die will do that for you. But when you want an imperfect circle, you want an imperfect circle that looks, it's got like a torn edge, this is going to give it to you brilliantly. The die is actually made in that way. So it gives you a perfect, regular torn edge. Because if you try and tear it after you've cut it, it'll go horribly wrong. You'll end up with, you know, too much torn away or not enough torn away. Whereas this gives you that kind of rough edge, but in a controlled way, if you know what I mean. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different circles there. But look how great they look when they're matted and layered together, or they're doing an invertage. Invertage basically means it's going in like a cave. Pyramage is like it's going out like a pyramid. So you get that, but then all the apertures and frames it makes, again, card shapes you can make out of that. £17.49 this one, SJHD 86. Same with the oval. So this is your distress edged oval. We've got the rectangle coming up as well. So these, again, are a little bit different. You can actually, if you wanted to, I mean, this is an invertage look. If you look at that, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, basically you've got the layers that have been cut out by the dies, but they go in. Or they could equally come out. So you can do both with nesting dies like that. Really effective. But there we go. So there's your oval with the torn edge. That's £17.49 as well, PYHD 62. Then the next one in the torn edge is the rectangle. Good looking. I mean, look at the effective edge on that. It really is effective. It's only subtle, but it really does stand out. And it's something a bit different. Rather than having crisp, clean lines all the time, you just want to have that kind of rough texture. That's what it's going to give you very effectively. And the smaller one's been used down there, of course. The one in the middle has been used just for that little tile to put a message on. Love it. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dies in that one for £17.49. Next one is the square. And then we go on to a different shape in a second. So that's your distressed torn-edged square or diamond. Same price on this, they're all the same price, £17.49. Slightly more because, of course, you've got a lot more of design going into these as well. A lot more work goes into the making of the distressed edge. KSHD 65. Now, the other ones we've got are scalloped and straight. So you've got basically a scalloped edge, then a straight circle. Scalloped edge, straight circle. So you can, again, be very creative with how you use those. So there you go, look. Scalloped edge, straight edge. So you can use the straights on their own, or the scallops on their own, or them together. So this is mixing 2 designs together for you, and we'll honour that price as well, going down to £17.49. But it's very effective. It's like you're looking at like a cake from above, isn't it? It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, like little doilies. TEHD 52. A couple more. So we've got the same in the square, alternating between a scalloped edge, straight edge, scalloped edge, straight edge. If you just want the scalloped edges, both sides, you've got that option. But again, it just gives you more of a kind of a floral look, to be honest. You're as sweet as can be. £17.49, 2 more. We've got the ovals and we've got the rectangles, then we're done with the nesting. So again, from a distance, it doesn't necessarily look very different compared to the plain ovals we had, but as you can see, you've got the scalloped edge on the outside, followed by a straight, scallop straight. £17.49 for your ovals, and finally, in the section of £17.49 deals, here you've got your scalloped and your straight rectangles. £17.99, VQHD 49, and that's all the nesting dies covered in the show, so they are bargains. Whatever shape you're looking for, we've got them all in stock at the moment. The one most vulnerable is the stars that I showed you earlier on for £12.49. And I think you're using those next.
I am,
stars, aren't
yes.
You? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay, back to you.
So I'm going to try and do 2 different things for you in this one. So I've already gone ahead and I've taken 2 different size stars and just cut them into this background here, again, to make a stencil. I'm going to try and use this one to emboss with. So I've just popped that onto some craft card. I'm going to take my first clear plate, my frosted plate, then I'm going to take the squidgy mat. Rubber mat is its more technical name, but I prefer squidgy. Then we're going to pop this down so that our mylar is first and our cardstock is on the back. Now you might need to run this through a couple of times to get a thing. You're not going to get as an embossed finished as you are with your embossing folders.
No.
Because that is what 110% what your embossing folders are designed for, but you will get a lovely subtle effect. So we'll do this twice. We'll just have to, it does like pushing out the squidgy mat when it comes back, but it does work, I promise. So we'll just reposition that and run it through once more for the best
You can hear the
effect.
pressure that it's putting on that cardstock.
It is, this is it. So we'll pop that there. Hoping that's, no, it's not worked. Why has it not worked? Let's try again. Let's put this extra layer in just to see if this, just to give it a bit of a shim. I did try this out back at the office 3 times on Friday and it worked perfectly. So, I don't know. And I did it in an earlier show as well, didn't I?
You did,
using a mask. So we know it works. It's just what mood it's in.
You could hear the pressure that's being applied, so hopefully this time it's done.
It always has to trip me up some way, so we will ignore that.
Okay.
But it does. Please try it with your machines, because it has done it. I haven't put in the bit that I did to prove it to you. But
the mylar is 250 GSM, so it is nice thick mylar, so it will emboss. Just use your conventional embossing plate formation, and it should emboss for you, no problem at all. But might be our plate.
Let's just go back. And we'll use our torn edge circles just to do a nice kind of little frame effect. So, just get my layering back up. Make sure that's facing upwards so the cutting lines are going to hit my metal shim. So you can just use your nesting dies in this way on your cardstock to create a frame. But maybe if you're stamping a card, you don't want a harsh card line, you just want that nice like inked effect. So this is how you can do it by creating your own stencil. So take this off here.
Cut perfectly.
And again, this way, you're effectively creating 3 stencils in one. You've got your main one here, if you just wanted this. You've got this one if you wanted to leave like a white frame there.
And what I'm loving about the mylar is that you normally pay between £5 and £7 for a stencil of that sort of size. You're going to get 10 sheets, so you can make potentially at least 10, maybe even more, stencils out of what you're getting today for £7.99. You know, if you've already got the dies at home that you want to turn into stencils, why go and buy stencils that have been made when you can make them yourself with what you've already got? £7.99. It's 80p per sheet of mylar. These have not been in since April this year, so it's taken 4 or 5 months to get them back. And now it gives you, you're basically the production line. You can make your own stencils now. I love that.
And let's go in just to show the 2 different ways. So imagine this was like a stamp card, and like I said, you didn't want a harsh card cut frame, but you could just go around like this, and I think it's a great way of using your torn edge circles because it gives you that imperfect look, but you've still got that perfect kind of circle shape around. And then if you were wanting to do it the other way and you were wanting that kind of halo effect,
you could do your own Olympic symbol, couldn't you?
Oh, you could. I believe, from what I saw in my break, that we've just beat our total from Tokyo for medals as well.
Oh, terrific, brilliant. Excellent.
65.
This year's the first year I've really got into it. I've been watching quite a bit of it.
Yeah, oh, I love it. And then we just take them off. And again, like I said before, any excess that you've got is going to come off with your little rubber like that. But there's just so many, and this is just the basics. You are going to, when you sit with these Mylar sheets and look at all the dies that you've got, and you're going to realise all the fun things you can do. Think about like our radial sentiments and stuff, how you can do your own kind of ink background by cutting the radiant bit out and then putting your sentiment over the top. There's lots and lots of different things you can do.
To be fair, there's no way I know what you've got at home, but having talked to many of you over the years, you've probably got a healthy collection of dies, which you've used over the years for die cutting, obviously, cardstock and so much more. But I never for once thought of using or getting plain Mylar and using my dies to actually cut out to make my own stencils. That was never a thing. But it is an option. It is something you can do. And if you haven't got many dies, but you've got a sharp knife or you've got a cutting machine, if you've got a Silhouette, Cameo, if you've got a Cricut, if you've got a Brother Scan and Cut, if you've got a Caesar, any of those cutting machines that we all know and love, it will cut through Mylar. Not just card, not just fabric. Yeah, you can cut through leather with them and all sorts, but Mylar's no problem. A lot of them are self-censoring, so they actually know what, it kind of reads the material before it cuts it, so it knows exactly what pressure and depth to apply. So if you've got a cutting machine, you can now cut with your cutting machine. All those SVG files can now be made into stencils using the Mylar. But if you haven't got that, you've got dies, and you can make stencils from your dies. Half the stock now nearly gone of this. Lots of you buying multiples. I know Sylvia in Nottinghamshire has gone for 2. Sheila in Kent has gone for 3. So you've got 30 sheets coming your way, Sheila. Deborah in Cheshire's gone for 2. Full screen of names. Jenny in Doncaster. Check out Jenny, Debbie, Rosemarie, Jane, Crafter, Gloria, Paula, Janet in Suffolk, coming through for the Mylar. It's been April since we had this last. I didn't do the show then. I'd not seen Mylar uncut. It's normally something that suppliers bring in with them and offer stencils and say, you know, there's the butterfly, there's the rose or whatever it might be. But to get the actual Mylar itself, for you to have a blank canvas and cut them into whatever shape you want your stencils to be, first thing I do is do letters of the alphabet and numbers. Absolutely, because you know you don't necessarily always want to cut out letters to mount them. You just want to be able to kind of ink through a D and an A and a V and an E. It's so much quicker and so much easier. So make a stencil out of all your dies and numbers that you've got for your letters too. SXHD10, £7.99. It's 80p per sheet. You get 10 in a set. We can get one more demo, I think, Kat.
Yeah, let's do some more bits with our nesting dies. So I've taken one of the little book pages from our earlier show, and I have just taken our oval nesting dies, and I have missed one each time. So we're just going to cut the shapes down, and this is, I'm going to show you how you can do your invitage and your pyramage with these.
I'm glad you're showing this because sometimes it's difficult to explain what invitage and pyramage is.
Yeah. That one on there. So make sure the dies are touching the magnetic sheath and the cut lines coming up. So the starting point for doing either of these two techniques is exactly the same. You just choose the shape of the die that you want.
Yeah.
You can use each individual die if you want to, but it can be a little bit too thin sometimes. It can be a bit too narrow.
Okay.
So I like to miss one or two in between.
Like every other one?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
That's what I was looking to say. And then we will pop these off here. And then it's just your choice now. So if you wanted pyramage, you want your image to make a pyramid, like we said before. So just let me get these tape lines off. So what you would do is you would start with your bottom layer flat.
Yeah.
You would add one layer of foam pads to your next level.
And you can apply this technique to any of the shaped dies, the nesting dies,
Yeah,
not just the ovals.
Not just the oval. So you would add your one layer to that one, 2 layers to that one, and then maybe 3 layers to that one, and it will come out in that pyramage effect. So it's gradually building up. And then if you were doing it the opposite way around, you would start with your smaller layer as your flat layer, 1 layer on this one. two layers
so
on
then
that
got like
one.
a tunnel,
so
like a
now
pillar.
the tunnel is going inwards, and then you've got that to go on top there. Or a technique I love to do is mixing and matching. So maybe flat, one up, one down, back flat in the middle, and then that one raised again.
I remember
you can mix and match
the
with
first
that.
time I was ever shown that in a demonstration when I first started working on crafting TV. I thought, wow, how cool is that? It's the best thing I've ever seen. I've not seen pyramage or invitage for such a long time, but it's great fun. And you can really only do it with nesting dies. That's why they're so cool.
And then another one, I've got to show this because everybody knows now that this is one of my favourite techniques with little book pages, is the... I have just taken one sheet, I've scored into it and buffed it back so we've got that difference in the background. I'm just taking a variety of the sizes of the little square nesting dies. So there's no technique to where you put them, you just pop them where you think they work the best. We'll run this through.
I don't think I've seen you do this technique before.
Have you not seen this one?
No, I don't think so.
And you're just creating little apertures into your pages, just to make, again, it's just to do different things with your little books, just to make them stand out. So we'll take these out of here, just create those little windows. Pop them back.
And by the way, if you missed the little books that we launched earlier, that was at 2 o'clock, wasn't it? 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can watch that show back a bit later on. Brand new little books, 3 of them, only pay for 2.
And then I'm just going to add a couple of foam pads just so you can see. Pop that on there, layer the image back over the top, and then you've got that distressed background, but the perfect front, and it's just going to give you that difference in style. So just line them up, and you're just creating little windows. Now you could put a sheet of acetate behind there and create like shakers as well, little shaker windows. That's another thing that your nesting dies are absolutely perfect for. But there's just, I could go on and on and on. There's just so many different things you could do with them.
Yeah, they'll be the most invaluable dies you've ever owned. If you're a new crafter and you're thinking, okay, I want to buy stuff, I don't want to waste my money, I just want to buy stuff that I know I'm going to need now and in 10 years' time. Nesting dies without a shadow of a doubt. Now, one of my favourites, I love the star, I love all of them, but I love the star in particular, and I love this. Because this, to me, now you've seen the invitage and the pyramage demonstrations from Kat, this opens a whole heap of possibilities. It could be a stained glass window at a church. It could be a doorway that leads into a castle. It could be a window in a ballroom. It could be literally anything you wanted it to be. It could be a tunnel of, at Christmas time, sometimes places have the archways of lights and tunnels of lights that you walk through. It's a bit like that. It looks like it's a tunnel that's inviting you to walk into it. Or it could be a pyramid. So, yeah, these are in the lead because of their versatility. I mean, it's the most popular of the whole show, yeah, because I suppose it could be a door, it could be a window, it could be a gazebo, it could be really anything you want it to be. It's a lovely shape which you can find lots of uses for. And only £12.49. What will your arched window or door be? What would it lead into? You get 10 dies. It's £1.25 each die. When would you ever pay £1.25 for a die? Certainly dies that you're going to be using again and again and again. If you've already got the circles and the squares and the rectangles, you're thinking, OK, I want to treat myself to another one. I've got a budget of just £12. I want to treat myself to that one. Treat yourself to that one. Well, or certainly treat yourself to the stars. The stars is another really versatile one. You can have lots of fun with kids' cards and teenagers' cards as well with those if you're struggling. Because they always say guys' cards and teenagers' cards are the hardest to make.
They do.
If you've got a few stars, you're sorted, I think. Definitely. Those together, that'll be less than £25, both of those. And one P&P of just £4.95 for the whole day's orders. So if you've already bought maybe the little books that we showed you at 2 o'clock this afternoon, you don't have to worry about any more P&P for the whole day. Right. Now, the Mylar. This has not been in stock since April this year, so 4 months. and we've got it back. It's not a stencil as such until you die cut into it or you cut into it. Whether you're using dies to cut into it, whether you're using a cutting machine with your SVG files to let that machine do the cutting to make your stencils is entirely up to you. But it's a blank sheet of Mylar, but you get 10 sheets. 80p a sheet, whereas normally you buy one stencil for, say between £5 and £8. Most stencils are between that. So here you can make 10 stencils. You decide what you want the stencil to be because you've got the dies or you've got the cutting files for £8, £7.99. 80p a stencil. So it's saving you money on what you normally spend stencils for, buy stencils for. But also, I suppose if you wanted to, you can make your own stencils and sell them.
Yes.
If you wanted to. No problem with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Letters of the alphabet, numbers. I mean, what would the first shape, if you were making your own stencil, what would the first shape you'd be using?
I think I'd pair it with my nesting dies and do my basic nesting shapes.
Right. Because you can do so much with them.
Your stars, your hearts, your backgrounds. Like I said, your hexagons to do your honeycomb backgrounds. There's so many different... Yeah. It's like picking favourite children. It's just not possible.
Let's just say you were buying stencils at £5 each, and that's conservative. That's a really kind of cheap price. So that will be for 10 stencils, 50 quid. So if you, because the dies you already own them, you can then make stencils out of those without having to buy those. You've saved yourself basically £42 in what you'd have paid for stencils by buying the blanks. Makes sense? Now, the die cutting book, that was another thing that we talked about. This hasn't been available since December last year. Well, I've got a real soft spot for Hunky Dory's books because they really do put a lot of time and effort and energy into the photography and into the projects that you can do. Die cutting, we all know what die cutting is. Well, I say we all know. If you're a new crafter, maybe you don't. It's basically running a die through either a manual or electronic machine, and the die does the cutting for you. The dies aren't sharp, but the pressure of the machine does the cutting. So whether you're cutting cardstock, fabric, mylar, leather, whatever it might be, there's loads and loads of hints and tips. Look, there's that archway and that doorway window die there. Ways to use nesting dies. It will show you, I mean, I've been doing crafting telly now for years, and I dare say I'd flick through here and go, oh, I didn't realize I could use a die like that. Because you've got the experts at Hunky Dory that give you, like Kat and Nat and Anne-Marie and everybody else, Pauline, they give you all of their wisdom and inside info and make you see your tools and make you see your die cutting machine in a totally different way. It doesn't matter whether you've got a manual one or electronic.
No, not at all.
No? It doesn't matter whether you buy Prism dies or Hunky Dory dies or Moonstone dies, sorry, or whether you buy Crafter's Companion, whether you buy Carnation, doesn't matter. All the thin dies work in the same way, and this book is going to give you loads of hints and tips. £9.99 it is today. Kat, thank you.
Thank you.
Got another show later, yeah?
We have, yes.
Okay.
6.
Back at 6. Is that the little books again?
It is.
Okay,
yes.
so if you missed the little books at 2, another chance to see them at 6. We've got the Crafty Witches. Hayley's going to see you through the evening. I will see you back here tomorrow at 5. Enjoy the rest of the night with HobbyMaker, and Hayley's on after this.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Thank you today for the last 4 hours. I'm here for the next 4 hours, and you are here for the next hour.
I am here for the next hour, yes indeed.
How you doing, Alice?
I'm good, thank you. Are you?
Yeah, very good.
Bit warm.
It is. It is very warm at the moment, isn't it? And things got rather hot earlier on because new releases, we were very busy.
I know, we were. So this is the August medley.
Love it. And we've got all sorts of goodies in this medley, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. So there are 12 kits, and in each kit there are 12 pages. So it's 144 downloadable A4 pages within the medley. And each kit has got its own unique little style.
Love it.
So there's something for Christmas, and there's the cute ones, there's the floral ones, there's a bit of everything.
I love it, and brilliant value for money because all of those 12 different kind of collections, if you will, coming to you for $14.99, and they're usually what, about $3.50, $3.99.
Yeah, they're $3.49 each on our
$3.49 each,
website. Yeah.
So that is a lot. You are saving a lot. It's usually you'd be looking around £41 to be able to get what you're looking at on your screen, but you are not paying anywhere near that. You're paying just £14.99. Now we're talking downloads, so these are a little bit different potentially to USBs that you may have shopped for previously. So when you do shop for these on the website, it does look a little bit different to how you would normally shop for something like a digital USB. So you've got a button, and rather it's saying add to basket, it says purchase. You only have to click it once, because that's an instant purchase, and it means that those goodies, all those gorgeous files, will be on their way to you with just one press. It's not one of those situations where you add it to your basket and then you check your basket out. So just be mindful that don't go clicking it half a dozen times because you'll end up with half a dozen downloads, and you only need the one.
Yeah, indeed.
Now, beautiful collections, all 12 of those. With lots of other things we're going to be sharing with you, but I think we'll have a little look at those just to get started.
Indeed. So what I've got here are the web images that we've printed onto A3, just so you can have a look. So everything that you will be getting will be A4 in size, and they are all PDF files for you. So the first one we've got is Snuggle Buddies. I absolutely love this one. So this is Christmas, but slightly different. So it's a winter-themed one. You could use it for winter birthdays, not necessarily just for Christmas. But you'll see this beautiful colouring that we've got, and you've got your little buddies there. So you've got the kitten and the puppy. You've got a really cool little jumper. In each of the collections, you've got 4 decorative papers. You've got 2 toppers, an insert, 1 set of the strip sentiments that we've got for you, 2 decorative papers and 2 of your solid colours, and
Perfect.
you've got those in each of the collections.
That's a lot in each one of those. Multiply that by 12, my goodness.
Exactly, there's lots to be playing with. The next one is Precious Prickles. This is all about these gorgeous hedgehogs. So again, you've got your 2 sentiments, you've got your insert, and then you've got underneath that toadstool there, you've got your sentiments, and of course you've also got decorative papers, solids, And that one there, I absolutely love. I keep getting distracted with that. I think if you printed that onto fabric, it would just look glorious. Then we've got Poppy Meadow, and this is a real nod to bright summer days when you've got the poppies and the cornflowers and the wheat in the fields. Then we've got Mermaid Lovelies, and here you've got various different mermaids. You've also got an octopus, you've got some fish in there, you've got beautiful backgrounds. Then Take It Easy.
I love his face.
Look at his face. He really is taking it easy.
He's in a happy place.
So you've got this really cool sloth who's just living his best life. You've got some beautiful background papers in here as well, which, when you print them out, if you increase the size when you print them, you could actually turn those into floral embellishments as well.
Oh, OK. Very tropical look. I love them.
It is lovely, isn't it? They're really nice, pretty flowers, those ones. Then you've got Floral Romance. The colours in this one are absolutely beautiful. You've got roses. This is perfect for your Valentine's or your wedding cards.
Absolutely,
You've also got this really cute little teddy as well. So the cutest teddy bear.
We're only halfway through.
The final 6 are Whimsical Wild. Now here we've got these beautiful animals. So there's puppy, kitten, there are owls, and you've got lambs, you've got horse, you've got stags, so lots and lots of different animals.
Nice mix of domestic and wild then in there.
There
I
is,
like it, yeah.
Home for Christmas, very Scandi looking, traditional Christmas colours. You've got these beautiful little houses, but you've also got these two here, which I love. You've got a poinsettia, and then you've got the hollyberry and the mistletoe there.
Beautiful.
You've got your reds and your greens that you would expect. Then Nativity Joy. I'm actually going to be doing a demo with Nativity Joy, so we'll have a look at that in depth. But you've got, as well as your normal toppers, we've also added in some of the collections. They've got the concept card toppers.
Nice.
So you've got that special shape there, so if you wanted to make a slightly different card. And again, you'll see this beautiful little angel. It's very whimsical, is that one. Then we've got Frosted Elegance, which is taking Christmas into the different colours. So you've got your icy blues and your pine greens in this one.
Nice.
This paper is adorable. It's like, if you can imagine, like a vintage photo with a stormy sky image over the top of it.
Lovely.
Then we've got Tea for Two. Now, Tea for Two, you've got a real contemporary style, but you've also got vintage in there as well. You'll see those on the samples when we go through the samples. And then finally, Deepest Delights, and this is your nautical theme. So you've got the octopus, the crab, you've got the lighthouse there, and you've also got your cheeky little seagull.
They do like a prawn sandwich as a seagull, but I'm not bitter. I've got over it. Now, of course, the beauty is when you download these, all of these are put straight onto your account. Takes a little while, though, doesn't it? Because there's a lot there. So do be patient, but it will arrive, and then you can start crafting with it the moment it arrives. So that is the joy. You can start getting creative as soon as it is there. Yeah. Now, talking about getting creative, we can use it in loads of different ways. We can use it on our laptop.
Yes, you can do. So there's no particular limit to what you can download it onto. If your device... If you can download things onto your device, this is PDF files, then you can use it. So I've got Android, so I can use my phone, I can use a tablet, laptop, so I've got Windows, you could use Mac, Chromebook, literally whatever you want to download it onto. If you can, you need to be able to read your PDF files, so I always say get a free PDF reader. We would never expect that you'd buy one. So I just use the free Adobe, which I've installed onto my laptop, and it's on my phone and on my... I'll get the files wherever.
Yes, yeah.
And then my printer is just a basic home office printer. It's got an app. Mm-hmm. It all sounds very technical, but it's not. It's literally, it means that I can print. If I'm sitting downstairs looking at the files on my tablet, I can print them. The printer's upstairs.
And to put it into context, if you are a little bit frightened, don't be. If you've ever had an email come through where you've had to print something off to sign and send on to somebody, that is literally receiving a PDF and printing it off. So you'll have already done it probably anyway.
Yeah. I think sometimes, I know us older ladies, we do tend to go, oh, we can't do that. Yes, we can do it. Of course we can do it.
We can.
So I've got my tablet here, and what I'm going to do is go into my files. So I've already downloaded these, because otherwise we'll be taking forever trying to download them. But I've already downloaded them, and I have got... What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Nativity Joy. There it is. Now, can you see it says extract? Because what happens when we send these to you, we suck all the air out of them so they can get posted to you a bit quicker. They'll come down the ether a little bit quicker.
That's a bit like those vacuum bags I've got in my loft.
It is. That's exactly what they're
Suck out
like.
all the air.
When you get these onto your device, you need to unzip them. And your device knows that it's a compressed zip file, so it'll say, do you want to extract it? And you just click extract.
Easy as that.
Now, it gives you an opportunity to rename the file. I never bothered with that because I know what it's called. It's
Makes
labelled.
sense to keep it as it is, yeah.
So click extract, and then that's actually extracting all of the information. So it's unzipping it, and it's you know, it's like when you've been out for a lovely Chinese meal and your belt's a bit tight, and you get home and you go,
undo your button.
That's exactly what this is. And then I can just tap on that, and it opens it up. Now,
As quick as all of that.
it
my
is
goodness.
really quick.
Wow,
So all of these bits, ignore. You don't need those. What you're going to need is autoplay.
Okay.
So tap on autoplay. This is now going to give you a lot of other things. Ignore everything apart from docs, because you want to have a look at the documents.
Like documents, yeah. Makes sense.
So tap on that, and now can you see what happens? This is all opening up. We've got a contact us, so if you need to get in touch with Crafty Witches for any reason, all the information's there. Our T's and C's, so it's your fair use policy, the angel policy.
Okay.
Now, our angel policy means that you can make and sell anything that you want to for your own personal profit, or if you want to gift to charity, we're happy for you to do that. So, and that is for everything that we've got.
Okay.
What we say, please don't use these within another program to manipulate colours or shapes or anything like that. We haven't got the licence for that. So we've bought licensed artwork, put it together with our treatment, and that's how we can offer this angel policy.
But you can make it larger or smaller with your printer,
Within the print option, yeah. I'm going to go through all of that for you anyway. So you'll see that you've got your papers. You've also got this one here. Let's have a look at that. So it's now going to say, what do you want to open it with? Well, I want to open it with my free Adobe Acrobat, so it's now going to open it up. Oh, look, every time it says don't do that there, I don't want to install free trials and stuff. Just ignore it. So that is my insert. Okay? Now, let me just try and bring it down in size a little bit for you. There we go. So what I've done for my next demo is I've actually used a snapshot tool. Now, I've done this on the computer, and I've just snapshot that and that one.
Okay.
And I've changed the size. So when you snapshot something, it means you isolate that part of the image, and that's all you're going to print.
So it's almost like you've cut it out of a big sheet. Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
Dave said it's digital scissors, which
That's
I
a
thought
good
was
way of
that's a
putting
good
it,
way.
yeah.
But say you want to print that, you're going to go to your three little dots at the top, and then it gives you a lot of different things. Print. Now, it's saying my printer's not available. That's because it's
Back home.
miles and miles away. But normally, it'd come into my print page, and I'd press print, and then I'm ready to go. So that is how easy it is. And then I could go to something else. What do I want to have a look at? I want to have a look at this one. So again, I'm going to open it up with Adobe.
Oh,
And here you'll see
Oh,
you've got your
wow.
beautiful toppers. Look, you've got who doesn't want a sheep choir?
It's beautiful.
You've got a choir of
So
sheep.
that'd sit beautifully, like if you were doing something like a shaker card or a snow globe or something like that.
I think so as well. And I also think that this is perfect if you want to get the little ones crafting
Yes.
during the summer, making all their Christmas cards in advance. And that one. And look at the cows.
Oh,
But that
adorable.
one in particular, I absolutely adore that one. And I have used that one in my demo. I'm going to show you how I've used
And also
that.
the one with the cows, you could use that all year round. I mean, that'd make a lovely little kind of baby birth card.
Exactly.
Or something, wouldn't
It has
Yeah.
got that look to it, hasn't it? So this would be perfect if you wanted to print onto fabric. You could make this one larger, print it onto fabric, and then go in and make a little bag or a little hanging decoration if you wanted to. So many different ways
Loads
of
of
using
scope.
this.
I mean, yeah, because you can print on so many different things, can't you?
Exactly.
Now, I
Right.
will warn you, it has been very, very popular, and I can see lots of people getting involved in this hour as well. Beautiful thing is it's a download, though, so you can get hold of it, and we've got a ready supply of those, so no shortage. So it is one of those situations that you just get it, and you'll have loads of fun with it. Now, what else have you got there to show
Right,
us?
so what I've done is I've printed out some comparisons. So I've printed, this is Snuggle Buddies, and I've printed this at 100%. So this is what it's going to look like when you print it out normally.
Okay.
So you click print, and this is what it's going to look like.
Perfect, yeah.
Then you can change the size of it within your PDF reader.
Okay.
So in the custom scale,
okay, right.
I've chosen 75%, so I've reduced the size of it.
Perfect. So that was the original.
Yeah.
And it's gone
So
a
you can
little bit
see
smaller.
how much smaller I've
Lovely,
made it.
yeah.
But then you can also print it even smaller.
Oh, wow.
So I've printed it at 50%. So if you're wanting to make really small cards or even gift tags to match your
Yes,
cards,
yeah.
you've got the opportunity to do
Also,
that.
there's a lot of additional things that you can do besides just printing
Oh,
straight
yeah.
off.
Next, I've taken a snapshot. So here's that little kitten. That's the actual size, which is that one.
Okay.
So I've printed that as actual...
Got you.
Where
Sorry,
is it?
is
It's
it
that
that
one,
one? That was
sorry,
the
yeah.
first page,
So
yeah.
that's the actual size. That's at 100%.
Yep.
So I've done the snapshot. I am going to talk you through the snapshot tool. And then I've printed it at 200%.
Oh, wow. Gosh, you've not lost any detail
There's
at
no
all.
detail lost because the PDFs that we use, that we send to you, are the same as if we were sending them to a professional printer to have papers made.
Okay.
So that's at 200%, but then I've done fit. So you've got an opportunity within your print to do a fit. So it will fit to the page.
Right.
Now, I've only got an A4 printer. Some people have got A3 printers.
Yeah.
So you can go as big as you want, really.
Wow.
Then I've got the papers. So these are the fancy papers. I've printed at 100%. They look really cool. But then I've printed at 300%.
wow.
I love that. Alex just said it's perfect.
Oh. Oh, dear, Alex.
And then
Oh, look
I've
at
printed
this.
onto some fabric. So this is just printable cotton that I've bought, and it comes on a carrier sheet. You just peel it off once you've printed it. So there's printable fabric, and also think about your vellums as well, especially at
Yeah.
Christmas. It's nice to have a bit of vellum, isn't it? And that's just
Beautiful.
printed onto vellum.
Love it.
So
Absolutely
just to
love
give you a
it.
few ideas, different things that we can do with it.
I love it. Now, as you're getting yourself ready, I've got a beautiful array of different finished samples to share with you. Shall I go through some of these and show you some of the gorgeousness that you could be creating? So, first of all, we've got some examples from the team creating using the Snuggle Buddies. And with this one, you can see a fabulous little shaker card. We do like a shaker card. Incidentally, if you like sequins, tune in at 8 o'clock. I've got a fabulous hour of bargains, and we've got a wonderful bumper bundle. Look at this one. Oh, that's lovely for anybody who's a bit of a student. I mean, it's nothing specifically Christmas around that one. It could be a case that you're using it for somebody who's going off to study university.
It literally could be, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Because there's no, like you say, that it's more of a winter than a Christmas.
Absolutely.
Snuggle buddies.
This is a nice one because you kind of almost got lots of different elements coming together and some kind of decoupaged elements on there as well. Beautiful. So those are from the Snuggle Buddies. Don't forget you've got 11 more collections, so I'll speed through these quite quickly. You've got your Poppy Meadows, so you can create your straightforward cards if you're wanting to, using other things that you've got in your stash, maybe things like your die cuts. Maybe you want to use things like your fancy folds. Well, you can do so very, very easily. So all those techniques that we know and love, well, you can use those as well. And again here, using maybe bits of cardstock that you've got left over from your print. Love the poppies at the front.
Aren't they
They
beautiful?
look gorgeous.
Absolutely glorious.
Realism is amazing with those. Then, of course, we were looking at the little Nativity Joy just a few moments ago, and this is a beautiful one, showing all the different elements. So you've got your backgrounds there, you've got your toppers, you've got your fabulous sentiment there as well. Then we've got something that's incredibly creative. You wait till you see this one. This is a proper wow card. So, so beautiful. Look at that. That is amazing.
On Friday, I did a Facebook Live and sat for an hour showing every single sample that our clever team have made.
Beautiful.
That video is now on YouTube, so if
Okay.
you'd like to go and have a look at it,
You can go in and watch
You
that.
can go and have a
Love
look
that.
there.
And I must show you this as well. How do we find the YouTube channel?
if you just search for Crafty Witches,
Okay, fair enough. Look at
You'll
this
be
for
able to find
Bunton. How
Isn't that
sweet is
clever?
that? Oh, the design team have had a load of fun with this, I can tell.
and that is just if you printed out your toppers all at the same size.
I love it. And these could be individual little cards, couldn't they?
Mm-hmm.
I used to like doing little boxes of cards around Christmas time
Yeah.
for the Christmas
Perfect for
fairs.
gifts as well.
Now, this one is that Frosted Elegance. And the Frosted Elegance, you've got that gorgeous kind of bluey hue. Look at all these cards, my goodness.
That is
Got all sorts
so
of different
stunning,
styles in
isn't
here.
it?
That is a beautiful look.
Yeah.
Maybe a more mature look. And we've been looking at kind of the kind of children, simplistic styles, should we say. Wendy's created a beautiful card here again with your fancy folds in there. Again, you've got the elements of nature featuring in this one as well, with that nod to winter as well. So we've been looking. Have we looked at 4 different collections there now? We did that one. We've done that one. We've done that. Is that? Yeah, I think it is 4. Where am I? Frosted Elegance, we did the poppies, we did the nativity, we've done
it's the fourth one.
Now we've got the sloth. Do I go on and show you more, or should we have a little look at it on the computer? Because obviously we've got, I've kind of done, I'm thinking to myself, I've done a third now, because I've done 4. So we can come back and look at the next set of ones, maybe after we had a little look on the computer.
Cool. Okay, so if you've got Windows, then you've got interface to use, because there's an interface that works with Windows.
Okay.
And that's for each kit. So what I've got here are the 12 collections.
Lovely.
They've all been unzipped, and I want to show you Nativity Joy, because I want to show you how I've managed to make the demo that I'm going to do. So double click. Now, when you're looking on Windows, you want the disk icon. So if you double click on that, this is going to open up the interface.
Oh, look at this.
And it's so simple to navigate. A single click, enter, and you'll see now you've got all your toppers, you've got the insert, you've got the sentiments there. Click on the next cauldron, and then you've got all of your papers.
Lovely.
Next, you've got the 2 papers that are your essential papers. You've also got the 2 solid colours. So that is within that collection. But I want to go back so you can see how easy it is to navigate.
Yeah.
And I want to open up my insert.
Okay.
So this is opening up in Adobe. Now, remember what I was saying about using a snapshot tool?
Oh, yes, you did, yes.
Now, if I wanted to use this as it is, let me just close that little button
Oh,
there.
those pesky little messages
I
that
know.
pop up.
If you go to print, that is how it's going to print.
Okay, so that's as an A4 sheet.
That's as your A4 sheet. But what I want to do is I want this here.
Okay.
So if you go into your menu, those 3 lines at the top left hand, drop down to undo, redo and more.
Okay.
And then scoot across and drop down to take a snapshot.
Okay.
Now you're going to get...
Oh, it's like a little cursor.
Yeah, so you've got your little crosshairs there, which you can then drag around what you want to isolate.
Okay.
It says the selected area has been copied. Okay. Go to print.
No.
That's all it's going to print. So it's like your
That is
digital
so
scissors.
clever.
And then you can go to your custom scale. And if I do 150%, it's going to make it, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But if I wanted to do it so it filled the whole page, whilst it's not a rectangle, it's not going to fill the A4.
Yeah.
It's going to fill most of it.
So it kind of takes it the best way that it can to fill the space.
It keeps that aspect ratio the same, so nothing's stretched or warped.
Okay.
But if I go back to custom scale, if I actually wanted to make that smaller, then I can do. So let's go to 75%.
Okay.
Can you see?
Look at that. So it's your little card.
So it would make it smaller as well. So within each collection, you've got all these opportunities to use different elements of them.
So we started off, what did you say? It was 144 pages. that you've got.
144.
Well, now it's almost
If you
like
just
an
printed
infinite, isn't it? to
exactly,
start playing
if
around
you
with it
printed
like
them
that.
once, it would be 144 pages,
Just as it is.
just as it is.
A4.
Yeah.
Start doing it A5, start doing your snapshots,
Yeah.
all these different things add to that
Exactly.
144. $14.99, that's all you're paying for this. Phenomenal. And you've got 12 different kind of collections within there as well. So this is only one of them. So if you multiply it up, you can see just how useful it is to have, and this is the beauty. And also as well, it's kind of all kept in a safe place. So it's kept on your account. You can add it to your computer if you wanted to, or your tablet, however you store everything. But then you can come back to it when you need to print it off. So it's not like you have to print everything off. Like you say you had a paper pack with one sheet of everything in there. That's a lot of paper to start with. But then it starts getting dog-eared, doesn't it? And you start putting it away, and it's like, where did I put it? Now you know you can go straight to your tablet, straight to your computer, and print off a nice, fresh sheet whenever you need it.
Well, the thing is, if you've bought a paper collection and there are 2 inserts in it, you're stuck to the size of that's already printed, and you've only got 2. Now, I've used 2, but I've made them slightly bigger. So you have got the opportunity to take elements of each page to do what you wish with.
And sometimes people think that when you're doing a little bit of digital crafting, it's taking away your creativity. It's not. It's adding to it because it's giving you more scope.
It makes my brain work more, because I'll think, what can I do with something else? How can I do something slightly different? You can use it just to print and cut out and stick down. You don't have to go to town, but you've got the opportunity to do that if you want to.
Yes, you're not wasting anything, because you look at it on the screen. If you're not happy with it, then you kind of say, well, delete.
Yeah.
You don't have
and the amount of times that I've printed something out and I've thought, actually, I'm not going to use that. Turn it over, put it back in the printer, because I'm using really good quality paper to print, which we'll talk about later. It doesn't print through the back either. So I will. There's oftentimes you'll see me turn something over to put glue on it. It's like, where's that come from? Don't know, but I didn't use it. I'm reusing the page. So this is how the insert looks. Now, my printer doesn't print borderless, so there's always a border on it.
I think that's a standard thing, isn't it?
I think
for a home
it pretty
printer,
much is, yeah. But what I've done is I've been very clever and drawn around and said that's 150%. So that's how big I've made it, and that one I've reduced to 65%.
Ah, sounds a bit like your recipe card there.
I know. And then, can you see, if I bob them next to the images, you can actually see that. Because sometimes you look at the representation on the laptop, it's not always easy to see.
Yes, that's true.
So you've got a visual here. So that's 150%. And that is 65.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Because I thought that she'd be nice floating up here somewhere.
Yeah.
Right. And then the other thing that I've done, that's at 100%. And then these little fellas, I have reduced to 7. I've written it down because I've got a memory like a sieve. It's me age. Oh. That's 75%.
So you use your snapshot and just printed that off?
Yeah, I only wanted that one, so I've reduced the size of it. So I just printed that. Any excess paper, because it's really good quality paper, I can use it for my stamping or inking or whatever.
I think sometimes when you actually take it, you reduce the size, but you increase the quantity. I think it can fill the page with them, can't it? So you get more than one as well. Right, what's next?
Right then, so I've made a card base. I can't remember what size this one is.
Nice size
I think
there.
it's just below an 8x8.
Okay.
Okay, where's my glue? There it is. This is one of the decorative papers. I love that. That'd
be lovely for a gift bag or anything.
It would be, wouldn't it? That'd look amazing for boxes and gifts and stuff.
And all year round again.
Yeah. That's the thing, because whilst the subject, they're little ones, you've got the grown-up element here as well. So I changed my mind about just using a solid colour in the background. I thought, no, do something different.
Yeah, I like it.
Then I printed at 150%, I printed 2 of them.
Okay.
So here's the base one that I'm going to do. Add my glue to the back, and I've just got some white paper because I just want to create a little frame.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
Through there. And I've got white in the background there, so I thought that looked quite nice.
Look, you see, there you go. There you go. That one.
There's one that actually I didn't want. How it started. This is my brain. How it started, I'm going to make those larger and we're going to have... And then I thought, no, changed my mind.
The thing is, you do, don't you, experiment, and like you said, it gets you thinking. It's almost like puzzling. How do I get it to what I want it to be?
Exactly. I just thought, no, I'm bored doing that. I want to make this one.
That's a lovely card, just in its own right, isn't it? I mean, if you go buying Christmas cards, that's the style that you would see, isn't it? Something just an image, a beautiful image, and you don't have to do any more if you don't want to.
No, what you could do, I know a lot of us have got dies, haven't we? So if you've got like one of those fancy dies that's a star, you could just bob that on there with a bit of sparkle. And that would be, you know, when you pay quite a lot for boxed handmade cards. They're not handmade, they're hand finished. There's a huge difference. Yeah, I mean, you'd never see me buying Christmas cards. Like most years. Because it's suddenly, it's December. And I've literally made none.
Oh, bless you.
I know.
Mind you, something like this, you could do them quite speedy quick, couldn't you, really? So, print off your little craft kit and away you go.
What I'm actually doing is all the Christmas cards that I'm making for my demos and for any Facebook Lives, I'm squirreling away.
Don't blame you.
So here's my little angel, 65% size. I've added some 3D foam behind, and I've just curved the wings, and she is going to be around about there.
Oh, adorable.
And then my 3 wise men are just going to be hanging around about there.
Love that, hanging around. Loitering.
Loitering, yeah. And then I've got a sentiment, have a happy Christmas. This is from the sentiment strip. Added some white card behind it, just so it ties in with this whiteboard
Perfect
here.
colour, yeah.
And then, where shall I pop that? I think I'm going to pop that around about
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
there.
Like it there, yeah.
There. And then you could add sparkles to it, you could add some glitter, you could add some gems, entirely up to you what you do with it. But
you know what?
I quite like I just quite like it
Once
quite
you've
plain.
got the investment of your download, that's a very economical card to make.
Well, it is. I mean, this, you could make it smaller if you wanted
Yeah.
to. I've made it larger because I like the size of it, but there's nothing to say that you have to have it that big. Like I said, you can actually go smaller as well if you want to.
I love it. I'm going to let you get ready for your next demo. I'm going to show you some more of those cards because we've got another 8 collections to share with you. I think this face is my favourite. Absolutely adorable. I mean, look at that. And I love the floral content that you've got around. But what is better than one meerkat? 2 meerkats who are in love. Look at that. Oh, they're sloths. Sorry, they are sloths, not meerkats. He did look a bit like a meerkat, the way that he's popped up, didn't he? But yeah, actually, yes, because of the kind of mask that they've got. And definitely in keeping with the style, isn't it? They're very zen. Absolutely adorable. Love it. Then we've got another fabulous collection for you, Floral Romance. And in your Floral Romance, this is where we see that beautiful little bear appearing with all of your beautiful flowers. Again, simplicity is key.
Yeah, that's actually one of the inserts, and what Ian's done is used that in the middle of the card rather than using it inside the card, and then just add decoupage the teddy on. He's actually one of the toppers.
Okay.
So use a topper as an embellishment, like I did with the Wise Men.
Beautiful. A few little sparkles there, as you can see. Floral Romance, absolutely beautiful. And also, if you wanted to do your stylised cards as well, I mean, have a look at this one here. Beautiful. Gorgeous folds in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Again, larger cards, smaller cards. You decide how you're wanting to put these together, using your dies alongside them as well.
Exactly. That's actually one of our concept toppers. I call them concept toppers because it's not just a circle or a square. It's actually got a design to it. And there is a hexagonal one that's also on that sheet as well.
Beautiful.
So you've got different toppers throughout the collections.
I love it. And then we go on to our Whimsical Wild. And look at the little face on this one. Absolutely adorable.
It's so cute.
The artwork is so beautiful. So you've got a mixture of different kind of animals featuring within this collection. This one here, you've got a lovely, and horse riding is such an amazing hobby for so many young people, isn't it? But then you've got a mixture of the cat and the bird featuring there as well. You've got little dogs featuring in that collection too as well. Beautiful papers, fabulous sentiments, and a nice collection of colours that will kind of transfer over to the other collections too as well. When I look at that sentiment, it certainly wouldn't look out of place with the Tea for Two, even though it's come from a different collection, because the colour palettes are just so beautiful. They kind of meander from one to the other. And again, they're lovely little phrases with these lovely little sentiments, and the opportunity maybe to make a gift bag or two, which is adorable. I love that. And you've got that little kind of press stud there. So have we got anything in there? No. Oh, never mind.
No,
Never
that's
mind.
our Wendy. Wendy, we obviously need things in packages.
we are open to bribes. And this is another lovely one. This is using the Home for Christmas. So moving on to the Home for Christmas. Again, beautiful stars, perfect from our house to yours. I think you'll agree with this one, which is adorable. You could add a little bit of faux snow and all sorts, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Yeah, you can do. I need some of that faux snow because I had some and it's gone all thick.
Oh, we had a good deal the other day on the Crafters Companion
some
show.
faux
Yeah, I
snow.
don't know if we've still got it around. So beautiful homes. That's almost like a Christmas movie style home, isn't it? That one, beautiful. Then we're going off to the seaside, and this is one you made earlier on, I believe.
No, I didn't make that one. It's one similar.
Oh, I see.
I think
Fair
it's
enough.
the one after the next.
Oh, fair enough then. That was with Dave earlier on, wasn't
Yes,
it?
it
You were
was,
here
yeah.
previously. I love his little faces here as well.
And I've learnt something as well. This
Okay.
is called a side stepper.
Okay.
Didn't know that.
Oh, because of the little step.
Yeah, I've only been crafting for Very long time. And I don't know what card's called.
Every day is a school day.
I know.
And again, coming from the Deepest Delights, you've got this beautiful
Yeah, that's
card.
the one I
That's
did
good.
earlier.
That's a lovely card. Keeping that kind of seaside theme going, we're going a little bit deeper into the ocean here with the beautiful Mermaid Lovelies. And this is a beautiful card, not only on the outside, but also on the inside, utilising one of the inserts, which is gorgeous.
You've got lovely coral colours and
love
the blue.
it.
They work so well
It's
together.
kind of like the rainbow colours.
It is absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful. So again, absolutely gorgeous, just as a little folded card. But then I've got another one with some fancy folds in, showing that you can get truly creative with these and have loads of fun. Beauty is, because you've got a craft kit, you can print it off as often as you like.
Exactly.
And
so if you wanted to decoupage like 20 toadstools all on top of each other, right down to the last dot, you can do, because we don't set a limit on how many times you can print them out.
I love it. And we're down to the last card there from Precious Pickles, the last of those 12 collections there as well. Mary, I couldn't agree more. It really is down to those finished samples. It makes our life so much easier.
Thanks, Mary.
So thank you to all of the design team as well. So there we go. So that gives you kind of like a soupçon, if you will. Just a little bit of each one of those collections, but do check out on social media because you'll be able to see all the others feature on there, and your Facebook
Indeed.
Live as well.
Yes, indeed.
So that's not the only collection we're sharing with you today, because we've got a little bit of junk journaling going on.
We have. So I'm going to show you the boards to start off with. Now, the junk journal is 74 A4 pages.
Okay.
And you've got different covers to choose from, so different colour themes throughout. So you've got purples, you've got the beige, you've got this gorgeous, Dave said it's a bit like a William Morris print.
Actually, yes, it
in
is,
the background.
isn't it? Yeah,
You've also got
very
tags that
intriguing.
go on that one. You've got your essential papers that match with the colour theme, and you've got your solid colour as well. You've also got alphabets in each of these colours. Then next, we've got pages. So there's 2 in each theme. So like these 2 match together, so you've got a front and a back. You've also got the tabs on them. I am actually going to do a demo to show you how to put it together, but there are full written instructions which come with this.
Perfect.
So you'll be able to see for yourself anyway.
Oh,
next, we've got duo pages. Now, duo pages, when you print them out, all you need to do is just score down the middle and they fold in. So if you like making star books, these would be fabulous.
Yeah,
that was one thing years and years ago. I just used to make so many of those star books.
Yeah, they were
just
always very dramatic.
Yeah, I know. I was all forever making those. And you'll see the theme. You've got the Nouveau ladies. You've got the poppies. You've got some dragonflies and butterflies. So those are your duo pages. Then you've got your patterns. So all of these are your patterned pages. Then you've got some words. You've got like postcard style. You've got words that are in like a cartouche, and then some that have got straight edges. And then you've also got all of these extra elements. So you've got like your distressed edges.
Like those. Ooh,
then
wow, what's
you've got
this?
envelopes. You've got pockets. You've got page tabs, tags. Extra little elements there with your butterflies and your dragonflies. You've got flowers, you've got the pearls there. You've also got all of these like little ticket shapes. There is so much to play with.
Beautiful.
Now, what I tend to do is I'll print out absolutely everything that I think I'm going to need and a couple of extras.
Just in case.
Just in case, because you never know. Sometimes you might need some more stuff.
I love
Let me
it.
turn that over so I've got a plain
Now,
background.
how does it all come together? Well, we'll see how it comes together with the demo, but this will give you an idea. So this has got a beautiful cover to it, beautiful inside pages, and then all of the pages are featuring the little pockets and the little inserts that we've just been looking at.
So there's all the ephemera, really,
Love it.
that you can start to fill up. But you can add your own stuff to it as well, because obviously we're giving you the bones of it, so you can pad it out with whatever you want. So if you wanted it, you know, a trip to a museum and you've got tickets and photos, and if you want to make it as an album, or if you want to make one and leave it blank and sell it,
That's a good idea
you can
as
do as well.
But quite often, if you buy a paper kit, you kind of got to really, really judge what you're going to be using and where, because sometimes you can't do double-page spreads because you haven't got multiples of pages and things like that. When you're printing them from a download, then you can print them off as much as or as little as you need. And if you suddenly find halfway through that you need another paper, then you can just go off and print another one.
That happened to me when I was making mine. I'd actually got enough of the larger size butterflies and dragonflies, but I wanted some smaller ones, so I just printed them at 50%.
Yeah.
So I've got little
Perfect.
embellishments to go with the larger ones.
And then
What
look
Yed has done
this.
here is actually made a little book.
It's like a
to
little
keep
notelet
cards in.
set,
So
yeah.
some of the girls have been making cards with these, so not just for making books.
Gorgeous.
Now, what I did was printed that out at 100%. So this is my book. I've used distress ink because, you know, I love distress inks. I don't like white edges. I like the vintage feel. So this is my book, which we're actually going to go through. Now, when you come to stick it together, always start at the back so you can add to it. If you start at the front, it's more difficult.
Fair enough.
But that will become apparent when we put it together.
Okay.
But I thought, well, that's at 100%. What if? Because I used to spend my life making star books and little books and stuff like that. So I printed it at 75%. Now, all I've done is just printed the front and the back cover.
Okay.
So that's at 75%. So you can see already.
Yes. You
That's
start
not
thinking
bad.
about the scope, going smaller, going larger
Exactly.
if you've got an A3 printer.
And then I've gone down
look.
to 50%. Now, I think about 30% would be the smallest that you'd be able to go to
Yes.
for it to be manageable.
Yeah.
I think any smaller than that, it would be a little bit fiddly.
If you like doing things like your shadow boxes and things like that, you could actually do a small one, not necessarily with pages in it, but it looks like a library then, doesn't
Exactly.
it?
So you could actually, you could have these as like little books on a shelf or something like that. Now, what I've done, like I said, these are just printed and then stuck together.
Okay.
What I've done with my actual one that I'm working on is I've printed some of the fancy paper and stuck it inside.
Okay.
So I've printed out 2 pages, stuck them together. So I've now got, that was 250 and 200
So it's
GSM.
kind of reinforcing
so
it,
it's
yeah.
making it a bit thicker, and it's also covering up the join
Right.
in the middle as well.
Okay.
So I've added an extra bit there, and then that's the bit on the back. One
Got
of the
you.
pockets I've put into the front, so it's got all my extra little bits and bobs that I've already prepared. So, shall we do a demo?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do a demo. Right, I'm going to move those out the way because I'm going to get inky.
Okay.
So, and you know what happens, I always end up getting an awful mess. There's
Half
no
the
such
fun.
thing as me being a neat crafter. Right then, so let me move that out of the way. Okay, so what I've got, don't forget there are full instructions with this.
Absolutely, yeah.
I've already got the pages cut out. So this is these are the 2 pages.
Okay.
And you'll know the pages because they've got these. The duo pages that we've called them are like that.
So there's no tabs on those.
No, there's nothing on them, and you're literally going to score down the middle and then fold it in.
Okay.
Now, you could put lots of different duo pages together and have them opening together, or you could do this. So what I'm going to do to start off with is just bob around the edge with a little bit of ink.
Lovely, just to kind of give it its own little feature.
Yeah, because like I said, when I'm making a book, I don't want white edges. I'm saying we, that's the royal we. Becky has even given you little score lines,
Fabulous.
so you can score it. So it's a really, really simple, easy way to start making books. If books are something that you thought, oh no, it looks a bit difficult, actually do this, because this is a really easy way to get into making books.
Okay.
So we've got the score line. I'm going to fold that in on itself, like so. And then what I want to do is I want that to go into the centre, and then I'm going to fold that over so it's holding onto it.
Okay.
And then that is going to go over the top and stick down, and that is going to be the bit that goes in the book.
So that's the bit that attaches to
Yeah.
the cover. Okay.
So do it in stages,
Good advice.
and always check that you've got it the right way up, because I'm forever putting them in upside down.
Now, we have got a wide range of different kind of papers and card, and you refer to, is it 250 GSM? that you
Yes, so
mentioned?
for bits like this, I'm going to use 250 for the base part,
Okay.
and then if I'm using a strengthener, you could use another 250, but I use 200 because that was what was in the printer at the time.
Okay.
So I'm going to line that up where I want it to go, and then if you stand it up, and tap it, that's going to be in the right position. And then that is going to go over the top, and I'm just going to hold that in place while that sticks.
Just give it a few moments to grow.
Yeah. And then give it a flip, press it down like so. And then I've got my front cover. So what I don't want to do is add glue in the wrong place.
Okay.
So I'm going to glue there because I know that I'm not going to over glue it.
It's good advice.
If that makes sense.
Good tip.
So we'll just add some more glue to that. And then I'm going to line that up where I want it to go. Tap it down so I know that that's going to be nice and flush, and then press. And then I'm going to flip it over and press through that side as well. And then I'm going to open it up and just make sure that that's nice and stuck.
Okay.
So that's ready.
Brilliant.
Ready to
That's so
decorate.
achievable, the way you've explained it there. It's brilliant.
It is really easy. And then just going to fold that over so I've got a flatter surface to work on. Then I've got some bits and bobs that I've already prepared. So can you see how some of these elements,
Yes, yeah.
they work here? So this has actually got this edge. I've just gone in with my scissors and cut it and then edged it with a bit of Distress ink. And then that's one of my butterflies. And then this is the one printed.
Oh, the different
Yeah.
sizes.
Then I've got circles, I've got all this, so you can then really start to go to town.
Yeah.
I won't take too much time because I know we're running short.
Yeah, I'm running short, and we have got another collection. We've got the teals that we need to chat about.
I know. So
Just
to
stick
stick
in place.
this in, get your glue. Now I like using a wet glue because it gives me that little bit of wiggle time if I
Okay.
do bob it in the wrong place. But if you prefer to use red line tape or double-sided tape, just add little dots of glue on it so you've got a bit of a squidge time for it. Then I'm going to line that up where I want it to go. Make sure that it's not overlapping that next page.
So you don't want it to go beyond the fold, I guess.
Yeah.
The next one.
And then, once I've got it where I want it, I can fold it back and then press it down. And that is going to stick in there, like that. Then we'll give it another press. And then that's my next page done.
That is amazing.
And that's why I said work from the back.
Yes, yeah, makes sense now, yeah.
Because you can line the back up.
Yeah, and then everything's lined
And
up
I haven't
from there.
filled every page. What I've done is I've just gone through, I've put pockets on there, added little bits of ephemera, and then
So
there again
cute.
you'll see all of the ephemera that you've got. It's absolutely wonderful. That dragonfly, how stunning is
I mean,
that?
the artwork throughout is amazing, so you can't fail to
I
create
especially
something
love this one.
beautiful.
I've got to mention this. Can you see? It's I think it's something about Norwegian kings and stuff, and it says
Okay.
the Duke of Grimm.
Duke of
Right,
Grimm.
I call my husband Grim because his name's Graham. So Grim is his nickname. And when I saw that, I thought, oh, I've got to use that, haven't I? And then, of course, you can just go in and decorate it and fill it up how you want it. And
That's
all
where
my
the
little
fun
extra bits and
starts.
bobs that I've not used, I've got that handy envelope there.
Pop
And I
it
can
in the
just pop them
front.
in and use them again. And of course, like I said, you can actually resize this. So if you've got an A3 printer,
Yeah.
you can go big.
Absolutely. I mean, can you imagine putting your photos in as well?
It would
Absolutely
be beautiful,
gorgeous,
wouldn't
yeah.
it?
That's beautiful, Helen. Thank you so much. Now, if you do want to get hold of this one as a download, $12.99 is all that you're going to pay. And it's an instant purchase, as we spoke of previously, so you're not going to add it to your basket like you do with your traditional items, things like the paper and card that we've got on the show. Your instant purchase, you just press once. It'll automatically apply to your account, and you will get that notification that it's ready for you to download. Now, because you've got so much content, just give it a little moment to actually add to your computer and your account, and then you can start crafting with it. And if you're not too sure how to do that, then do go back to the beginning of the show or through to our call centre. Everybody's had the training, everybody knows how it works, but it's so simple. If you've opened an email and you've opened a form, as I say in the past, that you've had to sign or send off or read, then you have already learned how to download those PDFs, so you won't have any issue at all with any of the Crafty Witches downloads. So I'm going to leave those details with you as we go on to the last collection for today, which is a beautiful teal collection, which I know we love our teals. Gorgeous colour. It's one of the most popular colours, I think, when it
I
comes
think
to
so,
crafting.
yeah, and it's a proper summer colour as well. It always, and it sets the tan off lovely, just teal. Just saying. I've got a lovely turquoise top that I wear when I'm on holiday.
Oh,
Because I
okay.
never look particularly brown, being a fair English rose. But turquoise really sets your tan off.
That's
just
it, I'm
saying.
changing the entire wardrobe.
Right then, so I'm going to start off. This one is Iris Dawn. So there are 3 different colours, and each one has got 30 pages. So you've got 90 in total.
Wow.
Starting off with your positives and your negatives. So here are your essential papers. So we've got different size polka dots. You've got large, medium, and then a dot dot. You've got thick stripes, thin stripes. You've got a gingham, and then you've also got your negative gingham and your positive gingham. You've got a checkerboard, which I love. And don't forget, you can resize these, so you could go large.
Ooh.
You've got a solid colour. Then you've got your flowers, your hearts, your stars, and your flourishes. Then loads and loads of sentiments. So with your sentiments, you've got lots and lots of different ways that we call mum, mummy, mom, mama, that kind of thing, grandfather,
yeah.
in positive and negative. So you can add your colours into these if you want to, add ink around the edge. And you've also got all of your greetings. So it's your day, I'm proud of you, get well soon. So you've got your strip sentiments, but you've also got these lovely greetings. Have a happy birthday, love always, just for you, sending lots of love. Perfect for your outside and your inside of your cards.
Wonderful.
And then you've also got your alphabets. And don't forget, you can snapshot them and enlarge them. And what I did with, I think it might have been the greys that we did, I isolated one of the letters, enlarged it to fit, and printed it onto fabric, and it was the centre of a monogram for a pillow.
Oh, wow.
So think about the different mediums that you can print onto as well. So that is the first one. The next one is, I can't remember the names.
More of a greeny tone, this one, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Have I missed one? It's like I've got different thicknesses of paper here. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. There it is.
Oh, there you go.
Right. So this is slightly darker. That was the middle one. I should have started off with this one. Right, so this is Jade Jewel.
Lovely.
So you can see, again, exactly the same in this one, same designs, but different colour. And you can see how beautifully it works together.
Oh,
and then that
colourways,
one
yes.
is the Cloudy Skies. So you can see everything goes perfectly together. So let me hold it like that. There we go. That gives you a better representation of it. And then you've got this lovely greeny one as well. It's like sea glass. That one reminds me of sea glass.
And the beauty is, if you need any of these colours, like a teal tone, you can just go straight to this download, whether it's on your computer or
Exactly.
whatever, and print off what you need.
It's like a little comprehensive library of everything, because we've got so many different colours in the Spellbinding Classics now. You can just literally go to them, pick out whatever you need. I like using these, I print them out, and then I die cut them and I use them to make flowers. Because I love the fact that I've got all of these different colours. I've got flowers there in a box ready to use for something else should I want to. Because if I bring in just this one, the junk journal, can you see already that's starting?
Yeah, that's going to work with everything,
It's going to work with these.
Absolutely, yeah.
So if I wanted some dotties to go in here or maybe some sentiments, they're going to work perfectly. So these go with everything that you've already got in your stash.
Brilliant, and very, very affordable, £8.99. So, yeah, definitely one to consider. And they are downloads that you can collect as well. So maybe you've already got the grey. If you didn't know the grey existed, then I'm sure you'll be able to find that. And all the other colours that I'm sure it will have come with those as well. So that is the beauty. You've basically got almost like a craft shop on your computer for you to print off the different components as and when you need it. But you're going to need quality paper. And this is something that's really important, because we always think you need a big fancy pants printer. And that is not the case.
No. It used to be, many years ago, when digital crafting first started, that you needed that higher resolution. But because we've given you the PDFs, that resolution is already there. So that means that what it's now down to is what you're printing onto. And to get a really crisp image, you're going to need something decent to print onto. So we have got...
My goodness!
We've got, this is the brick.
I can understand why it's called the brick. It's very heavy.
It's hefty.
Now, you've got 250 GSM, so this is perfect for doing your card bases, I guess. And also, you could print straight onto this and use it as your card front, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Yeah, you can do. So the 250 GSM, this is the one that I use the most of because I use it to make my card bases. I use it for box making, any of my pop-up boxes. You can use it in the scan and cut, you know, like electronic cutting machines. It die cuts beautifully. You can also use it for alcohol markers because the ink sits on the surface rather than soaking in. But you can also use it for distress inks.
Oh, okay.
So you can ink it and then flick water at it and it doesn't delaminate, which a lot of super smooth cards will actually start to delaminate, whereas this one doesn't.
Love it.
So this is, like I said, this is the one that I use the most of because it's my go-to for practically everything.
250 sheets as well, so £24.99. That's an incredible price. And a beautiful bright white, so you know that you're going to get true representation of the colours with that because you haven't kind of got any kind of grey or creaminess about the paper. So that's your 250 GSM. Now, we're looking at some others as well, and the only difference is the actual thickness. So the quality is exactly the same.
Exactly the same throughout the weight of them.
Yeah.
All that is different is how thick the card is.
And it's a bit difficult for me to kind of show you this through the TV, but you will find yourself going for all of them over time. So I have got here, that is the 250, so you can see it's quite a sturdy card. So this one's a little flimsier, so if I put them side by side, you can see it's kind of a little bit floppier.
It is, yes. So this one would be perfect if you wanted to use it. If you were just doing a couple of layers on your card, so it could be your solid card. If you're doing decoupage, use that as your first layer and then use the 250. But if you're doing decoupage where you use the ball tool and you want it to be curved, use the 200 because it stretches beautifully. It doesn't crinkle.
And I think over time you will find yourself kind of going for all of them, to be fair. So at this stage you might just be filling in those gaps, I'm guessing, with those as well. There's all the other ones are there on the available. You've got your 200 GSM, you've got your 160 GSM that's available as well. 160, I'm guessing, is that things like inserts and stuff like that you
you see, 160, sometimes, if I'm doing a lot of layers on a card, I'll print everything on 160.
Okay.
Because then it's not too heavy, because the heavy card will fall forward.
Yes, yeah.
And if I'm being a bit of a skinflint and I want to do a lot of cards like batch making, I use 160.
Okay.
Because then they're thinner, so they get postage.
That's a good point, actually.
It's not a large letter.
More economical with your postage on those as well. So, yeah, definitely do consider that. So you've got three different weights, all exactly the same with regards to the whiteness and the brightness. So do confidently go for all three of those to add into your stash. But then you can start getting different kind of effects, can't you? Because we've got other colours that you can go for as well. We've got black, which you can't really print on, but it's brilliant for things like your mats and layers and your different techniques. One of my favourites that I've seen you guys print on is this, and this is your craft card.
It is gorgeous.
Colour. And you can print direct onto this as well.
Yeah, it's got a beautiful smooth surface. Ink loves it. Distress inks, they absolutely just, it's a dream to work with. Also, sometimes when you're using like your scan and cut, your electronic cutting machines, with craft card, it can be a bit rough.
Yes.
This isn't. It's lovely and smooth. And it doesn't leave half itself all over your mat.
Yes.
If your mat's a little bit tacky, and those who know will know.
Oh, absolutely. Been there,
this is nice and smooth, so you're not then cleaning off the little paper bunnies trying to get them off your mat.
Yeah, and can I say, if you have to print off certificates for any reason, maybe you're part of the school and it's kind of like end-of-year graduations for the kids, because they do it from like going from nursery, don't they? Then that is a lovely base to work on. Another one, can I make a suggestion, is the cream tone that we've got as well. And this is lovely if you want something more of a vintage look to your prints as well. And that is a lovely one. This one's 200 GSM as well. So this is the cream card, and again, another one to have in your crafty stash as well.
See, I only ever used to use cream card. I never used white card.
Okay.
And then I started using Linda's white card, and then that was it.
That's it.
I use more
They're
white
talking
card
about.
than cream now.
Oh, wait, did we have a message pop up on the screen then? It went to, I was busy chatting. I didn't even notice what was said there. Sandra, oh, you are more than welcome. Hi. Can I just say thank you for explaining how to use my iPad to use digital graphics and other tablet things with digital downloads. I'm just hoping I remember, as I am 75. Wow, you go for it. You
Sandra,
go for it, because
bless
you will. You'll be able to do it.
You're more than welcome. Sandra, if you're not already, join our Creative Friends group on Facebook, because there are loads and loads of videos on there and hints and tips. But also, if you go on our website, there's how-to.
Yeah.
So how to download, how to use. And if you get stuck, send me a message.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's such an affordable way to do it. Once you've actually taken hold of that fear potentially to start with, and you've cracked it, you're like, why was I worried? Why was I worried?
Indeed.
And for $14.99, I think it's definitely worth going for. Even if you're not changing sizes and you're literally just printing it off as it is. As I say, digital downloads are no different to printing something else that you need to sign and send off to somebody. So please do not be frightened as well. And it's just such an economical way to craft, I have to say. You'll love it.
It is, yeah, because it's what you make of it. So if you want to print it out 1,000 times, then you can.
Absolutely. Thanks, Hals. When are you back again?
You.
Do we know?
My next shows are on Sewing Street on the 22nd.
Oh,
yes,
out
we've
for
got
that
all
one.
soft craft.
I love it. So make sure you look out for that as well. I will see you the other side of the break. I'm here with Kat and Hunky Dory and brand new little books, which I know you're going to love, and a mask that's going to work with them. Looking forward to seeing that in action. I'll see you the other side of this.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
HobbyMaker are on the search for the crafting stars of the future with our Junior Crafter of the Year competition. Winners will appear live on screen in the HobbyMaker studio, and also you'll get a goodie bag with about £100 worth of arts and crafts stuff in it too. How good is that? To be in with a chance of winning, simply send us a photo of what you've made, and we're giving you full creative control, but you do need to use one item that you bought here at HobbyMaker. There are 3 age categories to enter: up to 9 years, 10 to 13 years, 14 to 16 years. Email your entries to marketing@hobbymaker.co.uk by the 7th of October 2024, making sure to include as many your design. A short description of your design, for example, what it is, how you made it and where you got your inspiration. Your name, age, name and contact details of your parent or guardian. Winners and runners-up will be notified by the 21st of October 2020. One winner from each category will have the opportunity to appear live on screen in the HobbyMaker studio and receive £100 worth of art and craft essentials. One runner-up from each category will win £50 worth of art and craft essentials too. So what are you waiting for? Good luck, one and all.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I've been very much looking forward to, because we are here with Hunky Dory and we have got some brand new little books. And I've also got Kat here, who was here earlier on today. I haven't worked with you in such a long time, my lovely. It's great to be spending an hour with you.
Yeah. You too.
Oh, bless you. And I have to say, well, you've come up to this one, haven't you? Because the little books are adorable. Brand new, these are. And they've been put together in a little bundle because so many of you collect these little books. But when you see the kind of things that you're going to be able to create with these gorgeous cards that we've got, then you can get involved with these straight away with the details that are on your screen. But that price may change as we have a little chat. And I have to say, I love these because there's two different sizes, isn't with the books? So these are the slightly larger ones.
Yes, yeah.
Which are instant cards in their own right, as you can see. But we've got a little bit of a kind of stencil thing going on here as well.
We have got a brand new element that we are bringing with you with our little books this time. We have got our masks. Now, these are A5 size. We've never done this with them before, and they incorporate kind of two design details for you.
Perfect.
There's a frame on the outer side that is perfect for sitting your little book page in, but we weren't just going to leave you all that blank space in the middle and just give you a frame, so we have put lovely Christmas sentiments in the middle, so you can use them with your little books, you can use them on their own, and I'm sure many other uses as well.
I love it. Now I'm just flicking through the first of those books, and this one, as you can see, there's loads of gorgeous artwork in here, some quite whimsical, very much tangled there, as you can see, and again very much tangled, so I wonder which one this one could be. All of the characters here have got themselves tangled up in Christmas lights. So this is your all tangled up book. And I think we can all resonate with that, can't we, at Christmas time?
Oh, definitely.
Now, with these books, you get multiple images with these?
Sorry?
You get multiple images with these?
You do, yes. You get 6 of each, so that gives you... So if you're wanting to do 6 of the same card, absolutely fine. If you were wanting to fussy cut and decoupage them up, you've also got those possibilities, or cut them into quarters or triplicates. There is so many different ways you can use these and get immense value for money.
The artwork is absolutely beautiful, I have to say. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, all on a Christmas theme. Now, if you have shopped with us previously and you've gone down the kind of pick and mix route, shall we say, these ones aren't going to be available because they're brand new. So we have got a wonderful bundle for you. We do still have your traditional pick and mix available, but if you are thinking about going down that route to get hold of these, then you won't find them. And I have to say, I think that's my favourite so far.
Well, everybody knows I love a cow, and he is absolutely stunning.
Beautiful.
But there is one at the back of this book that I think might beat him on cuteness.
Oh, let's have a little look. We've
Or
got
maybe we've
Santa.
gone past it.
And then... oh, my word. Oh.
Is that not the most adorable little thing you've ever seen in your life?
It's beautiful. Absolutely. I mean, the artwork is phenomenal. It's so cute. Now, that is your first of your 3 books, so that one is all tangled up. Then we've got, obviously, it wouldn't be Christmas without Father Christmas, would it? So this one is a book dedicated to images featuring Father Christmas. Now, not necessarily just in your kind of what you might think of with the chimney breast sitting on the top of the chimney there. He's getting up to all sorts of different things in this book.
There's so many different styles of Father Christmas in this one. From your extremely traditional, that's the kind of traditional image you think of. We had the one before that kind of reminded me a bit Baby Sham Father Christmas.
Yes, very much.
We've got this very kind of Scandi feel. There's so many different, very traditional with that one there, isn't it?
That's like you've taken a photo of him,
is,
right?
yeah.
It's beautiful. Don't forget with these, because you've got your multiples, you could do a little bit of decoupage with these if you wanted to. Oh, what a cool dude. I love that. He's having the best life there, isn't he?
He's so cool. And I think you can mix and match across these books. I think you could maybe put the pig with that Santa and build up a scene and stuff. There's so many fun things you can do.
Absolutely. I love these. Really good fun. I mean, this one's an amazing one because it does look like there's actually lights behind it because the artwork is so amazing. Absolutely beautiful. And again, you've kind of got the whimsical style with these, you've got the classic style with these, you've got the fun element with these as well. Something for everybody.
Yeah, definitely.
I love it. Absolutely beautiful. So there you go, working our way through there. Again, another maybe more Scandi style with that one, as you can see. It's on his holly bobs. That's kind of like as soon as Boxing Day arrives, that's it. It's like, I've booked a flight, I'm off.
Although, I mean, if you're sending cards to the other side of the world,
That is a good
like
point.
in Australia, they're in the middle of summer, aren't they? So that would be a perfect one for them.
Absolutely. Nice one to decoupage, that one. And look at that one. Oh, what a cool dude, Santa there. Absolutely amazing. So all of these featuring in there, you've got 6 repeats of each of them, so lots of creativity, and we've got some fabulous ways that you can get creative with these. I love that. If you've got somebody who's into steampunk, then that is a wonderful Christmas project, isn't it, to utilise that one. So yeah, and we've got one at the back there, which I must share with you, because there you go. Very traditional style. So that one is your Father Christmas pad. I've still got another one to share with you yet. We're only 2/3 of the way through. This one you're going to love. This is beautiful. And also, as well, the price on your screen is not the price it's going. In fact, should we do that now? Because you keep it. I know you're all just waiting. Some of you have gone for multiples of these already because you know we're going to give you a good deal. So, Alex, where are we going with regards to that price? So we're looking at $29.99 to start with. So now we're looking at $19.98. So that's almost like you buy 2, get 1 free.
So you're getting that one free that you've not seen yet, basically.
Absolutely. Now this one's called a Festive Wonder. It's got a very kind of mythical look to it from that cover. Yeah. Wow, look at this. Oh, my goodness. Oh, adorable. They do the artwork so well, Hunky Dory, don't they?
They do. And there's such a glorious mixtures of styles in this one. And I think this one especially is going to take you through lots of winter celebrations. It's going to do your winter birthdays, winter weddings, those kind of occasions as well. It's not just Christmas, this book.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And again, the artwork, absolutely amazing. Now that price has dropped down, so many of you are getting involved with this. Can see lots of you shopping for these ones and going for them in their multiples, which makes sense. Don't forget, you are actually going to get 6 repeats of those designs in there as well. Some of them are beautiful. That's like almost like a mandala look, that one, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Beautiful. Beautiful. Can you imagine that on the top of a gift box or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful. That's one that I did in the first show.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
so it is there. Look at
that one in the first show.
So if you like the look of that one, have a look at what Kat's got. That is lovely.
So mixing that with one of the stencils that were coming up, adding some gemstones and a bit of parchment, and it just shows how you can transform it from just the book to that there.
Good. Oh my goodness, look at these two. This is beautiful. Maybe a couple's first Christmas together in their own home, maybe. It could be. That's a nice little one that you've got there. Christmas shoes. Party shoes.
So again, that would be great for a Christmas birthday.
Absolutely.
Maybe like if you've want to do cards for a Christmas wedding and your bridesmaids and things like that. There's loads and loads of different occasions for this book.
I love these as well. Yvette's loving these as well, as you can see. Beautiful little scenes. These are almost like scenes taken from Christmas films and things like that. Oh, look, it's like a little gnome there. Little kind of living in the forest there. Oh, wow.
Stunning.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful artwork. Snow globe there as well. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. You're going to love these. I can understand why so many of you have gone for multiple sets of these. Makes sense. It really does make sense because you're going to love these. And look, oh, beautiful. It's like an ice princess, isn't she? Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got whimsical elements in here again. You've got classic stars. You've kind of got that air of mystery almost with some of these. That's a clever one as well, where you've got them taking flight there. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And the quality of each and every one of those pages is phenomenal. So that one is Festive Wonders. You're going to get Festive Wonders alongside your Father Christmas. And then the last one in the trio is going to be that all tangled up that you're going to have with those as well, which is absolutely brilliant. You've also got loads of cards and ideas that you're going to be able to create with these, just to give you a little idea, but we're going to see so many more of these as the hour progresses, because we've got a deal to share with you as well. So if you like the idea of teaming them up with the frames that we've been speaking of, then you certainly need to check out the next deal that we've got for you. So as you can see, you've got the gorgeous artwork in there with that beautiful frame with the masks.
Yes.
Very clever.
So you can extend them even further. We have
So they kind of add in, it's almost like a faux matte and layer with these, isn't it? And I know you're going to be demonstrating with these in a few moments, but it extends the space that you've got from your books, but then it's independently can work on its own as well.
Yeah, they can work beautifully on their own, and I'll show you an example of that at the end of the show. But I like that you've got the two designs in there. So you've got that frame, so you can use that to kind of highlight and draw you into your central image of your little book. But you've also, like I said, we weren't just going to give you a big blank space of Mylar when we knew we could get something in there that you could use as well. And that, in my first demonstration, I'm going to show how you can use that with your little books. There's just so many wonderful things you can do with them.
So you've got the masks. Now, there's actually 3 masks that are available to you. So you've got the first one, as you can see here, saying Believe in the Magic of Christmas. So you can use that in its own right with all those fabulous stars around the edge there, placing your page from your little books, because if you imagine, there you go, that would sit in the centre like so, with any of those pages that you choose. But then you can use it independently or use it in its entirety, as you can see there, if you're wanting to. So that shows you that you can use them just as they are, or you can use them alongside your little books, as you can see there with that fabulous little tangled up unicorn. Next one that you've got is this beautiful one here, which says, May your days be merry and bright. Tying in with it, the lights and the baubles, which again is going to be perfect with the tangled up characters.
That whole book. If you get in that book, you need to get this mask. They're a match made in heaven.
Absolutely. And again, you could be using the elements in the centre there, teaming it up alongside your little book. So there you go. You've got your little book on the side with a sentiment from your mask there. Or maybe you're going to be using the mask as the outside and then using your book as your centrepiece with that one. So it shows you how that works. Now, you're actually going to get all 3 of these masks. So the last one there, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. Love that kind of, it's almost like a barbershop style, isn't it, that round the side of candy cane. Again, use it with the sentiment in the centre there. Use the characters alongside it. Just gives you the scope. That is the beauty of it. Love it with the red and white. Absolutely perfect. This is clever, because that's been using it and then taking it in the opposite.
Yeah, so if you flip it over and ink it in the other direction, you can get that lovely kind of cross-hatch effect.
I love it. If you fancy getting very creative with it, how about using it like so? And again, you could use it in different directions. So again, there you can see there, Have Yourself a Merry Christmas there. Going, I don't know whether the background has been with the stencil or not. Oh, I'm going to have to try and figure that one out myself. And then again, I love this. It's almost like knitted paper that you've got there.
It is. I saw that one earlier, and I'm still trying to figure out how it's done, but it's very clever.
One way and then to the stencil to I don't know. They're so clever, aren't they, the design team? So you're going to get all 3 of those. So there you go. You're going to get your fabulous Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. You're going to have your Believe in the Magic of Christmas. And the last one that you've got is that Merry and Bright, featuring all of the different lights around there. But the price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying. Oh, no. You can see there just £16.50 if you are shopping for the... Oh, I thought that was the drop-down price. Sorry. I was a bit distracted, so I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. £12.50. That's an even better deal, isn't it?
Crazy for 3 masks of that size.
And these are big stencils, because usually you'd be paying probably between $7.99 and $9.99 for an A5 stencil. Yeah. That is brilliant. But they work together. And that's what we're going to see.
Yes, that is what we're going to see.
Lovely.
So let's start. I've just got some A4 white ink me cardstock.
Lovely.
I'm just going to place this on here. I am just going to, just so it tacks down a bit better, let's put it in this position and then we can trim it down afterwards. So, I'm actually going to use my watercolour pencils with these, because I want you to remember I did some inking through them on the first show, and I'll be doing a little bit of inking later on in this demonstration. But I don't want you to be put off by the mask if you think, I don't have inks, I don't stamp, I don't use them.
Good point,
you can use them with your alcohol markers, your pencils, your brush markers, and use it like a stencil. So that is what I'm going to do with this one. So I've gone into my watercolour pencils and I've picked out some traditional light colours that match the little book page that I'm using, which is this beautiful one here. So I'm just going to start by colouring in some of my lights. And this doesn't take over long. It'll probably 15 minutes or so. And I like to just lightly colour in and then just darken up and shade as we go around to get that effect.
Like you say, some people might shy away from masks because they haven't got all pastes and paints and all that kind of thing. So, yeah, good idea to use your pencils.
Yeah, and I'm sure even if you've not got our watercolour pencils or our prism markers, you'll have some accessible pencils or pens in your stock. And we'll go in with our last one with our green.
And I'm guessing, could you use them with a die cutting machine and kind of get an embossed effect with these as well?
You can. I did again. I've got one on the. I did it on this card here earlier on.
Okay.
You get that effect on the front there. Don't know if you can see it.
Wonderful.
Where I popped it through and got that embossed image on the front, and then just buffed it back.
Like it.
You just need to play around with what machine you've got to get the right combination. So you carry that on your colour pattern all the way around, and then I've just gone with that dark green for the top of my lights and the craft wire. Not the craft wire, that's hunky-dory. I think it's made the cable, yeah, the light wire. And just use that to go all the way around there.
Lovely.
Complete that whole thing, and you should end up with something that looks like this.
Oh, wow, gosh, that's
now,
effective.
To add the colour in that we're picking up on the background of our elf here, I've just taken my toasted oat, my Prism ink pad. But again, if you've not got the ink pads, just do this on some cream cardstock or you could just leave it on the white background. I'm just picking up what we've got there. But just do that last little side. Don't need to go too far in because we know our little elf image is going to do that. So that's that done. And I'm just going to pop that down on. I've cut it so it fits an 8x6 piece of gold mirror.
Lovely.
And we'll pop that on there. And we'll pop that to one side, and we are going to come back to our mask. And this time we are going to use our inks with it, but in a slightly different way. I'm going to take my book page and I'm going to centre him on the back here and just secure him in place with a little bit of masking tape, just so I know he's going to stay where I want him to go. And then I'm going to use a coloured ink pad. I am going to heat emboss this with gold embossing powder, but I'm using a colour so I know I've got it down and it's everywhere, rather than using a clear one. But to be fair, this khaki green that I'm using here is really nice, so you could go over and heat emboss it with like a clear embossing powder if you wanted to.
Okay.
But if you just use your daubers, we can just go all over here, and it just keeps it nice and precise.
Those are really useful to have, aren't they, those daubers? Get right into the nitty-gritty.
They do, and our Prism inks are nice and wet, so they're absolutely fine for using for this. And just go over. And if you rub it in so you can do your areas quicker, but then just go back and give it an extra dab, just so it's nice, you're not drying it out too much as we go. And I'm not going to do every last bit, I'll just give you an idea. But get all those inner details there. I'll take that off. And I'm just going to reach for a spare bit of card I had up here and remove that. And you can see it just leaves you that lovely sign on there. So you could do that in the clear. I am going to do it on in the gold in this one. So you just pop this on. Ooh, the aircon's strong today.
It's blowing, isn't it?
So we just cover that.
Tap it off. I'm grateful it's working.
That will cover that in all your powder for you. And then, because it's so warm, I'm going to save everybody the torture of bringing a heat gun in.
Yes.
I've got one that I've done earlier.
We've got enough heat as it is.
And here he is.
Oh, look at that.
Just heat embossed on top of there. And I've just popped that onto a gold mirror mat that I know we've got coming up for you.
We have. We've got some fabulous deals with the gold mirror mats. And I love the fact that they're the perfect size to work with the different pages.
And I've just popped some foam pads on the back of here. We are going to pop that on there. Then I've got an 8x8 card blank. I've just got a page from our Duo Design paper pads. I believe all these are back in stock if you have a look on the website. And we're just going to pop that down on there. Then we can layer this over the top. I'm just going to go a little bit off centre because I want to add a little element back to this side here. So we're going to pop that slightly more over to the left. Then I've gone in with the second page. I've fussy cut our elf out because I felt a little bit cruel that we'd covered him up with our sentiment. So I thought, let's let him have his moment. And we can pop him back in.
Perfect.
Over the top there.
Well, you got 6 of those, haven't you? So, yeah, you could do a couple of those cards easily. Yeah, that's fabulous. Oh, I love it. His cheeky little face as well, adorable. Oh, thank you, Kat. Enjoyed that.
Welcome.
Good fun. And a great way of showing that you don't have to use stencils, or should I say masks, in the traditional way. You can use them. I've never seen it done with a pencil before, I have to say. But, of course, we did see the little character being used on top, or the page, should I say, being used on top of the mirror mats. Now, this is something that Hunky Dory do, and I think it's such a clever idea. And they bring you these fabulous mirror cards. Now, they are the only company that can actually call them mirror, because they manufacture a mirror card. And this is a brilliant bundle, because in this bundle you have got 20 colours, you've got 3 repeats of each of them, so it's giving you 60 sheets in total and giving you the opportunity for you to get hold of all of those at a phenomenal price as well. So the price that we've got on your screen, I've just been told it's not the price you're going to be paying. I didn't realise that. So effective. I mean, look at the mirror effect that you've got with these. 3 repeats of each of them. You've got some gorgeous kind of silver tones in there. That's a lovely kind of almost like an icy blue in there. I'm thinking if you're going for, now let me just come in with, you know, we saw our lovely lady earlier on with, any of these to be fair, but I'm just thinking of the one that we had with it, almost like the Ice Princess. Oh, I can't find her now. Typical. But any of those things, you can see that those are going to lend themselves absolutely perfect to that colourway, that icy colour tone that you've got in there. Repeats of those mean that you're not limited to just a couple of those, but we are rapidly looking at single figures with these. So you can see all those beautiful colours featuring within there. You've got 60 mats in total, 20 colours, 3 of each of them. And the price is coming down from $8.99 to, well, I'm not sure where it's going, $7.99. So that's a bargain to be had, isn't it? So do definitely consider going over those. But to be honest, they've been very popular. And at weekends, we can't necessarily do what we need to do in order to make sure that everybody gets them. So if you are watching now, check your basket out. That's basically the rule, really. Get them while you can, and then hopefully we'll see more of those in the future. You've also got a lovely set of gold, silver and rainbow. Now, these are a slightly different setup because you've got a big wodge of these, as you can see. And with these ones, again, they are the perfect size for you to work with. Always popular. Now, this one is made up of your gold, your silver and your rainbow. So you're going to get 30 sheets of your gold. You can get 30 of your silver, and you're also going to get 40 of your rainbow. So I apologise, that is the bumper. Is that the bumper bundle? That's not the mixture one, is it? I think that's all silver. No, that's all silver. I picked up the wrong thing. So these are the 3 effects that you're going to get, but you're going to get 30 of the gold and silver and 40 of the rainbow. So the rainbow is that one at the front there, but there you can see the gold and silver featuring there as well. So $9.99. We're running low with these, and this is sometimes the most popular of the bundles for people trying them out. What we tend to do is find people will come back for more of them, because once you've seen them, then you won't want to miss out on them. And the concept behind these is that they are the perfect size to work with the different character and the different pages that you've got. So we've got those as a little kind of set of all of them. And then we have got your festive assortment. So your festive assortment is exactly that. An assortment of colours which are very, very in keeping with what we've been looking at here. So all these different colours that you've got, featuring with this. So you're getting a smaller bundle, but it's a nice try-me price, this one. So you've got all the different colours featuring there. I think it's 4 repeats of each of those. And you've got 15 colours in there. So is that 60 sheets? Yes. It is. Bit of quick maths.
That is good.
On a Sunday afternoon, and I didn't even have to take my shoes and socks off. So there you go, £9.99 if you like to give those a go. And when we look through some of the finished samples, you'll realise just how useful they are to have, because they are the perfect size to work with those little book pages. So here you can see one that has been used, but it's been kind of trimmed off a little bit, maybe with a die or a punch. You can trim them down if you're wanting to. So if you're wanting to use the characters on a smaller style, then you can do. And of course the beauty is as well, you can use them just as they are, layering them up perfectly. Absolutely beautiful. So the finished samples that we've got here are phenomenal. I just got to show you a few of these working with those little books because they look amazing. So you can see those mirror mats, very useful to have in your stash, and at £9.99 a very affordable buy. So if you like the look of those, then pop them into your basket. What have you got over there, Kat?
Got something else. I'm just showing you what I did with the mirror mats before in the early demonstrations as well. So you can use them to build up your backgrounds and things as well. So they don't just have to be used
clever.
For that. So just thought I'd show that one off. We are going to use that beautiful Ice Queen in this next demonstration. So I am pairing her because they are a match made in heaven in that book. That beautiful castle and our Ice Queen or Princess there. So the first thing we're going to do, dead simple, we'll take one of our mirror mats and let's pop this straight on here.
They're brilliant time savers, aren't they, those pre-cut mirror mats?
They are. Once you've got them in your kit and you've used them a couple of times, you won't be going back.
Because even if you trim down an A4 sheet, you would have some waste.
You would.
And also as well, you wouldn't necessarily get it as a balanced kind of separation between the two, would you? So, yeah, always cut on the wonk.
And then I'm taking 2 more of the sheets and I'm going to do a very slight kind of pyramage effect. And on my first one, I'm going to take off 1/2 inch from each side, all the way around. So let's pretend I've done that all the way around on there. And then on my next one, we're going to take a full inch off in every direction.
Okay.
Which makes you think you're not going to have much left in the middle, but I promise it works.
I'm intrigued.
So take 1 inch off in all directions, and then just mat and layer them up as well, and you will end up with 3 pieces that look like this.
Lovely.
And then just add some foam pads. Line them back up. You could use your nesting dies for this if you wanted to, but if you've not got them, and I don't know why not, because they were on some fantastic deals earlier.
Well, we've got some amazing deals, that, as you say, on the show that you had earlier on. We've also got dies on this show as well. I'm intrigued by the little jigsaw puzzle, because does that fit the pages as well? So
it does, yes. So you can turn all those pages into little things. So we're just going to layer that up like that. For my card base, I've got a 7x7 card blank, and then I've just done a mat and layer of silver mirror, and again, this is another page from Agio Design paper pads that just matches it absolutely perfectly. This is cut to 6 3/4 by 6 3/4, and we will pop that on there. But then we're just going to try and make this a little bit more special with some, what's the word? Snowfall acetate.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to bring in my trimmer. So I need to cut this so it's the same height as that background that we've just created, which was 6 3/4. And then I'm going to add 1 inch onto each side so I can create like a box frame. Lovely. So I'm going to take this to 8 3/4.
Have we got this acetate on the show? It's beautiful.
Stunning, isn't it? And then on each side, I'm just going to score at 1/2 inch and 1 inch.
Oh, Alex has gone to have a rummage. So is it a hunky-dory acetate?
It is,
yeah. Oh, he'll find it.
It's
one
of our Christmas core items. And then I've just folded those sides down, added some tape inside of each of them. And then we are are just going to slide this in just to create that little box frame over the top.
That's so pretty. Hey, Alex, you found it. Thank you so much. Now, you're going to get 24 of your A4 sheets here. Snowfall acetate, so you can create cards like this one, which really, they're showstoppers, aren't they, these? What you can call mantelpiece pleasers, or what I sometimes call your kind of almost like your centerpieces on your fireplace. You know, the ones that get the pole position. That's the phrase I was looking for. So yeah, pole position cards. So they don't find themselves on the windowsill; they're there on the fireplace. So yeah, that would certainly be the case. And $14.99. That's worth it for 24 sheets. That's a lot.
And there's so many different things you can do with them. So I'm just using construction glue to pop that onto my card base. We're just leaving that nice, fresh little white border round the side there. And then this is where I'm going to bring in our Ice Queen. Oh. And you can see I've just fussy cut around her. We'll go in with some of our dotty tape runner. Make sure we've got a nice coverage on that. And then we can just stick her to the outside of our box frame, overlooking that beautiful castle. And then I'm just finishing with a little sentiment from our...
See, that'd be a beautiful birthday card for anybody that's into a certain film, and I'm sure you know the one that I'm talking about.
And there we go. And the depth and dimension, I just think it's so, so beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. That is beautiful. Thank you. Isn't that amazing? I love it. Absolutely beautiful. And all done using the elements from the little books that we've been chatting about. So 3 brand new little books. So if you are new to the show, if you've just joined us, the artwork that's just been used in that demonstration has come from just one of the 3 brand new little books that we're sharing with you. So your Festive Wonders, the one that's sitting neatly in the centre there, that's the one that was just used. We've got All Tangled Up. That was the first demo with a little elf who got himself tangled in the Christmas lights. And, of course, we've got Father Christmas featuring in those. You're actually getting all 3 of those books pretty much for the price of 2, because originally we were looking at £29.97, but you're getting all 3 of them for just £19.98, and they are crammed full of beautiful artwork where you've actually got 3 repeats of each of those designs in there, giving you lots and lots of scope in all sorts of different styles. You've got your Festive Wonders, which has got a mystical feel to it. Then you've got your Tangled Up, which all of the characters are finding themselves tangled in the Christmas lights, which we all kind of find ourselves in that situation come December. And then the last one being your Father Christmas, again in lots and lots of different styles of scene, including beautiful ones that are traditional style, but also some fun and funky ones as well. So all 3 of those coming to you, paying for 2, getting 3 sent to you. Brilliant value for money. But there are a few ways that you can mix them up and play around with them, and we have got a couple of dies to share with you, which I think... Oh, they're both together. Even better. So this is a brilliant die, because when you look at it, it is a jigsaw puzzle. So what it's actually doing, if you're wanting to line it up with one of your fabulous book pages, you can then turn your book page into a jigsaw. And there is an outer frame with this as well. This is ingenious as well, Kat. I think it's such a clever idea, this little jigsaw.
It is so much fun. So there's lots of ways that you can use this. I like... popping my little book page onto one of our A4 foam sheets, and then you get really chunky bits of jigsaw that you can actually use. I would definitely advise popping it onto some cardstock first as well, because if it's just the papers, it can be a little bit flimsy.
Good advice, yeah.
But then when I layer it up, if I'm doing it on a card front, I like to put my first piece on a foam pad, and then my next piece flat, and then my next layer on a foam pad, so you can really see that definition when you're doing it. I love, because you get multiple pages in your little books, you can make your own little jigsaw puzzles to give to people, so you can have the finished image in the front, make your box using your scoreboard, and then put your little jigsaw pieces inside for them to make themselves.
I think I need this, because I think doing Christmas crackers with their little jigsaw puzzle in would be really good fun.
Yeah,
All right. Okay, so you're going to get that one. You're also going to get the second die, which is your dainty borders. And these are beautiful. You've got these gorgeous borders that you can use. These are actually going to cut detail into your card as well. And by the look of it, I'm guessing that you can kind of extend them further if you want into the, and your die cutting machine will allow you to do so. I'll show you the board because you've got kind of like a design that's left within your card on these. So it's not like a border that's going to sit on top. It's actually going to cut into your card. So you can imagine these running down the side of maybe a gatefold style card or a stepper card or a side stepper, easel cards. These would make brilliant little stoppers for your easel cards, wouldn't they? And the beauty is you're actually getting that one alongside the jigsaw that we saw just a few moments ago. You've got a little nod to Christmas with those. I like the stars. You'd use that one all year round, wouldn't you? So you are going to get your 2 dies. So you're going to get your dainty borders and you are going to get your jigsaws. And you can get them individually for $19.99. But we're going to give you a little bit of a cheeky discount. So the bundle price on your screen is dropping down because we're going to give you a discounted price to say thank you for buying them together. So you're saving yourself a £5, bringing them down to £34.98. Now, of course, the little books range is something that we see from Hunky Dory, and they've got literally hundreds of different designs, and we have got those available as a pick and mix as well. So this is a perfect way for you to fill in gaps if you are collecting them, and also it's one of those ways that you can go and have a little look to see what else they do. Now, the way that these work, you are looking at $10.99 for each one of them. Actually, we're looking at $9.99. But if you do shop for 3 of these, then that price is coming down again to £19.78. There's all sorts of different styles and different topics with those. Festive florals has been one of the very popular ones. That's looking very, very vulnerable. But you can see here, you've got all sorts. Oh, I've got the festive florals here. So here you go. So if you like the look of this one, we do not have too many of these available. And the way that you're going to go for your pick and mix, you're going to add any 3 into your basket, and your basket will automatically change the price to £19.78. So if you like the look of that one, get hold of it as soon as you possibly can. I think one of my favourites is this one, though, with the kind of the silhouettes in there.
It's so different.
Isn't that lovely?
As well. And I think that's one when if you pair it up with the mask that we've got today, you could create some really stunning effects.
Absolutely, gorgeous scenes in there. So yeah, go and have a little look at the pick and mix that's on your screen, as you can see there, and you can see in the bottom corner there all the different titles scrolling through. But you won't find the brand new ones in there because what happens is they are in a little bundle and they're already in that price anyway. So yeah, definitely worth thinking about. Right, what are we doing next then? Should we head back over to Kat?
Shall we do something just with the mask?
Oh,
just to
okay.
see how you can make a card just using these. So I have yourself a merry little Christmas, and I couldn't resist bringing a little bit of craft card in for this one. I love my craft card. So we are going to pop this on here. And let's just secure that down. I'm going to try and get it so it's holding my mask and my cardstock on my side at the same time. And to start off with, we are just going to concentrate on the stripes on the outside. I'm going to do 2 different colours.
Okay.
So I'm going to go red and green. So have a little bit of scrap card so you can mask off as you go. So you're not... Because even though I'm going to use my little daubers for this, there's still not that much room. So if you've got a little bit of scrap that you can use.
Good advice.
So let's start with my red. And then I can just mask. It doesn't matter if it goes on the sides because I'm going to cut them away afterwards.
Okay.
But you can just see. So I do that one, and then I'm going to bring this up. And as long as I bring this right up to the top here, then I've got plenty of room on this one here without worrying about masking off the bottom.
Ah, clever. Oh, you could have loads of fun with this,
You
then.
really can. So then it's miss one, colour one, miss one, colour one. And we'll do the bottom of this side for you so you get that effect. Miss one, colour one. And then we're going to switch over to our green, and we're just going to use the same technique.
Oh, I like this idea.
And again, if you place that at the bottom there, you should have enough room to get that in now. And And we take those. We are going to come down here, pop this in. So let's go all the way down to the bottom here. And I'll just finish one side for you and then show you what else I do to really, really make this pop.
And this is a really economical way of making a card, because so obviously you've got the investment of the masks and you've got your inks and things, but you're not adding additional bits to them. So if you're making cards maybe for fundraising, for charities or school and things like that, it's a very economical way of keeping your costs down. Oh, look at that.
So you get this really, really... So imagine that all the way around. And then what I like to do is get a ruler, which I have not got today. So I'm just using a scrap piece of paper, and we're just going to use a white gel pen, and we're just going to draw in our frame just to really, really make this pop around here. And then the same on the outside. And then, again, it's going to take a little bit of time, but I think the end product is worth it. I'm just going to add a little bit of stitch detail to each of these lines, just to make them pop. Wait till you see the finished article. When it's all done, cut it out to the edge of your white lines, and you are going to end up with a frame that looks like this.
Wow. Oh, Katya, you're right.
Isn't it?
It is worth taking the time.
And think about not just these little books, but all the ones that you've seen before that it's going to work with. And take it away from Christmas. This will work with your birthday ones. Just change your colours up. They could be lots of different. They could be purples and pinks and blues, and you could use that all year round.
Perfect.
So we are going to go back to our mask. Let me just give it a little bit of a clean up.
Talking of which, how do we do that? Just a little bit of kind of a wet cloth?
Yeah, I'm just using a baby wipe here, but you can run them under your sink. I'm just going to use a baby wipe and then a fibre cloth just to dry it up.
The minks are water-based, so it's easy enough just to rinse them off.
You can see how quick that's coming off there. And then I'm just going to go in with my fibre cloth just so I'm not going to get anything wet onto the next part that I'm going to do. Give my mat dry as well. So then we're going to take another piece of card. We are going to pop this back on again, and this time we're going to concentrate on our centrepiece. So let's tack that down again. So I'm coming back to my red, my green and my white pen. So again, I'm going to use a bit of my scrap, and I'm going to start with my half. And I'm just going to very carefully get in there, try and avoid any of those star or circle details because I've got another plan for them in a bit. So half is going to be green, Christmas is going to be green. I'm going to get in. And we're just going to get all that done like that.
Lovely.
Then let's go with our red, and it's just the Merry that we're doing with the red. And remember, with your whatever you're using to mask this off, you can move it around as and when you need it. So like as it comes to my white here, I can just pop that in place.
We did try to get the Daubers added into the show, but sadly for some reason we can't. But you may well be able to find them on the website if you're shopping for those.
And then I'm going with my white gel pen, and I think this really, really makes it pop. We're going to do yourself.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right there. Colour that in. Again, spend more time than I am on this. We're going to do yourself. We're going to do the little with the white gel pen. So you could just trace that round and then colour in as you go. And then all my other details, like my stars and my little dots and my circles, I'm going to colour in as well. Now, you're not going to get a true representation when I do that, but you start to see how it's coming to life. Then I just trim that out to size, and then I've gone round and I've put that stitched edge detail all around there as well.
It's got a proper homely feel, hasn't it, on the craft card?
So as you can see, I cut the centre out of that frame before. I've just taken an A4 sheet of craft card, folded it in half to make an A5 size card. And we're just going to pop these two back on there now. And this is something that you could be batch making. Like I said, you're not limited to how many you can make of these. If
Well,
you
this is
wanted
it,
to
yeah.
make 20, 30 of them, you've got the
And
materials.
it's a lovely
do
way of
so.
putting them together, I have to say. I really enjoyed it. Utilising your inks, such a clever technique.
Pop
That'd make
there.
a lovely photo frame as well, wouldn't it?
It would definitely really would, yeah. You could turn it into a shaker. You
Yeah.
could add a little bit of...
Because quite often you'll get kind of school photos, won't you, around Christmas time?
Yes, yeah.
They go back in September, don't they? And they get the photos done before they get themselves into too much of a pickle. Usually it's that they're there with their uniforms that are a little bit too big, because by the time July comes around, they'll have fitted into it.
And pop that back in the middle.
Oh, that's
Like that.
beautiful. That is adorable.
go.
Oh, I love that. That is a brilliant example of how you can create, just using literally inks and a mask. A little bit of craft card. That is beautiful. Thank you, Kat.
You're welcome.
Wasn't that fabulous? Really enjoyed that. So you've got your 3 stencils. So these are brand new as well. They were originally designed to actually use with the little books, but of course, as Kat's just shown you, you can certainly use them independently. So that's why they're proving to be so popular, well, in my humble opinion anyway. You've got all 3 of them coming to you for £12.50, which is phenomenal value for money, because they're actually kind of A5 in size, so really good size. Now, when you do get them back, you'll get a few serving suggestions of how you can craft with them. But if you go off and have a little look on the Hunky Dory website, you'll find all sorts of different ideas. There's all sorts of videos that are available on there as well.
Yes, definitely.
So go and have a little look. And a brilliant way of crafting, very economically, but of course they have been designed to work with your little books as well. So it gives you a lovely area for you to actually start putting your little characters into, or your little pages. And the beauty is you can use them as a frame if you wanted to, or use them completely without the little books. Either way, you are going to get some amazing results, but I think it's a really clever way for you actually to use them together. So there you go. The character that you've got there, the little unicorn, all tangled up from the brand new little books. And then you've got obviously that gorgeous kind of snowflake frame. Very clever use of the inner area there, being inked up, but then fussy cut so as you could use it as a sentiment. I love this one here with all the different colours featuring on this one, which is lovely. And then again, this one's been teamed up with elements from one of the little books. Few little kind of elements that have been fussy cut and put together. We are getting so busy for these, so busy. You've got a large sentiment as well, which is nice because you can use that in its own right. But again, gives you the opportunity to kind of do a bit of faux matting and layering. And you're going to get really creative with those masks. You'll start adding your ink, like we just saw, maybe doing the alternate colours and getting a fabulous effect with them. Or maybe just use the centrepiece on top of some lovely papers that you've got in your stash as well. Very, very effective and very, very economical way of crafting these. For £12.50, phenomenal value. And if you notice with this one, you've almost got like a tartan effect going on, because the stencil has been, or should I say the mask has been placed down, inked through in one colour, then turned round or flipped over so as those diagonal lines going in the opposite direction. And then it's building up a lovely kind of tartan effect, which we all love at Christmas anyway. But again, use the sentiment in the centre there, use it alongside the characters and get some absolutely amazing results. You are loving these. Lots of you crafters getting involved, new crafters to the channel, but I will warn you, nearly half the stock has gone, and there are many, many more of you waiting to check your baskets out. So I just hope we've got enough for everybody to get their hands on these. It's a weekend, so yeah, sometimes it's difficult for us to do anything about stock, but for the time being, check your baskets out to guarantee that they are on their way to you. And that is the beauty. You can add it all into your basket at the same time. Now, of course, they've come about because of the books. And we've got 3 brand new books to share with you, which are adorable. I can't decide which one's my favourite.
They're so different, and this is what I love when we bring you these collections of 3 different little books, because they're all standalone pieces.
Absolutely.
And they've all for very different people in different occasions, and they're going to give you so much variety of people that I just love him.
Isn't that brilliant?
You can make cardballs. Isn't it amazing?
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Of course, you can use them in their entirety. We've got some lovely finished samples, which I haven't had a chance to share.
This one would be great. If you were making cards for each member of the family, you've got that theme
Yes.
of they're all tangled up. There's something that brings them all together.
Yeah.
But like I said, you could do the Yeti for the grumpy dad.
Yes.
You've got the unicorn for the little girl. You've got cat for cat.
I love it.
You could really do something for everyone, but them all match at the same time.
Absolutely, and I think you're right. I think that is a favourite page there. Absolutely beautiful. So you're going to get all three of those. You've got your Father Christmas style as well. I'll quickly flick through these because we've got some lovely finished samples that I'd love to share with you. Very traditional scenes with these, traditional colours, almost photographic images of these as well. Some lovely, lovely bases that you're going to be able to create. And I love that one, fun and funky one there, isn't it, with the motorbike there. Then you've got your gorgeous kind of mystical scenes that we saw earlier on, so absolutely beautiful, lovely kind of blues and greens, and then a little bit whimsical in there as well. So got to have a snow globe at Christmas, haven't you? But then you can get truly creative with these. So these cards, the design team have put them together so beautifully. I mean, I love that one, suspended on the acetate there. Absolutely gorgeous. Similar to the one that we saw Kat create earlier on. I mean, that is a gorgeous, gorgeous image, isn't it? Beautiful.
And them two just work so
Don't
beautifully
they just?
together.
Absolutely. Did show you this one earlier on. Clever idea using a little bit of acetate. And can you see how the mask has come into use there as well? Very clever use of it there. Things like your stepper cards. If you're doing your concept cards, absolutely perfect. Bit of mirror mat going on there. So don't forget those mirror mats as well, because they are the perfect size to work with your pages. You don't have to trim them down. They're exactly the right size for you to work alongside those pages. So do make sure you add those in. And we've got a variety of different styles, whether you want your festive colours, whether you want your gold, your traditional silver as well. I love his little face.
So cute.
Absolutely. This is a clever one as well.
Oh, we love this one.
Okay. That's clever.
Yeah. So the idea of, I think this was done by a member of the design team.
It was Sam,
Sam
yeah.
on the design team. And it's so simple to do. If I've got a spare bit of card, I'll
just put the instructions on the back there, sir.
second.
I love it. Oh, if you've got a chance, that'd be lovely.
Well, I can show you a bit of it. It's not like I can make the whole
Oh,
card.
no, don't
because
expect
we've
you to.
got-
Isn't that clever, though? It's like a 2-for-1.
Just for an idea, so you would just take your piece of basic cardstock and score. It depends how thick you want to cut your little pieces. I've gone for 1/2 inch here, but just score at 1/2 inch across for this one, and then you just concertina fold back and forth, and then you would just pick 2 pages from your little book. Obviously, you'd cut this down to little book size. And then on one side, you'd cut each of those pages into your 1/2 inch strips.
So the same width.
And then on one side, you would piece those back here, 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 and going across. And then on the other side, you would piece your other pictures back together. And as simple as that, really. It looks so much more complicated.
Brilliant.
But isn't it great?
I love it. Absolutely. Thank you for explaining that, because I mean, that was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Loads of you going for these. And you could be getting that effect with any of these images. This is a lovely one, because on tilt this one, you'll be able to see with this one, because you've got your 6 pages, you've actually got the opportunity to really, really build up depth and dimension. And some lovely traditional styles as well. Look at that.
Absolutely stunning. That would work perfectly with the mask as well, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just, yeah. I mean, really, you cannot go far wrong when you are going for these. The only thing that you might find yourself in a situation of is that those masks might not be available, because I've just heard they are flying out. So if you like the idea of getting hold of those masks alongside these, please do not leave it too long. Do not dilly-dally, as I would say. Very quickly going to pop the masks back up on your screen, just so as you can kind of see exactly what they are. They've popped up on your screen, as you can see, all 3 of these coming to you for just £12.99, which is phenomenal value for money. And as we've seen, incredibly useful to have in your crafty stash as well. Kat, do we know when you're back with us again?
I do, but it's about a month's time.
Oh,
yeah, I've got
way
another
too
weekend
long.
off in the middle. It does seem like a while, doesn't it?
Oh, well, we will look forward to
After,
it.
and then after that, I think it's a month as well, because I've got a gig
no.
booked in Dublin. But after that,
Ooh.
After that...
You're going to Dublin. I don't blame you, though. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm not going to see anything in Dublin. I'm literally going, queuing for a concert, going to the concert and flying home.
Oh, I see. But even so, it's a good place to be. Well, it's been a pleasure, as it always is, working with you. Thank you. We've had a lovely show. And thank you. I mean, it's been amazing, hasn't it? Those fabulous demonstrations that she shared with us as well. So
thank you.
Always love it when Kat's here. So I am going to say goodbye to you for this hour. I am up with the lovely Sharon in the next hour. Very much looking forward to it. It's kind of going to be an hour of education, but the bonus is we have got brand new VersaFine Claire colours, which you are going to love. I've fallen in love with them, and I know you will too. I'll see you in a little while.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
have the urge to say himmy shimmy when I
Himmy
see that on the
shimmy.
screen, the himmy shimmy. Now, that was earlier on though, wasn't it?
It was.
Because Sharon has been here previously, but this hour, we are both very excited for this hour. Because if you have kind of gone on that kind of inky journey, as we guys have, you get very excited when brands like this bring out a new collection. Versafine and Claire, I'm sure you will have come across before, but this is something completely different to what we've experienced previously.
It is. We've got much softer colours with
love the
these.
colours.
And I think Versafine Claire, for a lot of us, are everyday staples.
Yes, yeah.
They are very much your stamping inks that you're going to be using for your sentiments, for actually stamping your images. You're going to get a really crisp, lovely stamp with these.
And that's what they're known for,
That's
isn't
what they're
it?
known
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
I definitely use them. If I'm stamping a sentiment, these are the ink pads I use because you get a really solid colour and really crisp.
Absolutely. Now, this is a brand new range, and we've got the opportunity for you to get hold of all of these. So all of this gorgeousness, which I've actually got a board to share with you because Sharon has done this for us. Because sometimes you've got kind of got like a graphic look, haven't you, on the actual
the
pads.
packaging I think looks brighter than the ink stamps.
So these are them actually.
These are stamped,
right.
and I picked this butterfly because it's got quite a fine detail.
Yes.
So you can see just how beautifully they stamp, which means, you know, for your detailed images, they're going to be perfect.
Perfect, lovely. And you've got Arctic, avocado, baby pink, barley blue, grass green featuring in there as well. You've also got hawthorn rose, lilac bloom, portobello, sand dune, spruce, strawberry, and very berry. Love that.
Yeah, I love that, very Perry. The colours are, if you've got the sort of original colours that came out, these are very much the in-between colours that we were missing.
Okay.
But overall, I feel like they've got a much more pastel feel to them.
Absolutely.
They're less vivid. Some of the original colours I found a bit bright, and I don't use them that often. These, I think, are going to be my everyday.
I just love the range that we've got. Now, when you look at the price on your screen, that is the price that you would be expecting to pay because they tend to be around kind of £6 a pad, really, aren't they? It's
That's
kind of
what I've paid. I bought mine at kind of craft shows
Yeah,
and things, and I usually pay
absolutely,
about
yeah.
£6.50, something like
Something
that.
So the price on your screen actually equates to £5.89, which is what we would expect to pay. So, yeah, not a bad price at all. But we have got a fabulous... Oh, Liam's 30 before 30 deal. So that means that that price, I'm guessing, is not going to stick at that price for very, very long. So if you're getting involved already, which I can see that many of you have done, then that price is going to be coming down. So details on your screen, MFPQ91, get it into your basket, but watch those chevrons as that price drops down. So this is where you can get all of those brand new colours, and now you're looking at less than £50. So now that actually means that you are paying just £4.17. That's music to any crafter's
That's a
ears.
great deal because, you know I've
Yeah.
bought these at retail shows and I've paid about £6 or £6.50 for them. So
yeah.
that is a...
And you will want them in your life, especially when
You
you
will.
see what Sharon is going to be doing with these. $49.99, two-way split as well, making it even more affordable on your pocket if you're wanting to go for. You're just going to be paying $24.99 along with your post and packing, unless you've already shopped with us today. And, of course, that's been taken care of. And then the second payment will be in a month's time. Now, hopefully I will ask questions of Sharon as the hour progresses. And they're crafting questions, because I'm a crafter just like you. And hopefully there'll be some of the questions that you would normally ask. If I miss out on anything or there's anything else you want to know, then do get involved. You can message the studio via the website. You can get in touch through the email as well. But the first question I want to say is, I work with Versafine Claire, and I think I've got the black, I've got a brown, and I've got a grey.
Yep.
And I use them all the time.
Yep.
Why do I need colours?
Well, various reasons, actually.
Okay.
And I've got mine here.
I put you on the spot there,
These are
sorry.
my everyday, I bring here every time. Black, grey and brown, just as you said.
They're go-tos.
These are my everyday, if I'm stamping anything, and you'll have seen me, you know, these are in my craft bag that I bring to HobbyMaker every time. Because if I'm stamping an image, I'm generally using my Himi paints, or I'm using my distress watercolours to watercolour with. So Versafine is waterproof.
So you don't. It's
So
not
that's
gonna
why
move
we
when
like,
You start. Right.
yeah.
Okay.
So yes, you're right. The black, grey and brown would be your staples. However, there are lots of occasions where you might want a softer look.
That is true.
Or you might want a particular colour. So if I were stamping a lovely rose, I might want to stamp that in a pink.
Got
so
you.
that the lines are less visible.
Yes.
Because if you want a soft look and you've stamped your rose in black, those lines are going to be very visible.
Yeah.
If you want more of a no-line sort of colouring
Yes,
look,
of course.
you can match your ink to the image.
And that's quite tricky to do otherwise, really.
It
isn't
is,
Yeah.
and of course, because these are waterproof, it means you can do that because
Perfect.
you can use your watercolours. If you're stamping a sentiment on a card, you quite often might want the colour to match what you're doing. For Christmas cards, I will quite often stamp my sentiment in like a pine green or a
Yes,
red.
yeah.
So you're going to want colours for that. So it's not just about black and brown. I know
That's a
those
fair
are
point, yeah.
most used.
Yeah.
But there are lots of times you will want colours.
Lovely.
And the other time, and this is where this particular collection really comes into play, if you're doing like a vintage background and you've got some cardstock that you want to look a bit distressed, a bit vintage, and you've got some stamps, like we've got some lovely ones on the show, where you've got all your little script backgrounds and your little postage marks and things like that. If you go in with black on those and it's meant to be just a background, they're going to really jump out, which is not what you want. So some of the colours we've got today are just perfect for that.
Love it, I'm convinced.
But yeah, the lighter browns, we've got a really nice, it's called Portobello.
Lovely.
I think it's going to be my replacement brown.
Perfect. Lots of you getting involved with these. I will warn you, it's the weekend and the stock that we've got is it. So over 10% of the stock has gone and we haven't even seen these in action or learnt anymore. So I'm going to go a little bit quiet now, Sharon, and let you explain, because you kind of have broken it down brilliantly, because it can be a bit of a minefield when you're looking at ink pads.
It can, and there are so many different brands. You know, pretty much every company that's here on HobbyMaker has got their own brand of ink pads. We all have our favourites, but I think VersaFine is a staple.
Yeah.
You will see, you know, you'll see me use them all the time. Lots of demonstrators here. This is their kind of go-to for when they want a waterproof ink. We're also all very familiar with distress inks.
Yes.
They are very much a go-to for doing techniques with.
Yes.
So I thought, I've got a distress ink here, so I'm going to explain to you what VersaFine Clair actually is in terms of what type of ink it is.
Okay.
And I'll compare it to a distress, because these I feel are two products we're all quite familiar with. So VersaFine Clair is a pigment ink.
Okay.
There are two types of ink, pigment or dye. Your distress inks are dye inks. To further complicate things, your oxides are a blend of dye and pigment, actually.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm just going to stick to the normal distress so I
That's
don't
fine.
totally confuse everyone. So your distress is dye, these are pigment. Now that means these are going to give you that crisp stamping, because pigment ink, the pigment is in little particles. You'll notice it when you look at re-inkers. It's hard to see on these because the bottles are a bit cloudy. A pigment re-inker will look opaque.
Okay.
It will look quite solid, whereas one for a distress ink will look like clear liquid that's just tinted.
Got you. Okay. Is that because it's water-based, I suppose?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And that means you're going to get an opaque look with a pigment ink.
Okay.
That's great for us crafters, because say you want to stamp on craft card, darker card is more likely to show.
Of course, yes.
A dye ink, which you distress, if you think about your distress inks, if I stamped this on a darker card, it's quite translucent. You kind of don't see it so boldly. Pigment sits on top of the card, which means it takes a bit longer to dry. Your dye ink sinks into your card, so it dries a bit quicker. Now, we instantly think about drying quick in terms of smudging it when you want to move on. But actually, the other thing is you can heat emboss. You can't get a great result if you're using your embossing pad as a distress ink, because it dries a bit too quickly.
Yeah.
This will take a bit longer to dry, so you can heat emboss with it.
And if you've got clear embossing powder straight away, you've got...
And you get a lovely vibrant colour. A lot of people like to heat emboss with clear powder when they're colouring in an image, because it gives you a little barrier.
Yes.
Makes it easier to colour within the lines if you're using watercolour and things. So you can do that with your VersaFine.
Perfect.
Then the other sort of property to the ink is it's either solvent alcohol-based, water-based or oil-based.
Okay.
Solvent is something like your StazOn. These are the inks that are really fast drying and that you would be using on acetate, glass, that kind of thing.
And you usually have to use a special remover for them.
Yeah,
don't you?
they're
Clean
quite.
things. things, yeah.
They're quite specialist.
Yeah.
I've got, I think, a couple of stays on ink pads, and I very rarely use them. It's only if I want to stamp on acetate, really. The other properties are water or oil. So your distress inks, we all know, are water-based because that's what allows us to use them as watercolours because they react with water. You can mix them. You can use lots of different techniques with them. So that's what the distress is. However, the VersaFine is oil. This is what makes it waterproof.
Okay.
So this is why this is brilliant to use when you're colouring in your images because it's not going to bleed, it's not going to smudge with your water.
Perfect.
Now, oil is medium drying, pigment is slower drying, so you get a kind of good in-between with
Yes,
these.
yeah.
You'll get, it'll be relatively fast drying, but if you're using it on, say, like a coated card, you might want to use your heat gun on it just to make sure it's dry so you don't
And that's
smudge
the
it.
nature of the coated card, isn't it?
Yes, yeah,
Allowing
it's
that
not quite so
technique,
porous.
Yeah. It's not quite so stressful either because you're not panicking trying to do everything really quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So I've done a little board on the VersaFine Claire. So oil-based pigment, we've kind of covered all of these things. So, and then again, the techniques, anything water-based, it means you're not going to smudge it. So any of your water-based pens, your shimmer pens, all of those things you can do. And you can use it on both coated and uncoated cards.
So it's really useful.
It is an everyday essential.
I mean, Versa by name, Versa by nature. When you think about versatile. So
yes,
yeah,
really is.
sense,
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you for that.
That's kind of a little bit
That explains it so well. So, yeah, I mean, you can see why these colours are going to be so beautiful. I mean, straight away, doing your sentiments, I love it.
Yeah.
Fine detail stamps, again, you're going to get the properties that we're all familiar with your VersaFine. And that's the key thing. I mean, you can use it. And I'm thinking about fabrics as well, stamping onto fabrics.
Yeah, it's quite good. It's funny, when you look on the list of things to use it with, it doesn't list fabric, but I do use this on fabric.
And if you heat set it, I usually iron it
I
on the
give
back
it a quick
just to make sure,
I give it a quick blast with my heat tool because my iron doesn't get used. Yeah, I find it works really well on. I quite often use like a sort of calico cotton fabric in journals and things, and I use this on that all the time.
Beautiful. And you can look at the fine detail there. I mean, every single one of those has been stamped out using that beautiful butterfly, and every little attention to detail is there.
Yes.
And that's kind of detail that you wouldn't get necessarily if you were working with something like a distress ink.
Yeah, distress inks are great for stamping.
Yeah,
they are more for techniques, and you know, I'll go as far as to say, if you're a beginner crafter, the things you need are distress inks for techniques and VersaFine for your everyday.
Absolutely. I love it. Loads of you going for these. I am a little bit concerned that 15 minutes in, so many of them have gone. It's a brilliant saving. Don't forget, as we mentioned in the past, you will have been familiar with £5.99, £6, maybe £6.50 for a VersaFine Claire. We have got a deal for you. Originally £70 and 27 pence. Brought them to you at £5.89, which isn't out of the realms. It's a little bit of a saving, to be fair, on what I've paid.
It's cheaper than I've bought them for.
But now you're looking at $49.99 to get the brand new 24 colours there, so 2024 colours. You're only paying £4.17 each for each one now. So it makes sense to go for them all because they all work beautifully alongside each other. And of course, the beauty is you can use it. You've got different tones like the greens. You've got 3 greens there. So if you're wanting to build up something as well with 3 different stamps, maybe foliage style, you've got that kind of realism.
Yeah, you do because. Yeah, as you say, when you're stamping leaves and things, you do quite often want at least a couple of shades of green.
Absolutely.
And you've got those there.
I love it. So there we go. Can I say thank you as well for that explanation? Because that was brilliant. Don't you agree? Absolutely brilliant. So
I think ink pads are the most confusing thing when you're new to crafting. It's taken me a long time to get my head around it, I have to say.
It does take a while. but you'll be familiar, I'm sure, with VersaFine, as I say, with your black and also your grey. We use those all the time, so it's kind of extended. And I think you'll start using them in more ways than just a sentiment.
Yes. Yeah. And I think when you've got some nice other colours to use, you'll start using them instead of just going with brown or black. Because it's so easy to just have your brown or black on your desk. I'm guilty of it myself.
All of us, Now, we've got the bumper bundle, but OK, you might not want to go for them all in one go, so that's why we've got the opportunity for you to get them in kind of individuals, or you can get a pick and mix if you're wanting to. £4.17 per ink pad is the most economical way to go for them, but we appreciate you might not want to go for them all. But if you do want to go for any two of those, then you can do. Add them into your basket at £5.85, but when you come to complete your order, the price will drop down to £8.89. So you're looking at, what, £4.45 there or thereabouts. The one that's the most kind of vulnerable, shall I say, is Arctic. We've got relatively healthy stocks of all of the colours, to be fair, but it's one of those situations that if you're thinking I'm going to go for them maybe half the set now and half the set in another month, then do go for the big bundle, because you've got your two-way split, and we can't guarantee that we will have all of the colours in a month's time. And if you want to shop for them individually, then obviously you can do that as well. But get hold of them as you like. And don't think to yourself, you're left high and dry. We have actually got the re-inkers that are available as well. We're not going to be really spending a lot of time with them, because with these being brand new, you might not be thinking about re-inkers at this stage, but they are there.
And they're useful to have, and I think for ink pads that you use a lot, I generally will buy a re-ink for them. And I know I'm here to sell you stuff, but I would say don't buy re-inkers for every single ink pad you buy, because ink pads do last a long time. It's only the ones that you're using fairly regularly that you're going to need to re-ink
if you look after
at
them,
any time in the future. I mean, I've got re-inkers for some of my distress inks, not all of them. And some of my distress inks I've had 15 years from when they first came out, and I haven't re-inked some of them.
Putting those lids back
there
on.
are colours I just never use, really. So if you're going for re-inkers, I would say Portobello, San June, maybe avocado. Those are the ones I'd be getting re-inkers for.
Well, you can get any two of those if you want. We have got a little bit of a pick and mix. £5.79 each, as you can see there, or £8.92 if you're going for a couple of them. I personally would say, if you're looking at thinking, well, I'm going to go for half of those and I'm going to go for the re-inkers, maybe forget about the... I shouldn't be saying this, should I?
Yes,
forget about the re-inkers for now and go for the full set. And get the re-inkers at a later stage.
Definitely.
Because we'll all have those available for you. So there you go. Deal is on your screen. If you like the look of all of those colours, well, the board here will show you in the true representation of those colours, and they are all absolutely gorgeous. We've been chatting for nearly 20 minutes. Can you believe that? Talking about ink for 20 minutes. I'd love to see some demonstrations.
Shall we have a little look at some of them? Because we've also got some really nice stamps on the show, which are going to show these off beautifully.
Perfect.
So one thing I mentioned about is if you're doing a background, and you're using some of these kind of lovely vintage bits and bobs where you just want to enhance your background. Now, this is 49 a market cardstock. I had some of this on a show yesterday, actually, and it's perfect. Now, the paper has already got some kind of scripty, texty bits going on, but I want to enhance that. Now, if I came in with black ink, that would be really...
It would be too bold,
bold,
wouldn't it?
obvious.
Too much, yeah.
So I'm going to choose some more subtle colours. And I think these are going to be my very much most used, some of these.
Okay.
So let's do a little bit of all over some bits and bobs. So let's go with this one.
Now, we have got a variety of different stamps that are on the show as well, from Stampers Anonymous.
Yes.
So as you see them being used, you will be able to find them. Alex is going to change the details around on the screen as we work our way through the demo. Start price on this particular one is $38.99, but the price will be dropping down to just £24.99. You're getting a lot of
This
stamps.
is a fabulous set. Again, if you like... it's funny, you know, having just been here with 49 a Market and doing a similar thing. If you like that kind of vintage feel, there's a lot in this set. And I love the fact that you've got such a mix of sizes. You know, you've got this really big 5. You've got some nice big sort of bold, you know, quite funny sayings. Yeah. And then you've got some like this one here that's nice vertical.
Like a calendar, I like that one.
So you've got ones to fit in everywhere.
Can I very quickly say as well, if everybody checks their baskets out, with the stock that's already sold and the stock that's in baskets, over half of the stock of all the ink pads will go. So, yeah, just bear that in mind if you're hovering and hovering. Right,
so I'm starting with San June, which is a lovely light brown. And that just blends in beautifully with the background. It's not too bold. And then Portobello, let me just grab a wet wipe so I can clean my stamps as I go.
Is that a good habit to get into?
Yeah, I think so, particularly if, as we're doing now, you're going to start mixing your colours about.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm a bit lazy if I'm just using black all the time, but...
Yeah, because it's like, oh, well, I'm going to use black again.
I'm going to use it again in a minute.
But you're so right. I mean, can you imagine what you've already stamped in black? It would just
jump out at you, wouldn't it?
It would drown the paper, wouldn't it?
And now, it's quite, when you are doing this sort of background, it's quite good to overlap a little bit. And I'm going to come in with a slightly darker. So the Portobello, this is a lovely grey-brown.
Nice, yeah,
I feel like this is going to replace my darker brown, actually, as my sort of go-to. So I can overlap, and look how well that works.
Yep, love
it's just perfect, isn't it? It's
and
that
look
perfect.
At the clarity that you're getting because you're using that fine Claire.
They're really crisp. The stamps are a really good quality rubber. So I've got literally the best quality things I could be doing for
You're
this.
in a very happy place at the moment.
I am. You can tell, can't you, Hayley? You can tell I've been having a lovely weekend with all the things I've had on. Now, one of my other favourites, I like this avocado.
Okay.
I always go for more of a yellowy green, so this is very me. So we'll do this one.
I love it. Just stamping like 3 colours on here is making. Look at that, it's perfect.
They're just subtle enough for this. What I'll do actually is I will let's stamp this one again in black, but I'll do it here where I'm going to cover it, and you can see just how too much it is.
Thank you.
Because I'm going to put a butterfly in the middle
here. And I think there's not many crafters out there that won't have this ink pad that you've just used there, the black.
So if I go in with black,
yeah,
it's too much.
Yeah, especially if all the others were exactly the same. You wouldn't even notice the background.
Your eye goes straight to that when you look at this.
Yeah.
So having these more subtle colours for this kind of vintage background is just perfect.
And as you're working with these, if you'd wanted to give them like a glossiness, you could go in and put...
You could go over with clear embossing,
you
could. Now, the other one that's lovely is Arctic.
Oh, no, this is the one that when you're shopping for them individually, we don't have as healthy a stock of.
It's a really nice... So let's go in the corner here. So that's a nice...
That is lovely.
It's
That's
a nice...
gorgeous blue, isn't it? So you're thinking about like your Christmas projects, putting your sentiments
yes,
on your
it's
Christmas
perfect for that.
cards if you've got that icy blue look.
So I think that'll do for my background.
Lovely.
Now I want this to look vintage. Let's put these back over here. I want this to look vintage, so I'm going to go around the edge with a bit of distress ink. And actually I've got my Sizzix paper distresser.
Okay.
So I'm going to scuff the edges a little bit as well.
Lovely.
And this is going to be my vintage backdrop. And then I'll grab
this is coming together.
This is very much my my style of.
If we were to kind of come creeping along to your crafty cabin, which sounds very creepy, you know, just saying it that way, you know, and peer through the window, this is the kind of thing we're trying to do. This is the sort of thing
I'd be doing, yeah. It was frustrating actually because I had those lovely stamps yesterday from 49er Market, and I really wanted to use these ink pads, but I thought I can't because I'll spoil the surprise for today.
Oh, bless.
But they would have been so perfect with those stamps.
They were very popular yesterday. So
yeah, I know lots of you will have got them yesterday, so you might want to grab these because they would work really well with them.
I just love that kind of collection of colours there.
It's perfect, isn't it? That Portobello, I want to say to all of you, you need that one.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, there you've got the other side of the paper.
Yeah.
Any of those the inks that you've used there would work perfectly.
They would, yeah, they really would. It's just that lovely vintage.
Alex is peering through your window.
Alex is peeping in my window. There's my little shed.
I have to say, and this is from first-hand experience, if you have got a craft room that you were looking at, whether it's a spare bedroom or whether you've got a crafting cabin or garage or whatever, do check out this. This is on your YouTube
Yeah,
page,
it's on my
it?
YouTube. I did a little tour of my craft room. That's where all my distress inks are.
And it's very, very, very useful. Definitely would. I looked at it a couple of years ago when I was getting my cabin ready. So,
yes, because you've got a cabin, haven't you, like me?
It's not as neat as I just that one. You wouldn't get get me doing that, a guided tour in mine.
So what I'm going to do is, well, I need to cover that big bold black because that's definitely too much.
It's like the elephant in the room, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It just stands out too much. So we've also got on the show this lovely set called label frames.
Okay.
And what I did is I got some light green cardstock and I stamped one of those on there, and then I went in with a craft knife and just cut the inside out.
Lovely.
And I think I used, was it Arctic? No, it was barley blue.
Nice.
And because I've used it over green, it's kind of got that lovely sort of turquoise tint to it. So I'm going to have a frame there, and we're going to pop in it this lovely butterfly.
Ooh, okay.
This is another set that I use a lot. We've got this one as well, Botanic Collage. It goes so well with those sort of background vintage stamps because you've got the sort of botanical journal type text, and then you've got 2 butterflies, 2 florals. This is one of my most used stamp sets. So what I'm going to do is stamp this twice. I'm going to stamp it on a piece to go inside the frame or behind, so that it covers up my big black text there.
Perfect.
So if I stamp it on there, I'm going to get the text, and then what I'm going to do is stamp it again so that I can fussy cut the butterfly in a colour.
Yeah.
So for the background piece, let's grab a bigger block.
And there's a lot of detail in here. I mean, all
A
that
lot,
tiny text.
yes. You really want a good crisp ink for this sort of stamp where you've got, you know, that detail, because not only is it fine detail, but it's got a distressed look to it, so it's kind of imperfect.
And yeah, you could stamp it with any ink, but the problem is that when you actually take that stamp and place it on your cardstock, it can look like you've not stamped it very well.
Yes.
And it's not that you've stamped it any worse than the next person, it's what you've
It's
actually
just,
used.
it's the quality of the ink. Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be, so I want to be quite central on here. It doesn't matter that the butterfly's going off the edge because I'm going to stick one on top.
Okay.
So there we go. Oh, and that's the Portobello I've used, which I'm telling everyone to get. You need it.
That is gorgeous.
It's a must-have, that colour.
And again, because it's slightly slow, and I know I sound like I'm repeating things over and over again, but sometimes you shared the knowledge with us. Sometimes we kind of need to hear it over and over to remember. It's a slower drying ink, so if you wanted to come in with your clear or your sparkly embossing powders, not that you would in this scenario, but you can do.
Yeah, you can. So I'm going to pop the frame on that, just with a bit of glue. And I've cut, well, this will fit perfectly. I've cut it just to fit. So that's going to cover that, like so.
It's interesting what Alex has just said. I don't know whether I'm meant to share this with you or not, but he just said it's interesting that everybody that's shopped for these have gone for the big bundle. Nobody's done pick and mixes.
Yeah, I think you've got such a good mix of colours in here, actually. I think I'd find it hard to choose, and I think, you know, I've shown you with that background, you're kind of, I think you're going to use all of these colours.
Yeah.
It's not like quite often when you buy a set.
Yes.
You know, I said earlier with some of my distress inks, there are some colours I just don't use. Or very rarely use. I know I'm going to use all of these. Now this, Very Perry.
Very Perry. I love the name
colour
anyway.
Because
Let's
it's
have a look
very
at the
much,
board.
it's very much a sort of lilac, like a bluebell colour.
This is one of those clever colours that kind of morphs depending on what you're using with it. So it depends on the background.
Yes.
Next to the kind of the lilac one that we've got there, it looks quite purpley.
Yes.
I imagine that if you put it with more of a blue tone or a grey tone paper, it would look more of a blue.
It would pick out more blue. Yeah,
it's almost like a denim colour, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a very versatile colour. So I'm going to just stamp this on a piece of white smooth cardstock. This is Personal Impressions smooth cardstock.
Okay. Oh, wow.
And that's given me my butterfly.
Can I just, Dan, sorry, I'm directing again from the floor. Can we get in and show the detail from this? Because this is
you can see on the wing.
I don't know if they're called veins, but the actual kind of veins and the detail. I mean, this is, obviously it's an amazing stamp to start with. But look at that. That's what you want. Maybe not out of focus, but yeah.
It's hard to get in that close,
Everyone's a critic, eh? But look at that.
Isn't that beautiful? You can see there's a little bit of brown on the left-hand side where I hadn't cleaned my stamp properly.
That's
but it
okay,
shows you the
don't worry.
detail, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's,
that is beautiful.
It's a really
Dan,
crisp.
thank you for doing that. Thank you.
So to save time, I've done one and I've cut it out already. And then what I'm going to do, you could go in with foam pads. I'm just going to go in with a bit of PVA glue. And I'm going to pop that over the top, line it up with that one.
You didn't cut out the antennae?
No, because I've got them there in brown. I thought I could get away with that. Life's definitely too short for that. No. So that can pop over the top. And then I've got a really nice sort of vintage feel card.
It's beautiful.
And if you look at the stamping I did in the background, none of that is jumping out at you.
That looks amazing. But then if you wanted to come in and add watercolour to it or anything,
yes,
you can do.
You can do, yeah, and that's the other
ink.
thing. How many times, and I know I've done it myself, I've done stamping like that with distress ink, then I've decided to go in with a spritz or a spray, and I've wiped out all my stamping because it just dissolves in the water.
You don't always know what you're going to be doing when you start a project, do you? So it's good to know that you kind of, the ink that you've got allows you to kind of adapt the design as you go. And we're looking at these beautiful ink pads. If you have just joined us, my goodness, thank goodness you've come halfway through the show. But we have got the ability for you to get hold of these still. They are flying out, and when everybody completes their order, then we could potentially find that we're going to miss out on these. It's part of Liam's birthday celebrations, 30 before 30, and he's bringing us some amazing deals. And these are brand new releases, so to be honest, we don't need to drop the price with these. They are worth every single penny of that £5.89 original price, which was over £70. But what you will find, I mean, as I say, £5.89 is less than you'd normally pay. Normally it'd be £5.99, £6.50 quite easily you could be paying for each one of these. But what we've got is a discounted bundle, which now means that you're only paying £4.17 per ink pad. Now, you do have the ability to do a pick and mix if you want to. It gives you a price of £4.45, I think it was. But to be honest, you're all going for the bumper pack because it's the most affordable way to work with these. Now, Sharon was kind enough to impart some of her inky knowledge, if you will, at the beginning of the show, which you can go back and watch at your leisure, where she was explaining the benefits of working with these beautiful inks, because these are slower drying, so they give us capabilities.
They're pigment inks, which means they dry a bit slower and the ink sits on the surface of the cardstock. That means it's going to give you an opaque finish, and that's why you get this lovely, crisp, detailed stamp. So they're great for sentiments, but they're oil-based, which means they're waterproof. Perfect. So they are ideal for all of your stamping where you want to colour in your image. They're great for your sentiments because you get that crispness.
Absolutely.
You know, a lot of sentiment stamps are very detailed, aren't they, and very fine. So they're perfect for that.
And again, if you wanted to add things like your clear embossing powder, your sparkly embossing powders, then you can do so. It doesn't mean that you have to have a whole myriad of embossing powders either, does it?
No, clear embossing powder and you've got colour.
Good to go, yeah.
And I think if you're not great at heat embossing, clear is much more forgiving than going in with a coloured embossing powder.
Yeah, because of the flecks.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about all those flecks of, you know...
Especially if you don't use a little static powder. I always forget. So as I'm putting the embossing powder on top, I suddenly think, I should have done the static.
Yeah, exactly. Clear powder is very forgiving. So if you do it this way round and use coloured ink and clear powder, it's much more foolproof.
We are talking full-size ink pads with these as well, so we're not looking at mini ink pads or anything like that. You're getting the complete range, but only paying £4.17 per ink pad. And these are the brand new colours, which I know you are going to love. Brand new for 2024. I love that kind of that sand dune. It's almost like a peachy tone. I love it.
It's lovely, soft. Yeah, it's great for no-line colouring, that one, because it is very... kind of neutral.
At the bottom.
Yeah, it's that one. It's a very neutral one, and it is the ideal shade for no-line colouring because you can see it quite clearly.
Yes, yeah.
But by the time you've coloured with it, you won't see it so well.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. I love it. So what's next then?
Well, should we do some heat embossing
and let's do it.
Show off the opaqueness and the ability to heat emboss? So
lovely.
I've got a piece of craft card that's just going to fit nicely on my card front. And I thought we'll do a background on here with one of the leaves. This set is called Sketchy Leaves. It's another one we've got on the show. And I'm going to use this little leaf here.
Okay.
We're going to do this one as our focal point. But for my background, I'm going to go in with this smaller one. So I'm going to basically create my own background. And let's go, I think avocado is my favourite green. So we'll go in with this. Now you can see as I'm inking this up quite how juicy these are.
Look at that detail.
They're really lovely. So I'm coming kind of off the edge so that it looks
Oh, wow.
like a patterned paper in the background. And I'm just going to turn my stamp, kind of go different ways as I go around.
It's lovely because you're still getting that true green on it. It's
You
quite
are,
hard
yes,
working
because
on.
if I were using like a distress ink, it wouldn't be green.
They sometimes look a bit muddy, don't they?
They
Especially on
lose
a-
the colour, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do one right in the middle. Let's go around that way.
Nice.
This is a lovely green colour. This
Gorgeous.
is avocado.
Nice. Yeah, it's got that little kind of touch of yellow in with it.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
And could you, if you wanted to, you know, like we do ombre effects and things like that, could you do that on a stamp if you wanted to? Kind
Yes.
of stamp up different colours in different areas?
Absolutely, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you could. And I have to say, these are quite a good size for that because they're not too big.
Yeah.
They're nice to hold, actually, as well. There we go. So that's a nice background.
Like it.
And the green shows up nicely, and that's because it's a pigment ink. The colour's sitting on top of the card rather than sinking into the card.
Perfect. Love that,
So-
just in its own right.
It's lovely, isn't it?
And those colours really do pop because, as I say, craft card can kind of like be draining almost. can't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and you just get a very vague hint of what the colour
You
is
tend
meant
to
to be.
stamp on white card and then matte and layer it on
Yes.
craft card, don't you? Or yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that's a lovely background, and I think that green goes so well with craft. It's lovely.
I know we're saying it's slower drying, but you can see you haven't needed to take your heat gun
No,
to it or anything like that.
no, it's because craft card as well is quite porous. I haven't got to sort of get my heat tool out
Okay.
to dry it. If
But
you're
if it was
using
glossy,
coated,
yeah.
if it was a glossy card, I would give it a quick blast
Okay.
with my heat tool just to make sure I'm not going to smudge it. Let's get that ink off my mat because I'll put everything straight in that otherwise. So that's a fabulous background.
Now I've gone a bit quiet because I was letting Sharon do all her education because it's interesting and important to know. But sorry, Alex, what was that update? I've missed a couple of updates. So, you know, I said, like, if everybody checks out their basket, half the stock has gone. We're actually looking at the situation where 70% of the stock has gone. I do apologise, but, yeah, I've just kind of been hanging on every word, really. So, well, not Alex's words, Sharon's words, obviously.
Now I'm going to do a lovely big focal point, and I'm going to bring in the red.
Oh, wow.
Strawberry.
Okay. Oh, look at that.
This is lovely. Now on the craft card, it does look a bit more like a darker red actually
Okay.
than it looks on
kind
the
of
swatch.
got,
It's
a
quite a
pinkiness to
pinky.
it,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
quite a pinky red actually. It's kind of what I would call a true red, really. It's a lovely red, but on the craft, it obviously darkens it a little bit. So I'm going to stamp that. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow.
Now, while that's wet, I'm going to bring in my clear embossing powder.
Okay.
Because this will look beautiful if it's a bit shiny. So this is going to take long enough to dry that I can go in with my clear powder all over. So that's nicely
there,
covered.
yeah.
You can see that's covered
And you
it
weren't kind
beautifully.
of speedy, quick, panicky.
No,
speedy.
it wasn't kind of rushing quick, get the powder on before
Yeah.
it dries. You do get, a few minutes. You get long enough.
In the past, it might be that you've had to take the lid off your embossing powder before you...
Yes,
sorry.
sorry.
Sorry, I'm standing on your
I
cable.
do that every time. Now, when you're heat embossing, a top tip, put your gun on, but don't put it near your card until it's hot. Because so many of us turn this on, put it on there, and it's not even hot yet.
Yeah.
You're going to blow some of the powder off, your
that's a good
card's
point,
going to
yeah.
warp. Wait till it's good and hot, then bring it in. And then
Let it do
look
its
at
thing.
that.
Oh, look at that.
I mean, it's magical, isn't it? I never get bored of this.
So what you're doing now is protecting that. So if you wanted to do like
Yeah.
a wash over the top of it or something
Yes,
like that,
you could
do
come
that.
in over. So that's all melted and it's got that lovely shine now. Really
That is
pretty.
gorgeous.
I've got one I did before.
Lovely.
If you don't want to watch me fussy cutting, that's a bit boring. So I did one before. This is a lovely autumnal card, isn't it?
I love it. It'd be great for a nice October birthday or something.
And as Hayley said, if I'd wanted to, I could have gone in with like a yellow, a red and a green all in one
Yeah.
on there, because there's enough space on this stamp to have gone in with a few colours. So I'm just going to pop some foam pads on the back of this.
I think you're going to find yourself using VersaFine clay way more than you used to use.
I
If
think
you
so.
like me, because I'm just my mind's going into overdrive now because I'm really thinking about the black. I used the black for ages, years and years. I used the black, and then I invested in almost. I can't remember what the colour was now. It's like the kind of like a coffee colour, and then it was a case of the grey as well. Was it espresso? Was that one of the colours?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. But yeah, beautiful. Sorry. That's what we want to say. Beautiful.
The colours are lovely, aren't they?
Isn't it? And of course you've got that lovely kind of glossiness
Yeah,
that
the
you've got
shine
from
and the embossing.
from the embossing there as well. But you haven't lost any of the detail.
No, no.
It's still got that sketchiness.
It's still got that crisp, really crisp stamping. And, you know, when you look at those leaves, they've got all the little veins. There's a lot of detail to those.
I mean, you haven't done yourself any favours. Craft card, one of the most porous cards that you can work with. If you were to try to stamp that out, maybe with one of your distress inks, you wouldn't. You just
The powder
using it
wouldn't
for
stick.
a background. The
Yeah,
powder
it
wouldn't
would-
stick
it would
either.
be
yeah,
too dry. It would- yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah. So there you go. Try out those different techniques, and yeah, this is the key thing. Learn from what your ink pads can do, and you will really, really extend your skills. But of course, this is a brand new set that we're sharing with you. The 2024 release from VersaFine Claire, beautiful colours, as you can see, softer tones than the ones that we're used to with regards to the main ink pads that we've used in the past. But I think this will make you start using them even more. So. In the past, we've just used them for sentiments, and you can still use them for your sentiments, but you've got a sentiment that's the same colour then of the background paper that you're using, or the background that you've created, maybe using some of your distress inks. Things are going to be so kind of tuned in.
I think so, and I have to say I'm going to keep these on my desk now.
Yes.
Because I quite often do little bits and bobs in the background.
Yeah.
Because I like the vintage look. So I'm definitely going to keep these on my desk.
Very exciting having them. Very exciting. And as I said in the past, quite easily, if you've gone for the black, the espresso, the storm grey, I think is one of the ones I've got as well. It is a case of that you would have paid probably £5.99 if you were fortunate, maybe as much as £6.50 for each of those individual colours. And the bundle that we've got, when we started the show, we bought you a price of just over £70, which equates to £5.89 each, which is a good price to start with, to be fair. But then what we've done is we've got a fabulous deal, because Liam's 30th is bringing all sorts of wonderful deals, and this is one of the 30 deals that he's bringing before his 30th birthday. Dropping them down to £49.99 means that you are paying just £4.17 now per ink pad. Now, we have got the ability for you to do a pick and mix if you're wanting to, but that brings them down to about £4.45. So you will collect these as time goes on. So the most economical way is to get them as the bundle, and you've got split pay as well, which makes it a little bit more affordable when you're going for it. So inks,
Yeah, the
try
stamps.
again, stamps. These are the ones that Shan was using within her demonstration, and the price has already dropped down on your screen, as you can see. Red rubber stamps as well.
Red rubber, Stampers Anonymous. Stampers Anonymous, Tim Holtz has worked with Stampers Anonymous for years. Red rubber is kind of the highest quality of stamp you can get. We're all used to the clear stamps, and they are fabulous as well. The beauty of red rubber is, you know, you saw on that leaf, you get really crisp detail.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to do certain techniques like stamping into hot embossing powder, things like that, you can't do that with the clear.
No.
You need the red rubber. The red rubber is kind of more durable. Tim has always had his stamps in red rubber. The other thing I love about Stampers Anonymous is They never retire sets, so you can always go back and get a set if you see it. They're all numbered. They all come on their own storage.
I
If you
forget to
look at
mention
the
that. Yes, yeah, they do. don't they? Yeah.
there are holes in here. You can put these in a ring binder if you want to, so you don't have to buy separate storage to put these in. The stamps cling to the plastic, and you can literally put them in a ring binder. If you are, like me, a bit of a collector of them, they're all numbered, so you can file them sort of in number order, flip through them, find what you want.
And if people are used to using a stamp platform and they've used their clear stamps in the past, can we still use?
You can. Generally, with a stamp platform, you've got a foam insert. You take the foam insert out when you're using these because these have already got like a cling on them. They're a bit thicker than a clear stamp. So, yeah, if you're using something like a Misty, say the brand name, there's a foam insert. If you're using the Sizzix stamp platform, which we had back in stock yesterday.
We had a conversation about this.
Yes,
yesterday.
with the Sizzix platform, because it's so long, you just need to be towards the bottom half of it.
So the bit that's closest to you.
Yeah, because it gives you more, it's further away from the hinge, you've got
More
the
leverage
ability
with them,
for the
so there
thicker.
you go. So, yeah, if they are new to you, the red rubber stamps, then, don't worry about it. You're going to be able to use them in the same way. This is a set that's really useful.
It's really useful. It's great for just framing anything on your card front. Lovely for tags. You know, if like the Tim Holtz, the lovely cream colour tags that we quite often have on. They're great for sort of adding on to those for detail, and they've got a bit of a distressed look to them as well, which I like.
Absolutely. And of course, you were using the butterflies and the script.
This I consider a must-have. This is absolutely one of my favourites. I mean, I know I bore everyone to death saying that I love the sort of botanical feel, the vintage feel. But this is so up my street.
Love it. Loads of detail, as you can see in there. And as we saw with the card that you made, incredible amount of detail.
And wouldn't that one go beautifully with all the 49er Market stuff that we had yesterday? It's along the same sort of style.
Absolutely. Again, they're still red rubber, and again, they are still on that kind of cling sheet that you're going to be able to use for your storage capacity. And then, of course, we've just seen, that one's coming down to $24.99 as well. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. The next one that we've got with the leaves that you worked with as well.
I like the mix of sizes here as well, because I used that smaller one for the background, but then this is a great big bold.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, really lovely.
Again, dropping that price from $31.99 down to $24.99. So definitely do look at the stamps that you've got at home. You're going to be looking at in finer detail. I know I'm supposed to be selling you these stamps, but it will open up all sorts of possibilities now when you've got the ability to stamp such beautiful
with
crisp
the crisp
images.
detail, yeah.
But these are brilliant ones. These are going to be brilliant if you're using that kind of like the paler tone, like the sand dune, to do
very much
watercolour
to
painting.
give that sort of no-line colouring. I used one of these on the Himmy show earlier, actually, because they're lovely to colour in, and it was just perfect to do a bit of watercolouring with. Yes, absolutely perfect.
Yeah. $24.99, that price has dropped down. And then one last set. We're going large, we're going bold.
This is big and bold, and I love the brushstroke sort of look to this. It's got a very distressed, vintage feel to it because you've got the sort of missed bits where you can see like the brush marks.
Yes, yeah. Do like that one. $24.99 again. They are individual. Are they individual stamps on those ones? Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
I wasn't too sure for a minute. They're that neat. Oh, you can
see them separated. You have to pop them out. I actually take away the excess.
Okay.
There are
good idea.
There are two different types of crafters. Those that keep the whole red rubber sheet on so they can pop these back in. I find that slows me down. So I take away the rubber and just have these on here because they stick really well to this.
Yeah, love it. Brilliant. Thank you for that, Sharon. Now, we've got probably about 8 minutes or so left. Have you got anything else?
Thought what we'd do is use this, actually, to show you the colours.
Oh, OK, yeah.
Because we could work our way through the colours, because I know, particularly if you're doing a pick and mix, you probably want a really good look at the colours in action.
That's a good point. While you're looking at the demonstration, can I say you might want to speed up checking out your baskets, because 80% of the stock has gone. I haven't been banging on and giving you updates and things. I know potentially I should have been, but sometimes it can be a bit irritating, I know. But when we've only got 20% of the original stock left, you really do need to bear in mind that the next 10 minutes of the show could be the time that you check your basket out, because what will happen is when we get to the end of the hour and the break between the two shows, most of you will be checking out your baskets at that stage. And as as you probably know, if you've got 500 people with these in the baskets and we've only got, I don't know, 10 opportunities left, just because it's in your basket doesn't mean it is guaranteed to be yours. It will be the first 10 people to check out those baskets. So that's the way it works here. It's fair.
Yes.
Right.
So let's start with baby pink.
Lovely.
And these, because these are such big, bold numbers, it's a good way to get a look at the colours. So we'll start here.
If there's anything I can do to help, just say.
Oh, I'm going to swap to my bigger block, actually, so I don't do that. Isn't that lovely?
Distracted you then.
It's the perfect kind of pale pink, but it's not too pale. It's like a rose pink,
lovely
isn't it?
stuff, yeah. I mean, sometimes I'm looking at it thinking it's very flamingo, but then I'm thinking it's very
could be.
carnation.
Yeah, it has got a bluish tinge to it. Then we've got hawthorn rose. Now this I love because I do like a sort of dusky pink, like a purpley pink. So this is hawthorn rose.
Oh, nice.
Lovely, isn't it?
Oh, I'd like a lipstick in that colour.
Yeah, that's the kind of lipstick colour I go for, actually.
It's nice.
A bit of like a mauvey pink. So,
lovely. Number 3. What are you going
this
for
is the
with
strawberry.
Wonderful. I love the way that you've arranged them in colours now as well.
Yes, I'm going to have a word with Jimmy because he should have put those on the display in rainbow order.
He wouldn't have. Bless him.
Yeah, I thought I'll put it in sort of families so you can see.
See, this is a fabulous background in its own right.
It is, isn't it? Wouldn't this be a great background for a nice, modern, fresh card? So that was strawberry. Then we've got lilac bloom.
Now, if you have got a bit of a colour residue on there, is it anything that you need to worry about?
No, not at all. No, not
so
at
it's
all.
not going to be reactivated when you come back in with another ink pad or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, look at that.
That's a lovely, kind of a bluish lilac.
Yeah.
And then the next one, very Perry, is even more kind of...
I love these stamps as well. I mean, these would be fabulous.
They're
if you're
great,
doing
aren't
like a yearbook for somebody's special birthday or something
Yes,
like that.
they're nice, big, bold letters,
Yeah.
numbers. Great, great for a big birthday or something like that. But yeah, some colours you will find, you will see the colour still on your stamp when you clean it, but yeah, you've actually cleaned the ink off, so it's fine.
And that's the nature of it, isn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
nice. I
It's
like
a lovely
that.
blue, as you say, a bit like a denim sort
Reminds
of.
me of periwinkle or something like that. Is that
Yeah,
kind of-
I think that's what the very Perry. It is that bluey purple, which I like. And then we've got barley blue.
Now, this one confused me because barley, I was thinking about barley that grows in a field.
Oh,
Because
like
that's-
barley, yellow barley, yeah.
Yeah, you can take the girl out of Redditch, but not barley as in the holiday destination.
Yes, and this is a lovely tropical.
See, that ain't Arrow Valley Lake, is it? That?
No, that is a lovely turquoise sea, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's barley. Then we've got Arctic.
Oh, okay.
Where are we up to? Number 7. I'll have to go back to 1 when we get to 9 because we've got 12, haven't we?
Oh gosh, yeah, might have to squeeze them in.
I'll just get back to 1 rather than doing double figures, double digits.
Well, we're running out of time. We're running out
Yeah.
of stock as well, to be
We're
fair.
running out of stock, we're running
the
out of
stock
time.
could go before you get to number 11, to be fair.
Arctic, I think that is a very crisp, light blue. Does make me feel, I mean, Arctic is the perfect name because it has got that cool blue feel to
I
it.
think that's one that you'll find yourself doing your sentiments in if you're doing kind of like a blue theme Christmas
Yes,
project.
it does make me think of snowflakes
Yeah.
and Christmas and, yeah, if you were stamping snowflakes in the background.
Yeah. And if you've got one of those kind of like what I call reverse stamps, you know, the ones where maybe it's a full background, but you've almost got the snowflakes cut out of it. You'd need the crispness of it as well. Oh, no, I like that.
Now
green.
that's
Oh, is that the
avocado. That's
again?
my favourite of the greens. Then we've got grass. This is what I would call a proper grass green.
A little bit of clover in there.
Yes, yeah. And you can see how juicy these are. They stamp beautifully, don't they?
Oh,
So
look at that.
that's-
See, when you look at the strawberry and the grass green alongside it, that's Christmas,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that absolutely is your Christmas colours. And actually the next one's Christmas too, because we've got spruce.
Spruce.
So this is very Christmas too. This is your Christmas tree green.
It's like the evergreen, isn't it, this one? Yeah.
Yeah,
Dark green.
pine green. It's lovely, isn't it? And it's kind of got a teal tone to it.
I love that.
It's nice, isn't it?
I've just noticed as well, you've got two, because quite often when you get a set, the number 6 and the number 9 tend to be the same stamp. You just rotate it round,
you've
don't
got
you?
both in this set, which I like. So we'll go back to one. Now we've got our neutrals. So the lighter one is the sand dune.
This is a really pretty colour, I think.
This is your no line colouring colour.
Yeah.
This is very subtle.
Yeah.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's
Nice
like a
one if you've got
taupe sort
character
of colour.
stamps as well, I guess, with that one, if you wanted a paler
Yeah,
skin tone,
I
something
would
like
say
that.
like the Tracy Hay stamps. This would be a perfect one for stamping little bunnies and things like
Yeah.
that. And then finally Portobello. This is the one that I'm telling everyone you have to have. This is your new brown.
Well, everybody's going for all of them, so yeah, they'll have this one
I don't
too.
think I'd be able to choose. Actually, I'd have to go for all of them.
Yeah, it makes sense to go for them all. Oh, yeah.
That's your new
Isn't
brown.
that fabulous? They've really hit the nail on the head with that kind
They're
of
beautiful
range,
colours,
haven't
aren't they?
Yeah.
Really beautiful.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, those are all 12 of your colours. So you've got everything that we spoke of before. You've got your baby pink, you've got your hawthorn rose, strawberry, avocado, grass green. This isn't the order that they've been stamped out in. Spruce, arctic, barley blue, very perry, lilac bloom, sand dune, and portobello as well. And you'll use them all.
You will.
I think you will find yourself using them all. When you look at these and you look at the crispness that you've got with the actual stamped out images.
Yes.
And again, the brush strokes are the ones that you've just used.
Yeah, they're really versatile, aren't they? Really fabulous.
And for anybody that's just joined us, we've only got a few moments left. I don't mind if we run into the next hour, to be honest, because I'm on my own. But the stock means that we probably won't be able to run over. What are the main properties that we need to consider with the VersaFine Clair?
So the VersaFine Clair is very much your everyday ink. Because it's a pigment ink, you're going to get nice crisp stamping. It's opaque. The ink sits on top of the card rather than sinks in. So that's what gives us this really vivid colour. You know, you can see the colours on here are very true. Quite often when you stamp with a dye ink, it looks blotchy.
Yes,
You quite often have
yeah.
to double stamp with a dye ink.
Yes.
Because it kind of sinks into the cardstock, looks a bit blotchy. Then it tends to smooth out as it dries. These go on straight away, true colour, perfect bright colour as it's meant to be. The other thing that's key really for most of us is that they're waterproof.
Yes.
They're
yeah.
oil-based, so that means you can go in with all of your watercolours, you can use your distress inks with them, you can use your sprays, your spritzes, and you're not going to affect your stamping.
Absolutely.
And they are great for detail.
Absolutely.
Because you get that crisp,
Well, you
fine
can see
detail.
there. Absolutely incredible, and I love that little butterfly as well. We are now in the situation, well, we're quite close to the situation, that if everybody checks their baskets out, they will have sold out. So there's lots of people that are out and about today. It's been a lovely day, beautifully warm, popping back maybe from your Sunday lunch. No, I said that yesterday.
You said that yesterday.
Yeah, I got my days mixed up. So people will be coming back and revisiting the show, because this is one of those shows that people will have made a note of.
Definitely.
Wanting to tune in. So, yeah, you are watching us live, so you've got the added advantage that you can check your basket out, get first dibs on those opportunities, if you will. So please, while we've got the break, do check out your baskets, make sure that they are on your way to you, and then do a little kind of, yes, I got them, because you will always saying that when you have got hold of them.
will.
Sharon, thank you so much. When are you back with us again?
I'm back next Sunday.
Oh, so you've got a bit of a week to yourself.
And I've got
then.
something really exciting from Sizzix next Sunday.
Love it.
Something new.
Love it when Sharon comes. She always brings lots of goodness with us. So, yeah, do make sure you're checking your baskets out. Well done to everybody that took advantage of those. I will see you after the break. And if you fancy taking advantage of some amazing deals, you will definitely want to stay tuned. I'll see you the other side of this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download it to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show? or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
HobbyMaker are on the search for the crafting stars of the future with our Junior Crafter of the Year competition. Winners will appear live on screen in the HobbyMaker studio, and also you'll get a goodie bag with about £100 worth of arts and crafts stuff in it too. How good is that? To be in with a chance of winning, simply send us a photo of what you've made, and we're giving you full creative control, but you do need to use one item that you bought here at HobbyMaker. There are 3 age categories to enter: up to 9 years, 10 to 13 years, 14 to 16 years. Email your entries to marketing@hobbymaker.co.uk by the 7th of October 2024, making sure to include as many photos as you like of your design, a short description of your design, for example, what it is, how you made it and where you got your inspiration, your name, age, name and contact details of your parent or guardian. Winners and runners-up will be notified by the 21st of October 2024. One winner from each category will have the opportunity to appear live on screen in the HobbyMaker studio and receive £100 worth of art and craft essentials. One runner-up from each category will win £50 worth of art and craft essentials too. So what are you waiting for? Good luck, one and all.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome to Hayley's Happy Hour. I am happy all day though, not just for 1 hour. So please don't think that I'm miserable for the rest of the day. I'm not. I'm a very happy person. But what it means is, you can see that clock has already been activated. We only have an hour at the prices that we are going to be bringing to you. So everything has been activated already. It's all on the website. In the hours, quite often we're familiar with the kind of the price dropping down, the chevrons appearing. It's already happened behind the scenes. So the price that is on your screen is the price that you're going to be paying. So when you're looking at some of these elements there, you can see the prices drop down. We've got the little handle there, $2.99. We've got the fabulous sequins there. Those have dropped down to $3.99. We've got an amazing bundle of craft tools from Hunky Dory, dropped down to $34.99. So you'll get the idea of what I'm talking about. The prices are that £1 price. That £1 price for the We Are kind of metallic board that you can be able to use your quill with, you're looking at £1 for that. You've got 6 pieces in there, and if you've got a quill already, you've probably got that. But have you seen that glass mat? On the website already, $24.99. Now you might look at it and you think, okay, yeah, it's a nice little kind of work area. It's huge. It is huge. Got the details up on the screen. I've got it in front of me here. So it's a glass mat, so straight away we know the benefits of having those. But shall I just bring in an A4 sheet so you can see the size of it? Hello! This is brilliant. brilliant. Now, you've got your inches, you've got your centimetres, you've got your grid work on this as well. You've also got a nice open area here, which it's, because being an American brand, I'm guessing that that's more of a letter width size, very, very slightly shallower than an A4, but that's the difference between letter size and A4. But you've got that open area there with that white area, so if you're mixing your inks and things like that, using it as a palette, you've got that area there. You've got your area over here, so when your cardstock is going down, you might be taping it down with your masking tape and things like that. You've got a huge area, not just for your cardstock, but to bring that ink in, as we often do. You don't want it to be a kind of like an A4 size, should I say. You need it to be oversized to be able to bring those inks in, and that's exactly what you've got with this. The overall size of this it's a whopping great 22 inches across, as you can see there, and it's 16 inches in height. So if you want that in metric, you're looking at going from 1 centimetre there right the way down to 40 centimetres, and then on the width you're going at 56 centimetres. Slightly oversized because obviously you've got the edges in, but there you go. Look at this. You've got your area that you're going to be able to work with, your as in your palette, but then you've got your work area where you can actually lay down everything that you're needing to work with. It's a glass cutting mat, so you can use it for all of those scenarios where you're going to include heat, so heat embossing, things like that. Maybe you're going to be cutting as well. You're going to be able to use it with that. So if you do fancy getting hold of it, then obviously the benefits of this is phenomenal. Comes boxed as well, so if it is a case that you're thinking of giving it as a gift, then you can do. Using things like your heat gun, it's going to protect your, not your heat gun, your hot glue gun, should I say, it's going to protect your surface. If you're using things like your metal ruler and your craft knife, often you will get a much crisper cut when you're cutting into glass rather than a kind of mat, you know, like the self-heal mats. You'll get a much crisper cut, so that's perfect for that. Mixing your inks, as you can see with regards to this. You've got your grid work there, so perfect with regards to your measurements. Using your acrylic inks, your watercolour inks, your ink pads, all of these are areas that you can be able to use. You could even mix, you know, when you've got things like your mediums that you might be using, your gel mediums, your pastes, add in your colours. You've got a huge area there that you can use as that palette, all there ready for you to work with. It's a brilliant area, and I can't get over the price that we've got with this. Now, after this out, it will go up to its full price again, which was £44.99, I think it was. So don't miss out on it. It's a happy hour, so that means the prices that we've got for you are just for this hour. And as you can see, it's skid-free, it's metric and imperial, you've got a large work area, you've got a mixing area, and the thing that I forgot to mention, it's easy to clean. And that is one of the biggies, isn't it, as a crafter. Take advantage of that too while you've got the opportunity though, folks, because when the stock has gone, the stock has gone, and you only have an hour to get it at that particular price as well. And just to reiterate, if you're working with A4 cardstock, you can see you've got a huge amount of area around it, as you can see there. So a brilliant mat, covering up your work area, definitely worth going for, especially at £24.99. So while you're adding that into your basket, shall I show you this bumper bundle that we've got here? Because this bumper bundle that we've got from Hunky Dory, I saw it was a good bundle. I saw there was a lot of elements to it. I didn't realise just how big the bundle was. So you're going to get all of the elements here. You're also going to get a self-heal mat, which we did touch on a few moments ago. But you're going to get all of this goodness with it as well. So price on your screen, $34.99. The price has already been dropped down, but when we get to 9 o'clock this evening, it will go back up in price, which means you're going to be paying that higher price after the hour. So check out before we say hello to 9 o'clock, if you will. So you have got a price point that usually is just over £80, £80.91, I believe. You've got a 12 by 12 cutting mat, you've got a precision craft knife, you've got your metal edge ruler, which is key when you're using a craft knife. You've got your rainbow scissor sets, which are amazing because the blades have got that gorgeous kind of holographic look, which look fabulous. A 3-in-1 die brush. We see people using those all the time here at HobbyMaker. And you've got your embossing and shaping tool, so it gives you the opportunity to shape your petals and things. You've actually got a pack of 3 of those. You've got a corner rounder, maxi and mini, so if you're wanting to round off the corner of your cardstock, you can do. And then you've got your inverted corner around it, which is almost like your photo corner. It comes in rather than goes out, if that makes sense. So, brilliant to work alongside the glass mat, because having a metal edge and a blade, you can use it obviously with your self-healing mat if you want, but if you're in your craft room, I would potentially be using the glass mat and maybe taking this one on your travels. It has got some nice sizes on there though, because it's talking about things like your card sizes, 5x7, A5, 7x7. They're all detailed on there. And also on the flip side, you have got your metric as well. So they're all on there, neatly packaged. So if you don't need it, give it as a gift to somebody. But all part of that $34.99. So you've got that to start with. The scissors. These have got this it's almost like a mermaid effect, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful kind of finish. Large scissors, as you can see, medium size, and then the very, very tight precision ones that you've got in here as well. So 8.5-inch blades, 7-inch blades, and 5.5-inch blades as well for your finer detail projects. In addition to that, you've got your craft knife, so you can get right into the nitty-gritty as well with that. That is something that is key to use alongside your metal-edged ruler, because they kind of go hand in hand, tandem if you will, because it is something that you shouldn't be using a metal-edged, or to be honest, you shouldn't be using an acrylic ruler, should I say, with a craft knife. Having that metallic edge, or the metal edge, should I say, means that you're not going to cut into the ruler itself. And it's a brilliant one because it's got metric as well as imperial. Can I pop it down? Hold on. No, I've got some cardstock. There we go. Let's do that. Because that shows you that you've got your imperial as well as your metric, so your centimetres and inches. But look at the grid work. It's not often you get that on a ruler, is it? Means that you can be able to line up perfection. So if you try and do an edge and you're wanting to kind of line it up, you can literally take it. I'm doing it in a very kind of cag-handed way. I can line up the edge. So I've got the edge lined up there, and I know that it's perfectly straight then because of the kind of grid work that you've got on there. Obviously from Hunky Dory, we know it's quality. So, and I think it might have a grippy bit in the middle as well. There's a black line there. Not entirely sure. What else have we got? Punches. So you've got your corner punches, and these are going to give you 2 rounded corners, as you can see with these. So you've got a smaller one and a larger one, dependent on how kind of curved you want that corner to be. Mini one and a mega one. And I think you can take the covers off those if you wanted to. So this larger one is 8mm in the radius, and the smaller one is 5.5. And you can use them on cardstock up to 250 GSM. So you simply pop your card into that little kind of corner piece there, and it lines up perfectly. It means you get a really precise corner. You will find that you'll use it on all your cardstock though, because you suddenly won't want square, those kind of harsh edges, you'll want them curved. So yeah, got those in there as well. And I think you've got an inverted one as well, haven't you? I haven't got the inverted one here, so not quite sure where that is, but it is on the image, you can see it there. Now when it comes to shaping, we've spoken about kind of shaping the corners of our mats and layers. This is the perfect way for you to actually shape your petals and your leaves and things like that. Now, you've got double-ended tools. You're going from 2mm right the way through to 12mm. You've got a 6, well, they're double up, so you've got a 2 and a 6, you've got a 3 and an 8, and then you've got an 8 and a 12. So it's nice if you're wanting to kind of flip it, rather than trying to find the right ball tool, you just flip them over. And of course you can use them in loads and loads of different ways. And that larger one, the 12mm one, that is going to be one that you'll be using for things like your shaping of your petals, because it gives you a good area for you to actually get that shaping, that precision shaping. So all of those in there. And then the last thing that I need to share with you is your 3-in-1 die brush. Oh, we love a die brush. And it has got everything in there. You've got your brush, you've got your spatula, and you have got your little kind of pokey tool with this one, I think, as well. Call it a needle. A needle sounds more professional than a pokey tool, doesn't it? But they're all neatly in that one tool, so it means that you literally just use whichever piece it is that you need. And the way that it works is you've kind of got like a little slider on the side. So if I turn it around to the side there, you'll see that you've got a little slider there. And by sliding that out, what it means is it will slide out at the bottom there, whether it's the spatula or whether it is your needle tool or your pokey tool, but they're all neatly out the way, so you're not going to hurt yourself. And, of course, you've got your die brush there as well. So all of that goodness, all that crafty goodness, coming together for just $34.99. I can't hold it all up together, I don't think, but you can see it on the overhead camera. There is a lot of crafting goodness there, especially if you are a new crafter. But the price will go up to in excess of £80 when we get to the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. And we're already 15 minutes in. Already 15 minutes in. I've only shown you a couple of items with those as well. Now, I've got to show you this for £1, my goodness. Now, this is beveled board. Now, it's brought to us by We Are Makers. You're actually going to get 6 sheets because somebody's run off with the extra gold one. Not quite sure where it's gone, but it's gone somewhere. Now, what you've got is a lovely board. So you can see the solid board. Now, this is something that you're going to be using potentially in your electronic die cutting machines, maybe. Or if you're wanting to use the We Are Keepers quill tool, you can use it direct to this. In fact, potentially you could use a variety of other tools as well, but it's just a really nice board that you can be using as well. So if you've got the quill tool, I'm sure you will have come across it before. And you've got that gorgeous kind of rose gold in there. You've also got your traditional gold and you've got your silver in there as well. So 2 pieces of each one of those for you to be crafting with your quill tool. And of course, you can go freehand with that, or you could actually use your SVG cutting files, attach your quilling tool to whichever machine it is you've got, and it will actually trace out that line. And if you do go to the We Are Keepers website or their YouTube channel, you'll find loads of tutorials to get the most out of that. It's only £1. $10.99 elsewhere. So stock up on it. Even if you're just using it for your mats and layers or making boxes, it's quite weighty, to be fair. So I don't know what GSM it is, but there you go. Shopping for it elsewhere, $10.99. Wow. Wow. My gas has been flubbered. So there we go. Can I bring these in as well, purely from a selfish need? Because these Derwent Intense pencils, they actually came into a conversation that I was having with some people who were over from Sweden, from Husqvarna Viking, because they came over for Festival of Quilts, had a fabulous time, and we were talking about adding colour to fabric. And this is a fabulous set of pencils that will allow you to do that. Because if you do like adding colour to fabrics, paper, cardstock, Inktense pencils are brilliant. Now, they're a permanent watercolour, which sounds a bit like a kind of contradiction in terms, but what you can actually do is use them as a watercolour pencil if you need to, but then when they're actually kind of set, then they become permanent. So talking of setting maybe with an iron if you're using them on fabrics, but you get a little kind of insight into how you can work with them, and there's a magical QR code there for you to go up and get even more tuition. So yeah, brilliant set, very pigmented, and they're just brilliant for you to use if you want a permanent kind of bond with whatever it is that you were working with. Beautiful thing is as well, you can layer these up as well. So nice if you're wanting to use them on your darker cardstock, if you want to use them on things like your craft card. Absolutely brilliant, and it's a real treat, I have to say, to use these. Don't leave these out so the kids can use them. I bought some for Phoebe one Christmas and she absolutely adores them. So, yeah, if you like the idea, then please do so. Come in a fabulous tin so you can keep them all together there. And we've got a lovely review as well. So the Derwent Inktense permanent watercolour pencils in a tin of 24 are a good value for money and a pleasure to use. So thank you, whoever left that review. And as I say, it will give you all of those different colours there. You've got your darker tones, your lighter tones. So brilliant. But do check out the QR code on those as well. As I say, wonderful if you're wanting to use them with your fabrics. Just heat set. I think it will mention on here as well. I usually iron it on the reverse, so as I don't move any of the colours. But then you should be okay for like a cool wash. I tend to just do hand washing when I've used these, to be fair. But yeah, they're just perfect. And as you can see, do not wash out. And you can see, can you imagine creating that kind of scene on a fabric? Maybe coming in with, we were talking about VersaFine Claire in the last hour, stamping an image maybe and adding your colour with these. Oh, you'll have a lovely time. Busy with those as well. So if you like the look of those, for this hour, you're looking at £55.99p and split pay on that as well. So there you go. If you like the idea of that. Shall I show you something sparkly? Let's go. Oh, Jimmy's gone, ooh. I heard a little ooh from Jimmy. Jimmy does like something with a bit of sparkle. I've seen him on a Saturday night. So you have got a lovely collection of different sequins here. You're actually getting 10 packs here, and you've got some really quite unusual colours. You've almost got like a holographic kind of like amber tone with that. That's a good description, Alex, thank you. Lovely gold tones with these as well, with that holographic finish. And again, the green, different sizes with these. Some of them have kind of got that cupped feel to them, so they kind of add the light from different directions. Beautiful kind of cobalt blue in there as well. And that gorgeous chocolate box purple. We're in the right part of the country for decent chocolate, aren't we, here in the Midlands? And then that beautiful black. Now, the black in there, it's almost got, I don't know whether you can pick it up because of it being in the packet, but it has almost got a bit of a kind of holographic look to it as well as there. So I don't know whether you'll be able to pick it out. Should we get Jimmy working on it? Let's see what we can do, see if we can get it. So you have got, there you go, look at that. You deserve a high five for that, Jimmy, yeah. Isn't that lovely? Oh, he's come for a high five. There you go. Yes, again. Teamwork makes the dream work. Since we're at that point, shall I show you all the others close up as well? Because you've got that gorgeous purple, which is beautiful. You've then got the most incredible cobalt blue. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Then after that, we've got that lovely green. Oh, we've got 2 tones of green. Sorry, let me jump in the gun there. So think about those shaker cards you're going to be making, that you want to add something a little bit different, a little bit of a kind of coloured sequin, a little bit of glitter in there as well. Incidentally, these deals that we're bringing you, they're going to go up in price at 9 o'clock, but you're not limited to 1 per customer. So £12.99 these are going to be when we get to 9 o'clock this evening, but not for this hour. And you could go for 1 set, 2 sets, half a dozen sets. We're not stopping you with regards to these. So just make sure that you get as many as you can at that, or you can afford to get, should I say, at that price. Look at that, it's like little ruby red slippers almost, that, isn't it? Gorgeous, like that. Beautiful. Oh, no, the last one, last but one. That gorgeous. Almost looks like you've got fuchsia in there as well, and a deeper purple. Beautiful. And then the last one we've got is that lovely soft pink. But then you've got those little accents of kind of blues and greens and purples in there as well, and silver. Beautiful. And the gorgeous thing is you don't have to choose, because you're going to get all of those for just £3.99. So that works out at 40p a pack practically, doesn't it? 40p each. Shocking. Shocking. Now, talk about shocking. Have you seen this little tool? This is ingenious. The first time I saw this, I thought, what is it? I didn't say it quite as, Alex has just gone, what is it? I wasn't quite as brummy as that. What is it? And it is a brilliant, it's one of those kind of things that you don't realise that you need until you've got it, and then you don't want to give it back to anybody. So you've got a little silicone handle. Now, it was designed to actually go on the back of your ink pad. So you know when, and this is from personal experience, when you get an ink pad, and you've got your stamp, and you'll hold your stamp, and you'll go inky, 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 inky. You end up with ink on your fingers. You end on it all over your hand quite often, on the edges of the acrylic block and things like that. Well, the idea behind this is a little kind of silicone area here. Now, if it gets kind of dusty, maybe glitters, embossing powders, you might have to give it a little rinse under the tap. But what you've actually got is the ability to take that and you'll place it down on the back of your ink pad. So you take it down just with a firm kind of push, and then that will allow you to actually hold your ink pad. So now that means that when it comes to inking up, you haven't got to worry about your fingers going around the edge. Now, I would say to you, this one's got kind of like a paper wrapper on the back. So I might put a little bit of acetate, glue that on there, or take that sticker off. But if it's only because it's paper on there. That will hold it in place, and then you can literally ink up your pads like so. So it does work. I'm going to do it on the other side, because this hasn't got any paper on there. So just to show you, so you just place it down like that, and there you go. You can see that we'd be able to pick that up and use it. So it's only the fact that it's got paper on there. And also, Director Dan, oh, good tip. Oh, that's your release, by the way. So you just take that just to release the seal. But those little acrylic blocks for your sentiments, you've got a good point there, Dan. That would be perfect. perfect. And literally, it will just go onto your acrylic. I know we've got a little mat here, but... No!
Whoa. That's strong.
That mat is... Where am I? It's over half a metre wide and 40 centimetres. I daren't do it again.
Go on, Amy.
We could have two and pick it up. Or I could go, like if you need your patio windows fixing, I could come round with a new pane of glass.
Can you lift me?
I don't know if I can lift you, Jimmy. Are you non-porous? Maybe if you're non-porous. If it does get a little bit kind of mucky with embossing powders and glitters, just give it a little rinse. But you know, at £2.99, I'd be getting several of these to actually put on my acrylic blocks. Has he gone? We had reasonable quantities of those as well. Oh, well done. Keep your eye open, though, just in case we happen to get them back again. Oh, that's a shame. I thought we got quite a few of those, but apparently not. But there you go. Well done if you did manage to get hold of those. I'm just going to take a walk. Now, I'm not going to run, because we're not allowed to run in the studio, but I'm going to go and grab that, and then I'm going to come back again. There you go. No accident book needed filling in either, which is good. Now, this is brilliant. Again, £2.99. £2.99, brilliant. Now this, let me just tease that out. Look at this. This is brilliant. It's brilliant because obviously it's designed to be used as a watercolour palette. To be fair, you could put any inks in there that if you wanted to. You could use it for beads, that's a good point. You could use it for things like separating up anything that's small and needs to go in a little kind of recess. It could be die-cut elements. Maybe you're using it for, you're making flowers and you've got your petals, you've got your leaves, you've got your stamen. You're putting them all in there, and then if the cat or the dog comes in, you don't have to worry because you've got a good depth to that and they are protected. But it is designed as a watercolour palette. Now, it does actually come with, oh, there they are, they're in there. Comes with some little pipettes as well. I forgot those were in there. So it's going to come with 3 little pipettes, and you just literally will squash down the end of that, and it's almost like a little spring, draws the water up, and it allows you to actually kind of add water to your watercolour paints. And obviously, I'm sure you'll be aware, but maybe you won't, so I'll say it anyway. If you put your watercolour paints in here, and they dry out, then you don't have to worry. You can revitalise them with either little spritz of water or just a couple of little drops of water using your pipette, and then you can reactivate them so there's no waste. And it's just a really nice size palette. Stackable as well, so you can see you've got your recesses there. So if you go for several of these, you could stack them up. So you might have your earth tones in one palette, your floral tones in another, your monochromatics in another. So you can stack them up. And at £2.99, I would certainly be going for several of these. While you've got the opportunity, while stock permits you to do so, but also while you're only paying £2.99 for them, because you've only got a little over half an hour to take advantage of those deals, so please do not leave it too long. So yeah, take advantage of the discounted price with any of these goodies that we're bringing to you, and it's beautifully packaged. So if it's going in your crafty bottom drawer for your Christmas gifts, Secret Santa. Somebody would think that you paid at least a tenner for that, so as a Secret Santa gift, that's a brilliant one to go for, so do take advantage of that. Now, I'm going to get the silicone shaper tools, and I'm going to grab the stamps while I'm down there as well. It's all beautifully arranged. It's all just like a big pile now. So these are brilliant. Now, it was Tilly Victor yesterday, wasn't it? Oh, her name has popped out in my head. Jess, thank you for that. So Jess was here, and apparently she referenced silicone tools with regards to her quilling. So, yeah. This is a lovely little set. Again, £1.99. How can we be making any money on this hour? It's because my fee's so low. Now, look at these. You have got these lovely wooden handles with these, and you've kind of got that I don't know what metal it's made out of, but it's holding the silicone end here. So these are brilliant. I mean, silicone's brilliant when you're working with anything where there's heat being applied. So things like your heat embossing, maybe you need to hold your piece in place, well, you could do that quite easily, couldn't you, with that as well. Shrink plastic as well, that's a good one, Alex, yeah, very true. But also as well, when you're wanting to shape as well, so if you've got things like your clay, your paper clay, if you're working with. Not too sure about the food grade of these, so if it's something that you're going to be eating, maybe you're using them to shape petals made out of icing. If it's just for decorative purposes, then don't worry, but if somebody's going to eat them, then not eat these, eat the flowers, then yeah, I don't know about the kind of food safe quality. But these are brilliant. I mean, for shaping all sorts of different bits, and also as well you can use them with regards to kind of inks and things if you want to moving your colours around. So you've got a really nice tool. It sits beautifully in the hand, I have to say, because sometimes tools have got a really long handle, haven't they, and they kind of go, you're almost like waving a baton or something, but it just sits really nice, feels comfortable, and you've got all 5 of those in a little pack for £1.99. Brilliant value. Absolutely brilliant. And you're loving them. Haven't got huge quantities of those left. I'm just looking on the screen there. So they are going very, very quickly. So we might not have those at the end of the hour. But if they do, they'll be going up in price. Now, what about sentiments? Well, we've got a lovely set of stamps here. So this one is lovely. Trace over stamped words. Oh, okay. Oh, that's clever. I just thought they were stamped sentiments, but they're not. They're to help you with your calligraphy. That is clever. Look at this. The idea is that you're learning to actually do that kind of scripted font. So you've got a series of words, and you're going to use them, stamp them down, and just trace over them. So maybe put a piece of vellum or something like that, or photocopy paper or something. So then you can practice your posh handwriting for your sentiments and your phrases. What a lovely idea. I have to say, at £2.99, they're brilliant just for putting your phrases and your sentiments in place. So it's a new bouncy lettering for use with a small brush tip pen. They just make lovely sentiments anyway. You've got think and give you, make a wish, happy birthday, love you, hello, thanks, celebrate, thank you, and welcome home. It's like crafting a box. That is, those are some of the most used phrases. £2.99. £2.99. Now, if you wanted to get hold of these, and you maybe want to go for a couple of sets of these, because you could actually use these to create backgrounds as well if you wanted to. You might want to have multiples of them, because it could be that you're laying down the design and using it almost like a multi-stamp design to do a background, and you might want to have 2 at the same time, 2 different colourways, things like that. But just a lovely, lovely scripted font. £2.99 is your price for that one. And it's Kelly Creates. Kelly Creates, and we have had shows before with Kelly's designs on there, and she is very much into kind of brush tips. Who did I have to have a show with now? And there was all sorts of different paper pads. We had them on the website where you kind of got like vellum sheets, and I can't think who it was who did the show now. But teaching you how to do your beautiful kind of scripted writing. So there you go. Brilliant value for money, proving to be a very, very popular set. I think they look lovely just as sentiments, even without doing any calligraphy work with them. But we've got another set for you as well. And this set features congratulations, all the best, missing you. And I love the way the exclamation mark is separate. So you could use that on any of those, couldn't you, as well? £2.99 again. It's not often you can say I love you and only spend £2.99. You've got congrats, think and give you. You've got the word holidays. So if you do want to make up the phrase happy holidays, you could do. Lovely, lovely scripted font. Beautiful, beautiful set there as well. I think you've got your happy birthday down at the bottom. Now, I don't know if it's the same size happy birthday on both of them. Not sure. Not sure. But they're £2.99. Sorry, I was having a bit of a selfish moment then. Because as a crafter, that is brilliant value for me. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, that's £6 worth of stamps, all of those. You'd be looking at probably, what, £12.99 in a regular show. So do have a look on the website as well. It was that one, wasn't it, we were looking at? That's right. The website, all the prices have dropped down as well. These are flying out, so don't blame you. Go for both sets. At £2.99, go for both sets. We've got embossing folders as well. The little pennants there are really cute. That's an embossing folder as well, but then you can fussy cut the little flags out. The little ink pad handle, sadly, that has sold out now, but thank you to everybody that took advantage. Got a starter bundle there as well for the Cricket Joy. So if you have been thinking about getting hold of the Cricket Joy, then maybe today's a good day for you to get hold of that as well. So, yeah, do go and have a little look at those other deals that we've got, because there's a lot that we potentially won't get to because we don't have all of the products available here and within arm's reach. So, let me show you these. Now, these are fabulous. So, these are from Hunky Dory again. And usually you would be looking at in excess of £80 for these. Now, they're all dies, individual dies, and you've got that lovely dotty detail with these, as you can see. So you've got your A, you've got your B, you've got your C. Whoops. Oh, I picked up D at the same time there. I'm trying to arrange these as I'm chatting to you. You've got D, you've got E, you've got F. You can be spelling out all sorts of things with these. And you've got G. You could literally spell anything and any other words in between if you wanted to. So nice size. They're all the same size as well. So if you're wanting to put them on banners, if you want to put them on bunting, you could do that very easily with these. They've got lovely detail with them as well. And they're calling them mini, but to be fair, I don't think they are. They're a good size. I think they're a good size. So you've got all of them. You've got the Q there. You've got P, R, S, T, U, V, whoops, W, X, Y, oh, and Z. And you've got an ampersand. So what should we spell out? Well, we've got Alex. We've got Alex, who is in the gallery. So we've got an A and an L. We've got an E. And we've got the X. Of course, you could be doing like hugs and kisses, couldn't you, with the O and the X if you wanted to. So you've got Alex there. Or we could almost do like a crossword. So we've got Alex, and then we could have D, A, N. There we go. So that's nice. I mean, if we had a very happy occasion, and Alex has already spoken for it, as is Dan, but if in a different world, in a Twilight parallel universe, if we were looking at a wedding situation here, well, there you go. What a gift. Pop that into a fabulous picture frame, and you've got that fun there. You could literally do all sorts of different names, couldn't you? So it could be that you've got, oh, I don't know what else we've got here. What have we got? It could be Ted. You might need to use a D again for Ted, or Tess, maybe. So you could almost do this with a family, a whole family, couldn't you, with those? Oh, I love these. And the beauty is they have all the same height, so if you are wanting to put them onto flags or anything like that, then you could do it very, very easily. And the kids could have loads of fun with these. You could be making little kind of cards up, couldn't you, that they're doing all sorts. And no, I'm not going to do any rude words. I'm going to put them away till we're off air. No, I'm going to be careful. That's probably why they were in alphabetical order, so we didn't accidentally have any rude words in there. Not that we would make rude words with them, but sometimes the way that they just kind of come together, don't they? If you notice the area that I've been displaying all the different products on, this is one of the deals that we've got for you in this hour as well. So this is a fabulous glass cutting mat. And oh, is there another stamp? Oh, I'm sorry. So there is. It was face down. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have showed you this one as well. So just to reiterate, we've shown you those two, but we've got a third set. Oh, this is nice. You're awesome. You're awesome. Beautiful day. Thinking of you. Welcome home. Baby girl, boy, thank you, thanks. What have we got on the bottom there as well? I don't know what the last one is. There's another one underneath. You are loved. Ah. So now, oh, I'm getting creative now. I haven't got a die cutting machine, but let's have a little look. So we've got A, L, E, X, Alex, and then we could add to that, you are loved. You are as well, Dan, and Bobby as well. Everybody's loved, all the love in the studio. That's a lovely set. So mix up, I mean, it's easy enough to do, isn't it? You've also got these in different phrases. So you could have, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. That'd be a good song, that, wouldn't it? If only somebody thought of it. Thinking of you, again, and you kind of got different. So that one is more of a capital letter on the thinking of you. On that one, it's a lowercase on that one. So there are variations when you actually look at the different phrases as well. So you are loved. You could say celebrate you. There's all sorts of different phrases. If you've gone for all three sets, you're going to be paying less than a tenner. So that is that one. So the one that we've got on the screen at the moment is your sentiments. They are designed by Kelly Create. So the idea is that you're going to use them to kind of practice your calligraphy and your kind of your swirly letters. So the idea is that you would place your stamp on an acrylic block and stamp your image, then maybe on a bit of photocopy paper or something like that, or cardstock. And then you would cover the stamp with some tracing paper. And in her books, she does provide tracing paper, but it could be a bit of vellum or a lighter weight 60-gram paper or something like that. And the idea is that you would take your brush pens, many of us have got those in loads of different colours, and then just practice kind of raising and lowering that brush to actually create those letters. But to be honest, you don't have to do that at all. You don't have to worry about doing that at all, because all you need to do, if you want to, is use them as absolutely beautiful stamps. So this one here, Thinking of You, let's have a quick look what we've got with this one. So Thinking of You, you've got, so let's move that one over a bit. This one you've got Thinking of You, Make a Wish, Happy Birthday, Love You, Hello, Thanks, Celebrate, Thank You, Welcome Home. And earlier on, I said you're paying less than a tenner. You're actually paying less than £9. Alex, you were right, yeah. It's no wonder these are flying out. Now, I will warn you, we don't have equal quantities of all of these, because that's why they're not in a bundle. But they are all heading towards the a sellout, basically. So the last set that we've got, so slide those ones over there. That's the last set. Congratulations, all the best. Missing you, welcome home. I love you. Congratulations, congrats, should I say. Thinking of you, holidays, and happy birthday. So if you're on a budget and you've got a crafty itch that needs scratching, I mean, look at that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34. They're individuals. No, I think they're not. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. 44 stamp, I think, anyway. I think, yeah, some of them might even be separated up. Some of them are joined together, so yeah. Let's say over 40. You could snip into those, that's quite right. Alex, you could do. You could be making backgrounds with these, multi-stamping things like baby girl, baby boy, welcome home, making gift wrapping. But each one of these sets have got a different item number on your screen. So the item number that we've got on the screen, which is that the happy birthday, that one there. So let's just reiterate, I mean, on the website you'll have pictures of them, but because we're just calling them small stamp bouncy sentiments, that's the one that's on your screen, EK4639. Get that in your basket now, and I'll change it so as you can see the other ones. These are flying out. We're not going to have enough to see us right the way through the next 15 minutes or so. So that is the one that is on your screen at the moment. Next one that we're going to bring in is the one that starts Thinking of You. So if you're wanting to go for this set, it's got Thinking of You, Make a Wish, Happy Birthday, loads of celebratory words. Right the way through to welcome home. $2.99 again. For this one, we've only got about 10 opportunities left, and lots of you are adding this to your basket. IB4629 if you're wanting that one. But be quick. That's the one that I think is the most vulnerable of all three of them. The last one that you've got, so here, this one, if you're wanting this one, you're awesome. Beautiful day, thinking of you. Welcome home. None of them have we got huge quantities of. That's a bit, that sounded like Yoda then. We haven't got many quantities of any of these. £2.99, £2.99, £2.99, £2.99. Brilliant, brilliant value for money. So, sorry, I got a bit sidetracked because I was going to tell you about the glass mat, wasn't I? Pop those there, ready for tidying up. They're going to sell out. Now, something that I do not want you to miss out on is the opportunity to get a huge glass mat at the price that we've got on the screen. And so many have taken advantage of this. That really makes me happy, because for the price of £24.99, you could quite often get a mat, maybe that size, glass mat, 18 inches square, maybe something like that. I don't know. But you don't get one this size. We don't often see them this size, to be fair. And it's a We Are Keepers one. Brilliant size, because it's got your centimetres going all the way from, and it is bigger than obviously the measurement there, but it's going right the way up to 56 centimetres. We're kind of discounting the corners, because you wouldn't usually go right the way up to the corner, would you? So you've got 56 centimetres, which equates to 22 inches. And you've got them coming down the side here to 40 centimetres, which equates to 15. You've got your grid work in there as well. So that's coming in line with your imperial measurements. So that's on there. It's a glass mat. It's on little, kind of like a little grippy feet. So it's not going anywhere. So that's gripping really, really well. You've got a nice white area to the side here, and that's useful when you start mixing your colours, getting your palette created, getting a true representation of the different colours that you're working with, because that is the thing. You need to know that those colours are really showing up properly before you apply them to your bright white cardstock. Now, because of it being a glass cutting mat, there's certain properties that you wouldn't get with maybe like a self-healing cutting mat. Because you can use heat with this. So if you've got a heat embossing tool, maybe you've got a foiling pen, maybe it's a case of you've got a glue gun. All of these are tools that you can use alongside a glass cutting mat. You can't do it on a self-healing one, because it will start warping and it won't give you a flat surface. The only thing I would say to you is that I wouldn't potentially use it for if you're cutting fabric. So don't think of a glass cutting mat with a rotary blade, because you need that grippiness, because it could scoot off and that could be dangerous. But if you're using things like a craft knife, perfect. If you've gone for the hunky-dory set with the craft knife in there, absolutely spot on. But you've got this huge area. So to summarise, you've got your metric and your imperial featuring on here. It's skid-free, as I showed you. It's got the little rubber feet on there, so it's not going anywhere. You've got a mixing area. So a mixing area not only for your watercolour paints, it could be your acrylic paints that you're putting in there. You could be mixing up your gel mediums, your pastes. You've just got a really nice large area there that you're going to be utilising for all sorts of different areas of crafting. And just to show you, an A4 sheet, that's how an A4 sheet sits on it. You've got all this lovely area around the outside. So if you're wanting to ink up, this is me inking up. So yeah, bringing your inks in, maybe moving them over the edges, or placing your colours down and then working with them. You can see you've got a huge amount of area there. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing to have for such a brilliant price. £24.99. Now, we have gone shopping for this one, and it'll be no surprise if we haven't found it at the price that we've got for you. Got it closer to the price that it will go to when it goes up in price. But for this next 11 minutes, that's all that you've got. So don't be listening to me. Go off and place your order. £53.17. That's what you're paying for this usually. And indeed, our price will go up to something quite close to that. So yeah, £44.99, still a good price. But I could still find something else to spend the £20 on that I'm saving. £20. That's a big saving. That's a big saving. For the sake of 10 minutes, if you wait, I don't know, 12 minutes, 15 minutes to place your order for this, it's going to cost you £20. Wow. And it's one of those situations that you can pop this into your basket, and if you suddenly think, you know what? I don't know if I want it. If you cancel your order and then think, no, I wish I'd gone for it, it's going to be the higher price. So get it in your basket, $24.99. It comes boxed as well. Not that you would want to store it, because it's going to be out in your permanent craft area. If you maybe use your dining room table as your craft area, then you might want to put it away, and you could actually put it into the box. And then when you come to your craft area in your dining room, in the kitchen, you can actually bring this out, and that turns your work area into kind of like your craft room, in effect. It's flying out. Lots of you taking advantage of it. And also, it's very, very weighty. So, yeah, please bear that in mind. I mean, getting it on its way to you for the post and packing deal that we bring to you is phenomenal for that. So, yeah, brilliant. Do take advantage of that. Top buy for the hour, that one, I think. Besides the stamps as well. So we've got a series of different embossing folders to share with you as well. Spoke about the little pennant flags, and these are really cute, because what you've actually got with these is it will emboss, and it will emboss these little flags, but it'll also emboss the kind of pole that they come with as well. Now, choices with this, you could fussy cut the whole thing out, or what I potentially would do is just fussy cut the flag, maybe extend that cut line a little bit further, and then wrap it around, I don't know, a cocktail stick or a skewer or something like that. You could also use them that way around as little bunting flags, if you wanted to as well. So, yeah, nice little embossing folder, very affordable, as you can see there, for £2.99. So definitely want to consider. So the next one that I've got to share with you is this beautiful one here. At first, I'm not going to lie, at first sight, I thought it was a washing line, but it's not. It's not. I think they're like little kind of little bell flowers. It does look like a washing line though, doesn't it? But you've got that lovely curve and the beautiful like kind of bell flowers that are hanging down from that one. So this one, if you like the look of this one, they're actually tassels. Sorry, they're not flowers, they're tassels. But you could ink them up and make them look like, I'm thinking like fuchsia flowers. What does it look like the other way around? Trees on a hill. They could look like trees on a hill, couldn't they? From the side as well. Yeah, mix it up. In addition to our gorgeous tassels, we've got snowmen or snow people. Oh, no, they're not. They're pineapples. But they could be. They could be quite easily. They could be snow people with spiky hair. But they're not. They're pineapples. So very tropical feel. And it's $2.99, good fun as well. Maybe you've got stamps that are kind of cocktails and things like that, party elements. Well, you can't go far wrong with a pineapple, can you? Fabulous. $2.99, brilliant value for money. Another one to share with you, if we're talking hot, we're talking cacti. So this one, again, nice one if you're doing a themed card. So maybe you're doing something that's kind of a Western theme, yeah, a little cowboy maybe, if you've got stamps and things like that. Or, well, anything that kind of relates to the desert, I suppose, wouldn't it? $2.99 again for that one. And they're all the same, they're kind of hinged, pop your cardstock in, pop them through your die cutting machine and get that embossed finish on your cardstock. $2.99 for that one. And then the last embossing folder, and I think that kind of covers everything that we've got in the studio to share with you. Yay! We love a happy hour. Yay! We love a deal. Yay! We love it when it's getting close to 9 o'clock because it means we can go home. But the good thing is we won't be here at 9 o'clock because obviously we have our little break, but you will have 6 minutes which will take you right the way up to 9 o'clock for you to take advantage of any of those deals. Now, if you've been watching and you've got access to the internet, do go and have another little look because there are some elements on there that we haven't had a chance to kind of bring to you. Some of the hot products for this hour, though, do not miss out on those $2.99 stamps. These are flying out, so we've got things like congratulations, thinking of you, you're awesome. $2.99, they're all up on the website. And if you do go to speak to our call operators and you're not sure which set, just tell them that you want all 3 sets, because you will. And then that way you're not missing out. Oh, we've got a couple of opportunities now for this, so let's come back. There you go. This is brilliant because this is something that you'll use. Technically, it's for going on your ink pad, so to keep kind of inky fingers or fingers away from being inked up. So you would take now this one's got a bit of a paper wrapper on it, so I would put a little bit of kind of acetate on there, or maybe peel that off, so it doesn't quite stick perfectly because it's silicone and it needs to be non-porous. But if you have got, so there you go, I did it on the lid, didn't I? So if I did it on the lid, there you go. So you could, whoops, imagine that's the inky bit. So then you would take your stamp to your ink pad and your fingers are well away from it. But also as well, the thing that and you've got like a little pulley on there, so you pull that and it will break the seal and it means that it lifts away. But the thing that astounded me was that we came along and we put it, let's put it in the middle this time. Okay. Red. It's not going to do it now, is it? I'm going to put it down because I'm getting a bit nervous now. And that is heavy. That is very heavy. But that shows you the quality of that. So brilliant as well. I think I'd be using that maybe on acrylic blocks as well, because if you've got maybe dexterity issues, maybe your joints are a little bit tricky to work with when you're holding those smaller elements. Even things like if you're wanting to hold a ruler in place. So if you've got something like an acrylic ruler and you struggle, pop it onto your acrylic ruler and there you go, you could be using it that way as well. So there we go. Anything in your basket that has got a discounted price, check your basket out in the next 3.5 minutes and then take a little look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. We've got a lovely day ahead of us tomorrow. We're celebrating 20 years of Visible Image. Oh, Mark doesn't look old enough, does he? And then we've got Crafter's Companion, brand new launch, looking forward to that. And Pearly Winks are here, Simon will be here, yeah, bringing us some fabulous goodies. Then we've got returning favourites from Crafter's Companion before we go back and join Mark again for another hour of exclusive birthday deals, more MDF kits from Pearly Winks, and a last hour dedicated to Crafter's Companion. I will see you on Wednesday, so mind how you go, and I'll see you next week.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. I was going to
I know,
say.
it's the lucky charm.
Hells is here because we've got Crafty Witches, but that's only part of the day. Let me introduce you to the crew. Who have we got today looking after us? We've got Charlie and Laura in the studio. She's just getting the computer ready for Hells' demos with the Crafty Witches in a few minutes' time. So that's the crew in there. And the crew out here, we've got Bobby on camera too. There she is. We've got Shimmy Jimmy over there getting everything set up. And we've got Levi who's clearing up John's mess from Sewing Street. There we are. That's your crew. And, of course, Hells. What is on the way then? We've got Crafty Witches for you. One of the most incredible deals we've ever done. Digital downloads from Crafty Witches at an amazing price. There's 12 collections in one download. When you see the price, you won't believe it. After that, we've got a brand new Christmas Little Books launch. Brand new for 2024. Lovely Cat is here. That's going to be a busy show with all the bits and pieces that go alongside the fantastic little books. Then we've got back in stock. We've got the Twin Cup Gouache sets from Hemi. Lovely Sharon Curtis is here to show you that. That's going to be a busy hour as well. Then Hunky Dory with the die cutting special. We've actually got Mylar that you can die cut yourself and make your own stencils. That's going to be really, really busy as well because we haven't had that in stock for a good few months. Then at 5 o'clock, Hayley's here to take over with our second look at the August medley collection from the Crafty Witches. Second look again at the Christmas Little Books from Hunky Dory and Cat. Then we've got the brand new Versifying Claire, new colours for 2024 with Sharon at 7. That's going to be good. And then Hayley for an hour of unmissable savings. It's a sales show to end our day at 8 o'clock tonight. So that is Sunday afternoon into the evening. Stay with us for as much of it as you can. Now, how on earth, Hells, explain to me, how on earth can we get 12 collections with 12 pages in each collection? So that's 240 pages.
144.
144 in total.
12 by 12. 144.
You're right. My calculator said
And
240.
I'm rubbish at maths.
I know.
Yeah. I got something right.
144 pages. I'm going to sack my calculator.
Yeah, 144 pages, A4 pages to download.
Butterfly Blooms,
Yes.
Deepest Delight, Floral Romance, Frosted Elegance, Home for Christmas, Mermaid Lovelies, Nativity Joy, Poppy Meadow, Precious Prickles, Snuggle Buddies, Tea for Two, Whimsical Wild. So there's a little bit of everything, something for everybody. If you were to buy the kits on their own, they're £3.49 direct from the Crafty Witches. So don't do that, because if you buy the bundle today, you're going to be absolutely amazed. Details are coming up on the screen for you fairly soon. Now, it works in a different way to normal purchases, okay? Now, we've already got people already checking out. It's on the screen now. Look. $14.99 for 12 collections, with 12 pages in each collection. That is insane. Absolutely amazing. We'll look at the artwork soon, but if you want to order it, remember it's an instant purchase. You don't put it in your basket because there's no physical product as such. It's a download. So if you want it, just go onto our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. It says purchase now. So click it just once, not 5 or 6 times, because you end up with 5 or 6 of them. Just click it once. Your debit or credit card will be charged with $14.99, and then instantly your download will be available on the HobbyMaker page, your account page, okay? And you can do with it then what you wish. If you want to put it into the memory of your PC or put it on an external hard drive or something like that, it's entirely up to you. But it will always be, from today, forever, on your HobbyMaker account page with all the other downloads, okay? So 12 collections, 12 sheets per collection. This is what you're going to get. That's just the front sheet of all the 12 collections for an incredible £14.99. So don't put it in your basket. There's nothing physically to put in your basket. You just click where it says purchase now. It's instantly bought. It will then be downloaded automatically onto your HobbyMaker account. That's the way the instant purchases